Okay, that wasn't the button I was trying to hit. Amen. Good morning, everybody. This is Apostle Kristal Lee. I am excited to be here with you this morning. I have in the studio with me today Prophet Marlise and Rabbi Ace, Apostle Ace this morning. So I'm bringing them into the studio. I was doing something different today, and it just didn't work out that way. It didn't work out that way for me, but it's okay. It's okay. It is all right. It is all right. We are here this morning for our special Torah edition, 111 days of kinetic prayer. This is the special edition. This is Torah, and we want to talk about unfinished business today. I know Apostle Ace is not going to be able to stay with us. He has an assignment today, so we're going to keep him in prayer this morning as he goes to do the work. But I want to say good morning to my co-host this morning. Good morning, Apostle Ace. Good morning, Prophet Marlise.
Shalom and holy grand rising to you.
Absolutely. I love it.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hello. I'm excited to be here with you this morning. Let's see who we have in the room. If you guys have come in, and listen, I see you guys are getting into the swing of things here. I saw that there were 5 likes on the video before we even started. Amen. I appreciate that. Elder Vicky is in the room. Good morning, Elder. Good morning and blessings to you. Good morning, Prophetess Shauna. I'm sorry, Pastor Shauna. Listen, I don't know what to call you this morning, but you got a lot of things going on with you in this season. A lot of elevation. You're going to understand that today. Elevation is coming to your life. That wasn't just a slip of the tongue. I don't believe in those. Sons don't usually make slip of the tongues. We try to correct things that we say, but sometimes, most of the time, we're saying what the Father is meaning, right? When we're correcting it because we don't understand what's coming out of our mouths, but you know how that works. I'm not gonna make too much alteration or correction to that. All right. Listen, we are in our special Torah edition, and we are in day 95 of prayer and day 90 of the fast. This is exciting. We're going to talk about unfinished business. Before we get started, I just want you, Apostle Ace, just to make just a little bit of statement about prayer, because what we presented here is a lot different than what most people are used to as it pertains to prayer. So a lot of people are not clear. They don't necessarily have a good understanding or grounded understanding about what prayer is. And so when I say that this is kinetic prayer, when I say the word prayer, they're thinking we're going to come on the live and we're going to be clapping and slapping our leg and spitting all over our screens, to make a prayer. Now, there are purposes and places for these things, but that is not the totality of what prayer looks like. Can you just weigh in on that just for a moment, Apostle, as you are getting situated over there? What is this thing that we're doing as opposed to what people think that prayer is from the religious industrial complex or the church industrial complex?
Well, shalom to everybody that's in the house, as they would say. It's something because, we, and as you said, many of the religious complex system of Christianity, and, they have the ideology of what prayer is. And yet, brought up and experienced it myself as time, being in ministry and what have you. And it just seemed like it, when you say prayer, you had to go there, went to school and they have all kinds of prayer books and things that you would say, prayer for this and prayer for that, and, as I grew up and as I moved in and became a minister or ordained elder and a pastor, you have different occasions. And so being brought up in the Pentecostal environment, and so you start off a certain way, and there's a certain sound, and you want to lay hands on. So we would have all night prayer and what have you. So as time went on, as I begin to read and understand for myself, and to know Yah for myself and not know. And it what it did. It was a bridge that began to bring me to understanding, because at some point I would have I felt like I had to pray the way they gave me to communicate with Yah. And if I
Mm.
didn't pray that way, it wasn't heard.
Wow. Wow.
you know and so you had to elevate your voice a certain way. You had to say certain things. And for as time went on, I got tired of that, because I was, be in the service, you on the program to pray. And the audience, the congregation, they look for a certain rhythm. They look for a certain thing at a certain time, when you're playing and what have you. So they begin to, pray, and then there's the response to prayer.
Mm.
And I'm not, like you said, it's not, there's some things that you cry out to, and
Hmm.
there's a cry.
There is a cry.
And what that how that cry sounds is interesting, because in our minds a cry is, there's a certain sound when we cry out that has to be heard.
Yes.
But then I begin to discover the cry doesn't not necessarily have a certain sound. It's a certain sound, but it's not the theatrics that goes along with crying. As we, you know,
Come
so
on.
I can cry out, and I begin to come to understanding and revelation, insight that prayer was a conversation.
Yes. Yes.
And yes, there's different prayers, but the bottom line, it is a conversation that I'm having
Yeah.
with the Most High.
Absolutely.
And because there are things that as I begin to understand certain things, I'm like, I want to have a conversation with you, and meaning that here's a conversation I'm having, but then there's a time I'm listening.
Hello.
And I found out that he's more interested in talking to me than me talking to him.
Come on now. Come on.
Because I'm constantly in a begging mode.
Come on.
I, I, I,
That's the
I,
religious
I,
program.
I,
Yeah.
absolutely. And
Yeah.
so as I was in that mode, and he was like, you need to be quiet so I can tell you,
Hello. I
so I can
often
talk to
say,
you.
Apostle, I often say this, that when we're in prayer, when we're engaged in prayer, it's not for us to come up with the conversation. He already woke us up with it. Like it's
Hmm.
something that is a pending situation, circumstance. That's him talking. He's already communicating something, and then it's up to us to come and decode or identify or have a conversation about the thing that he's
Hmm.
already feeling.
Hmm. Hmm. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just interesting, because so many times, as you said, you wake up. I wake up, and as time went on, I woke up hearing. I got a download, so now it's being communicated to me.
Yes,
Already the conversation.
yes. He's a great
you know,
conversationalist.
I'm telling you, when you're coming into consciousness of awareness, and you hearing y'all talk.
Oh my goodness.
You might hear a song, but that's
Mhm.
still communicating with
It
you in a
is.
conversation. You
Yes.
know, and to become, it's a wow. I woke up with this in my heart. So in
Yeah.
other words, I woke up this in the spirit of conversation. I heard this because when I'm coming into consciousness, well, the spirit doesn't sleep,
Mm. Come
and
on.
y'all are yet communicating with us when when the body is resting.
Come on now.
And so when we come into consciousness of things, so now I'm hearing things, and now I'm hearing certain things, and now I'm engaging in what I heard. Just like you said, Yah starts this conversation, and so he's constantly talking us, giving us direction. So so I'm gonna be a little, we want to, Father, I'm not saying nothing's wrong with it, but that's not all. That's not all it.
That's not all it is.
Because I know there is in sound that makes a difference, in vibration and all those things. So that's still important. But if that's all we got, and that's all I'm doing, when it come down to words of praise, words of worship, when we say we worship, we're talking, we dealing with words of praise. So when there's words of praise, then we into the area of worship. So we get kind of mixed up in terms of what our conversation is all about. And I can imagine, I know that Yah is Yah, but in my mind it's like, what are you talking about? This is not the conversation that I'm having with you, and to communicate. There's times that Yahweh said, to be more to listen, to talk.
Come on.
So in other words, he said, hear what the Spirit is saying to you. So that means he put us in a position here, because I'm speaking to you. And so so a lot of times we in warfare mode. When we in warfare mode, folks are worshiping. They are in an area of worship, and they're not in warfare mentality. They want to worship and bow down and lay prostrate in warfare.
My God.
No, so communication is important, because understand this: the enemy understands communication.
Yes, he does.
The enemy knows that when we are engaging in certain things in the way we do, nothing's being done.
Come on.
And so therefore, when there's certain conversations, I said, I'm giving you instructions. When I was in military school, we had MOI, method of instruction. How can you understand methods of instruction and you always engage in giving instruction to the Most High?
Come on now.
And then the question is, what are you really hearing when you're not even listening?
Oh my. Come on.
So it's go ahead.
This changes the dynamic of prayer so drastically. You understand that? When you come into this place of maturity regarding prayer, it changes the prayer dynamic so drastically, right? Because now you have to take the time to hear before you talk. It takes us back to that space where the word declares that the master said, I don't say anything unless I hear my Father saying it. Why do you think he's saying it? Because he's not just coming up with stuff to say. He's not just making stuff up. I love that when you said we're in the warfare mode and other people are in the worship mode. And people don't understand the dynamic of corporate. They don't understand that. What you do in your private time is what you do in your private time. But in your private time, you should be getting something that you can bring back to the corporate body, because every joint supplies. That way, we're all on the same page. We're all on the same page, and we're effective in what we're doing. 2 verses of scripture came up, Apostle, when you were talking. 1 Samuel 15:22. This talks about, it says, and Samuel said, has Yah as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as in obeying the voice of Yah. Now, when we're offering up prayer, that's a sacrifice. When we're offering something, there's a scent that goes with that sacrifice. And the question is, are we offering what he's desiring, or are we obeying what he's saying? You understand? Are we trying to appease him with something? Are we trying to sound right or sound good or sound correct in the ears of other people? It's best not to say anything if you don't know what the words of prayer are in that moment. And there's nothing wrong with that. You're smarter to be quiet than you are to speak when you don't have the words. Because at the end of the day, what happened with the sons of Aaron in that space where they thought that they could recreate what they saw? They were fascinated by what they saw. during that time. And they wanted to recreate it. And we find a lot of people, this is their place in life. They're seeking to recreate what they heard somebody else do. They're seeking to try to identify, how do I pray like that? How do I? No, that's not the place. That's foolish offerings. Those are foolish sacrifices. The other came up, Apostle, was Ecclesiastes 5:1. And it says, guard your steps when you go into the house of Yah. But to draw near to listen is better than to give the sacrifice of fools. For they don't know that they do evil. They don't know that it's wicked. They don't know that what they're doing is twisted. They don't know that what they're doing is simply laboring. We actually studied this word evil, and the word evil deals with labor. Laboring. So they don't know, they're just laboring for no reason. Isn't the word say, except Yah build the house, they that labor in vain that build it? See, all of these things are connected. They are all connected. There's no disjointedness about the word of Yah at all. It's all connected. In maturity, we find the connection. It's not just separate talks and separate sayings, and you know what I'm saying? It all is connected.
You know, it is. You know, it's something, because as you were talking, Apostle, I'm visualizing the most holy place and the holy place, and that whole process of entering into the gates with thanksgiving, and then into the courtyard with praise. You know, we read that psalm, but it doesn't give nothing else further than that. But then here is the holy place, because he said to the priest, I call you, the Levites, to come to minister to me in the holy place, So there, so there is a particular protocol when we are coming into this area, because a lot of people say, oh, I want to go behind the veil. Well, the veil is rent. There's no more veil.
There is no veil.
But it's good to understand the protocol of understanding the spirit of the physical veil within us. And so it's interesting, because we go and we skip the ministering part to Yahweh, because we want then we in that court and in that area of warning. I'm begging this, that, and the other, but we're not ministering to Yahweh. We're not ministering to Him. We want something. We dealing with ourselves, and so here's that rebellion. Here's the sacrifice of foods. I'm doing certain things that I've heard and say. We read what we're told. Most people read what they were told, because if I read what I'm told, I'm going to do that which I'm told to do. So I really don't know Him for myself, because I'm not reading what I'm reading. And so you have absolutely, and we're not ministering to Him, so we're out of order, not ministering to Him. And then when we get to the place of behind the veil, we're supposed to shut up.
Come on now.
Because now
that ain't no veil there, but
no. Right. So He comes down. So I'm looking at the actual temple, the Holy Holies. He come down while the high priest is in behind the veil, and Yahweh comes and He give a spermatic word. So in other words, you're listening now. He's got everything. Now I'm going to give you a word. I'm having a conversation with you now.
Yeah.
I don't want you to do anything, because if you do everything right, I'm going to come. I'm going to come down.
Yeah.
If everything is done right, I'm going to come down, because how you start from the beginning is how you're going to end.
So wait. So when He says that doing everything right, what He's talking about is how you come. So the priests had a way that they needed to come into that space, and it began with washing. It began with all of those processes that had to take place before they entered into that space, and it had something to do with timing for them in certain instances, especially in that one time of the year. It was a specific timing, and so it's meeting him in the space at the time with the right perspective and with the right mindset.
Time appointed.
So that you can now carry that word into action.
Ooh, absolutely. So we just can't come any kind of way. As you said, there's an appointed time to what he gives. Because if we come out of time and he comes, but he's coming out of his season. And when he comes out of his season, based upon who we are, the title that we carry, and we come in out of season, he comes out of season, there is death. There is death. And so if there's any interruptions when he is talking, having conversation, and you interrupt him, then there is death. Yes, they have to watch.
Let me give an example. Somebody's struggling with that, right? There's somebody struggling. Here's
Go
the
ahead.
example of that. At Mount Sinai, the Father desires to have a conversation with the people. So he says, Moshe, get the people, gather them all up, and bring them to the foot of the mountain. I want to talk to them. So Moshe says, hey, y'all want to talk to y'all? We're going to go to the foot of the mountain. Y'all stand back. Don't let nobody break through. We're going to seal this area off. Don't nobody touch the mountain. Don't do nothing, right? He's giving them the parameters. Okay, these are the parameters, the pre-qualifications to have the conversation. And so Yah begins to speak. What we know today is only the 10 commandments. We only know that part is the 10 commandments because there were over 630 commandments, right? But the reason why we don't give a lot of attention to the 630 is because he stopped at 10 because the niggas interrupted him.
Stop. We don't want to hear no more. We don't want to hear no more.
Oh, wait a minute. Too much. Oh, sensory overload. I'm tasting. I'm smelling. I'm hearing things that ain't supposed to be heard. I'm seeing things that ain't. You understand what I'm saying? I'm seeing thunder and I'm hearing lightning. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. When we enter into the realms of supernaturality, we're able to see beyond what is in the physical realm. We're in spaces and in places, right? And so this becomes an area of error for a lot of people because they're trying to force something that is a natural occurrence. If we just get in the right position and allow the to speak to us, then he'll speak through us.
That alignment.
Prophet Marlise. Prophet. Her phone is doing something weird. We're not gonna bother with it this morning. We'll wait. This is where we are. And so I wanted to just kind of touch on that. We're not gonna go too far and we'll have a whole conversation. I believe that this is of necessity. You understand? This is a necessity because the people for far too long have been in a space where they have not understood. And so now we got people trying to say, this is the 5 steps to getting your prayer answered. Right? This is right. Wait a minute. Hold on. If you do this, this, and this, and you jump through the hoop of fire and then you do a backflip, then he gonna answer you. No. It doesn't matter how many things you think you can do. Okay? What matters is that you're hearing from him and you're saying what he's saying. Until you get to that space, then nothing is going to work. The other verse that came up for me, brother, is Malachi 3:16, because what we're doing is engaging in prayer. We're engaging one another. You understand what I'm saying? This is why you hear, I pray you. Brother, what is prayer about? It's about seeking to bring someone to a side, to a way of thought. Okay? Even how we engage one another is a place of prayer. But when we are giving ministry, when we're in that place of prayer, we're attending to the needs of. We're talking about this. It's even how it works in a marital situation, in a covenant situation that's intimate. When we're giving ministry, we're attending to the needs of someone else, not our own needs.
Absolutely.
This is why the enemy came in to try to contaminate the marriage bed, because the contamination of the marriage bed, I had not planned to go here, but somebody needs to hear this. The contamination of the marriage bed was created so that people would be confused about who's getting the ministry. Confused about what the order of ministry is.
Yes.
When you're confused about what the order of ministry is, you wind up in a space of perversion. That's where you wind up. I don't care if it's prayer, like you're talking to the Father, or, conversation as we're talking today, or in a relationship. When you get confused about the giving ministry or attending to the needs of, then you're in perversion. That even goes with giving.
Yes, absolutely.
When you forget, when you don't have an identity, when you don't understand the purpose of giving, then it's a perverted place. My father said, no, you keep that, because I need cheerful givers. That means a cheerful giver understands why they're doing what they're doing, and they also understand the benefits of what they're doing. So when I'm ministering to you, when we're ministering to you on here, that we have to understand what this giving of ministry is. It's an attending of the needs of you, not our needs. Now, our needs are being met because the word goes first to the deliverer and then to the people. He speaks to us through us while we're speaking to you. There's reinforcement. There is enlightenment again, right? Yeah. Go ahead. Where in the world she is. That Prophet Marlise, she does. I do this, so I'm guilty of it. So that's why I don't have an issue with it, really, for real. Because a lot of times when I'm in spaces where I'm supposed to be praying or something's going on, I go into trances, for real. I start going into trances. And I literally had to call somebody on a prayer line one day and say, "Are y'all hearing me?" And they said, I said, "I'm talking." And they were like, "No, we're not. Is your line mute?" I said, "Never mind. I understand." I was in another space. I get it. Go ahead.
Well, it's just
wait. I know.
Go ahead.
Malachi 3:16 was the reference I was going to give for this communication and prayer that we're having with each other, and how this engages the heavens. Okay, and the verse literally says, you guys read the whole thing, because you'll remember the context in which it was put in, and then you might understand something different by revelation. Okay, because like Apostle A said, we read what we're told. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. There is a need for preacher. There is a need for teacher. How can they hear without the leader that's been sent? Right? How can they know unless they've heard it? And how can they hear it unless someone's been sent to say it? Right? But a lot of times we have all these other conversations, and these are the went ones and not the sent ones, right? So they want you to read what they say and not what it says by revelation, right? This says, "Then they that feared Yah spake often one to another, and Yah hearkened and heard it, and a book of remembrance was written before him." Did you hear that? A book of remembrance was written before him for them that feared him and that thought upon his name. So even in these settings, there's a book of remembrance that's being written in on the conversations that we're having. So this is the declared and decreed place. Because the decree is the written thing and the declaration is the spoken thing. And even with those kind of things, people get that mixed up. And they say it, I declare and I decree, but they heard somebody say that, but they don't know why they're saying it.
Come on now. Come on.
They don't know where that's coming from. They don't even know the meaning of what they're saying, but it sounds good. Like it sounds right. It's sounding like to men, and what it sounds like by frequency in the spirit realm is two different things. And we got to bring some order to how we approach a holy God, a sovereign God. We got to bring order to it. And this is, a lot of people are going to be lost and are going to lose their lives over these simple areas because he's been winking for a while. right? But
Mm-hmm.
this is not really the season of the wait. You understand? Not the season of the wait. Go ahead, Apostle.
You know that the book of remembrance, and as I think about that book, there's things being written right now, even in our
Right now.
conversation
Right now.
right now. Why? Because the book is going to be open to give us, to share with us our conversation, our work, what we have done. So it's just interesting. But as you were talking about perversion in that area of communication and the order, and I was going to Yakezia or Ezekiel 44:5. He says, "And Yahweh said to me, Son of man, mark well and see with your eyes and hear with your ears all the things I say to you concerning the ordinance, the house of Yahweh, and all its laws. Mark well who may enter the house of Yah, and
Uh-oh.
all who are excluded from the sanctuary."
Uh-oh. You just stepped into something. You just stepped into something that just blew the whole church industrial complex up.
Wow.
Come on,
Come on.
It just blew the whole thing out the water.
come on.
Bro, that's
Perversion.
explosive. People don't read these things as they need to be read. There is a
Mm-hmm.
protocol to all of these things. Go ahead. I'm
Mm.
gonna shut up. I'm gonna mute because I just lost it.
And then verse 6 said, "And you will say to the rebellious, to the house of Israel, this is what Father Yah says. O house of Israel, let there be no more of your abomination, your idolatry, your fornication." Because in the next verse 7, he said, "You have brought strangers, uncircumcised in heart, your
Oh,
mind,
oh,
uncircumcised in your flesh, into my sanctuary, polluting,
oh.
perverting my house, while you offer my bread, the fat, and the blood, and they have broken my covenant because of all your abomination."
Oh,
So when you talk about that perversion, you talk about that perversion. So now they're in there, they're in the sanctuary.
oh
You
my.
brought strangers uncircumcised in heart. So that means that, see, because a lot of times they talk about circumcised in flesh, that means men exclusively. But when you talk about uncircumcised in heart, that means everybody, whether you're male or female.
Come on now.
You're circumcised in heart. Uncircumcised in heart. You're uncircumcised in the flesh. You brought all these people, allow them to come in my sanctuary because
Oh,
you've done this because of your idolatry, your selfishness, because you want you to feel good.
oh my. Okay. This is not where we were going this morning, but this is where we wound up. I started it. So y'all can, I started it. Okay.
Yes, you did.
Okay. I'll take the blame for this. I'll take the blame. Okay, so wait. So how we have things set up now. Let's just look at this for a minute. This is why the master often went into the synagogue for to teach, but he came out of there to go and do the work because he understood he wasn't slated for the synagogue
Right. Mm-hmm.
because of what is inside of there. But even then, they knew that it wasn't just an open house. Just be clear. It wasn't just an open house. And even when it came to the ushers, ushers at the door, they were checking the men for circumcision. Okay, so this is a whole, listen, this is a whole nother situation here, okay? This is a whole nother situation. Now you imagine going to your local church today and usher telling you, whip it out, sir. Yeah, because I need to identify if you're circumcised or not, because only the circumcised enter in here. Only that's what the usher's job was, to keep the house doors. Everything is being turned around now. And this is where we get these. I want you to see. All I want you to see. I'm gonna stop this in a minute because it's gonna take me too far. It's gonna take me too far. Okay. All I want people to see this morning. This is what the Holy Spirit is revealing to us. The fact that you've only believed what you've been told to believe. Okay? Because here's the reality. This is how the adversary sets up shop. This is how the adversary invades spaces, because he twists what the Father says in order to gain entry. Now, in the original body of believers, in the ecclesia, okay, they had communities, which we're going back to. They had communities. And people didn't just enter those communities. Do you think that the people that were coming to lay their offering down at the feet of the apostle, those things were just being given out to everybody, anybody? No. Those things were being given to the household of faith. I'm going to mute you for 1 second, Apostle, because it's doing some kind of feedback loop thing. Okay, yeah, I can hear. But did you hear the difference? I don't know why it's doing that. That's weird, because I really like for y'all to communicate while I'm talking. I love that. Because I can't help but do that while y'all talking. But this thing was contaminated and it was twisted, and now people are trying to shove another idea down our throat. But the reality is that if we do it the way that Yah instituted it to be done, if we do it that way, then there is protection in the body, and it's not subject, it's not in a place of compromise to be infected. But now we've got it set up where people can infect the body, right? They can infect a body of people, right? So you say that this is what you're coming together for. You say you're coming together because you want to worship Yah. Y'all want to come together corporately, but you've opened it to everybody. And then you use scriptures like what's this scripture that they use all the time? Come as you are. You know, the whole come as you are. But he's not talking about, just opening up the doors to anything and everybody, right? So what happens is now we got all these agendas with alphabets and all of this stuff that now are entering into spaces and saying, oh, you got to let us do this. And you got to let us come in because of the inclusion and all of these different things that we got going on that people are, giving all this deference to, right? And now you got a problem because now you're compromised once again, which was the issue way back in the day. I'll just go back to Constantine's era. That was the issue, him trying to prevent a kingdom from being destroyed and the infighting. So he said, we all gonna worship in the same pagan temples. Matter of fact, we'll call all the pagan statues St. Peter, St. whatever. We'll do that. Y'all will see it as that, and we see it as what it is. And let's just come on in all of these spaces and worship together, and y'all stop killing each other and stop fighting. But this is how the infiltration takes place, right? Because the enemy twists the original intent of something in order to gain access. I'm going to leave it alone. Go ahead, Apostle or Prophet.
Now, we always, not going to say we, but those that are in the church complex have been taught to include, we talked about this once before on another broadcast, this mentality, no man left behind, all inclusive, and for compromise, so that nobody be offended, nobody is upset, nobody is, you know what I'm saying? And so we allow the slight changes. What to say, they allow the slight changes, the slight this or the, oh, you love the Lord, but you still out there doing whatever you feel that goes against the word of y'all. But you know what? Let's just come on in. God gonna heal you. He gonna work it out. That's our job. We're supposed to work out our own stuff. Separate ourselves from it, turn from it. But that's not what happens. We thought, oh, you like this way? Oh, it don't matter, but you got a talent. Come on in.
Yikes.
Oh, you know all these people. Oh, yeah, come on in. You got resources. Oh, wow. And you could open the door for that. Oh, come on in.
The sellout is happening on so many levels in so many
Compromise.
Yeah.
All for the thing of not being in a position of standing on the right island. I don't want to. We can't stand over here because we won't be liked. We still dealing with childhood issues become adult problems.
Trauma, for real.
Stuff that wasn't nipped in the bud, corrected, and now we have all of these things. So they're compromised. Even in the place of worship, they're compromised. And they won't teach nothing no different.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Apostle Ace, weigh in on that last little part. We're going into our table. This is table talk, but that's where we started. But I do have something specific we need to shift to.
And I thank you for just appreciate you allowing me to come in, because I know I have to go in a little bit. And I thank you for giving me space to share. I appreciate that. But it's interesting that Prophetess Marlise was saying that, and as even in this conversation that we're having, and it's interesting because I was thinking, as she was childhood trauma and things that takes place, you allow people to come into the holies of holies, to come into that space. And yet we see, and even as I was reading in Ezekiel, Yahweh began to say, "Listen, you're going to minister to the people because you allow all this to come. You won't minister to me." Because so I'm thinking now in my spirit, here is a space of the remnant that we're talking about. Because we're looking at the church complex system. You got ministers that are now, they just minister to the people, give the people what they want. But here's the thing: I'm connecting to what Prophetess Marlise said, that you allow these people to come in. They're broken, childhood trauma. So they are adults with all this, and so now hurt people. And so you got people that's coming in the sanctuary that is hurt, and we got in our prayer. And we talk about church hurt.
That's
So
the real definition of church hurt.
Right. So you got all this trauma because you got people with their accessories, the ear gates, the eye gates, taking in all this stuff, because when we speak, but a lot of times we hear what has been said, but there's a whole lot being said that's not spoken by the Spirit, and we receive it, and so therefore hurt people over the pulpit, in their prayers, in their messages. All these things is going, and no one is getting delivered and delivered and set free, because it's the blind leading the blind. It's the hurt hurting the hurt. All of those things, and then the enemy gets it and it's already perverted, and we take this hurt and say, yeah, and so we manipulate, and people leave. They get a warm fuzzy feeling, and yet they get warm fuzzy feeling and feeling like, oh, this is so good, but you just been beat up.
I get that before I have to use the bathroom. The warm fuzzy feeling like that, you need to express yourself.
Right.
Feeling is saying something needs to be released. It's akin to what happens in sanctuaries. People crying and they're doing all these things, but they don't understand the real reason behind the tears. They're thinking it's the warm and fuzzy feeling,
Right. So it's just interesting in how the approach, and they've allowed many to come in that sacred space It said, because of your abomination, because of your selfishness, you allow this because it makes you feel good. I'm going to reduce you to serve the people in my house. But you won't be able to come and worship with me and minister to me because you doing so much about your own self. And so I see the church complex system, all these pastors and many things that's going on, they just serve the people. Because they we in other words, we ministering to the people. We're going to give the people what they want, their appetite. Because
Wasn't that a part of the curse from the beginning with the man and the woman, where the father said, "Listen, because you've done this, right? Then your desire is going to be to your husband. In other words, you're going to serve him. Y'all not going to serve me like it was here, but you're going to serve him. And even though it's going to cause you pain, even though it's going to hurt to bear a child, you're going to still. You understand what I'm saying? But thank Yah, on the other side of that is liberation. Thank Yah, on the other side of that is liberty, and we can come back into that space intimately with a mate to be able to serve Yah in the beauty of holiness. But that was a part of that verdict.
absolutely, oh my, and so I'm positioning myself to hear right now.
The other thing is when the actual solution or the answer is right before you in scripture. But the thing is, we no longer go out to make disciples. We tell them, come on in. It don't matter what you like. Even though this is a place that is supposed to renew the believer, to go out into the world, to deal with those things when they're ministering, when they're, making disciples. But we don't make disciples no more. We make idols.
That's called outreach. That's now
We don't, but we don't make disciples. They don't do no outreach. What outreach?
No, they don't.
A pamphlet ain't outreach.
No, ma'am, it's not.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, paying for some groceries ain't outreach.
No, it's not.
He said, go out and make disciples and then bring them in. Because there had to be a separation and a changing before they came in to the place called the Holy of Holies.
My.
Which is now the place that we call the place of worship. But we don't. We say the building complex is the hospital. When?
Where's that?
When? Jesus healed outside.
Ooh,
He healed outside of the intimate gathering of, of him and the disciples, which was, where does it happen? I'm the one that see. I true enough. I may speak, the basic. I may have the basic language, but the truth is,
stop that.
No, just say no. So that's what I'm saying. I have the basic language, but when I say, hey, you're supposed to go out and make disciples, not bring the enemy in.
Oh my.
Not accept the Trojan horse.
Oh God.
Not accept the wolf in sheep clothing. You know it is there.
Oh
we can't do that, but we've done it. We've compromised. We say, oh, we could change them.
That's like
but
that.
You can't.
Oh, that man ain't no good, and still tomorrow. Oh, I can change him.
But you can't. Even Jesus could only save and heal a few people in the place where he grew up. Because what? They were not receptive. Most of these folks are not receptive.
Nope.
They have the appearance of. Because they have learned the habits. They've learned how to dance the dance.
So would you say the appearance of is actually the perversion, and it's a deception?
Yes.
It's the mask.
That is one of them. Yeah. One of the biggest, I would say.
Yeah, it's the deception.
because we don't want to have small congregations. Let me say that. We don't want to have, oh, this thing of we didn't convert.
But convert according to what? You know what I
We
mean?
say the conversion is when they coming into the place of worship. Oh, that's yeah, the Lord is working with them. Yes, the Lord is changing them. No,
No, that's not
because
the
they don't think that the enemy will walk into a place of worship.
He loves that spot. He lived for that. He lives for that opportunity because of how it's established and how it's set up. It's giving him every option to.
If it was, I would say true enough. If it was set up the way it was back in the old biblical time,
Yeah.
the majority of us would not even exist right now.
Period.
They would have pulled us out.
Yep. Yep. But I mean, think about it. Even as you think about how a shepherd or shepherdess does things, you don't see everything mixed in with their flock.
No.
Their flock is their flock. And anything that compromises that flock is an invader of the flock.
Right.
Because it wasn't born into the flock. What's born into the flock is the flock. Everything else is an invader.
It's just that scenario, unfortunately, because the work has become null and not say null and void, but basically dull.
My God.
The work has become dull.
My God.
The two-edged sword is dull.
Mm. Well, we're not interested in cutting no more, so that's why we don't sharpen it, because cutting is the thing that harms people.
Well, I'm gonna say this:
cutting harms, circumcision harms. So we're no longer interested in anything that cuts, because that's going to make people run and cry. That's going to make a hit dog cry.
Listen.
Okay.
I understand. We can't offend. We're not supposed to offend. But the problem is the word will offend.
It does.
So now where does the no offense fit in when the word will offend?
It does. And it's meant to offend. It's meant to cut.
It cuts off the fat. It cuts off that thing that's not needed.
The excess.
That's it.
Apostle Ace, before you go, can you weigh in on circumcision? I need about 5 minutes.
Yeah. It's just interesting because, circumcision, when circumcision is done by the flesh and even it's about timing. Where I've been a part of 8th-day circumcisions with males. Interesting, because he says on the 8th day circumcise. And for years, because they don't do circumcision like that no more. They circumcise, but they do circumcision in the world complex system, and so they'll do circumcision maybe within that day or the next day. That's out of order, and what they don't know, they traumatizing the male child when they do that circumcision within the time that Yah has given when circumcision is supposed to take place. It's about timing. It's about the season, even to this day, because he says 8th-day circumcision. Now, it is interesting. Remember when the children of Israel, they were in the wilderness, and the remnant was born in the wilderness. They hadn't had no circumcision 40 years. So when they got ready to cross the Jordan, now here's the remnant getting ready to cross over. But they crossed over, they came out at the time of the Feast of Unleavened, during the coming to the New Year and Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Now he said, before you enter in the Feast of Unleavened Bread, we got to reintroduce physical circumcision. And so you had grown men. Grown men that now get ready to be circumcised. That's to even think about this as a grown man is frightening and painful. The thought of it. But it's interesting. When my first 8th-day circumcision with a medical doctor, I didn't do it myself, but I was a part of the conversation what took place. And I asked the doctor, I'm like, okay, about the blood. He said 8th day. That means there's going to be some slight pain. And there's going to be very little blood because after 8 days, the blood, there's a certain thing that happens within the blood, that the blood, there's not a lot of blood, and the baby doesn't feel a lot of suffering. And I'm like, oh, I don't know, I forget the medical term. But however, on the 8th day renewal, 8th day, that now we're cutting the foreskin and we're taking it off, but yet the baby is not going to be in traumatic pain because of the circumcision, because it's done at a specific time. So there's a time and place when it comes down to circumcising of the heart. There's a certain time when now we get ready to circumcise the heart, because most of the time when Yah said, I want you to with the wheat and the tare, and they said, do you want us to take it, separate now? He said, no, don't separate, because the time come, I'm going to separate. I'm going to separate, because if you separate, you can do harm to the wheat, because they look alike. You can't hardly tell the difference, but there's a time of separation. There's a time of circumcision. So understanding the spirit of circumcision. See, because we got people that we're gonna, we want to be circumcised. You got to do to cut this off, cut that off, this and that. There. Because when you look at Yeshua, he said, follow me. He didn't go to say, don't do this, don't do that. You can't follow me, this and that and the other. But the complex system way back then was circumcising out of time. Because if you didn't accept the way they did, we don't accept you. So therefore, people now coming into a system. Now, okay, in order to be accepted, I gotta come to what they want me to do, not Yah. So now I'm going to feel a whole lot of pain, because now we're going to cut this off. You can go from here. You can go to the Pharisees. You can go to the Sadducees. You can go to the hypocrites. You can, and they all have their own way. And when they begin to circumcise you according to how they want done, and it hurts, and it causes people to bleed. And that's why, and so we look at that circumcision. It's important how we begin the process of circumcision with how Yah wants it done, because you're not going to bleed and it's not going to be traumatic. You're going to feel some discomfort because you got something taken it away. But when it's done by Yah, just like you go back to in the garden, and says, now listen, because of this, you're going to feel pain. Your pain going to be greater than, and your suffering going to be greater than ever before. She had some discomfort. She had a little pain, but now it was greater because of disobedience. Because when things are done properly and right, there might be some discomfort. And so that knife, that cutting in, so it's the timing of the precise of the cutting that makes the difference on the traumatic pain and the discomfort that you have in circumcision, cutting away.
Why that's so powerful is because a lot of people don't understand. This is where the issue comes in with people that are not understanding why they're not able to fulfill something. They feel like they are unable to do all of the things that are being given them to do. But like you said, the master just said, follow me. I'm going to make you something. Follow me. I'm going to show you something. Follow me. And as you follow me, you're going to see a different way of life. But he had to get out there with them. He didn't bring them into the synagogue. He didn't take them to synagogue with him when he went there to teach. He went out there with them and made them follow him and did what the Father gave him to do and said what the Father gave him to say, and created an environment for them where they could be converted. Now they're not in the complex like, oh, well, I don't dress like that. Oh, well, I don't talk like that. Oh, well, I don't pray like that. Oh, well, all of these things, that people are struggling with. Oh, I don't understand. Well, I tried and I did well for about a week. Then I went back to you know, sleeping around. I tried and I did okay for about a week, and then I went back to smoking. It's like, you're not converted yet. You understand what I'm saying? You're not converted. And because you're sitting in this complex, now you're being given a complex that says you're not good enough, you're not worth anything, because you can't even comply with this system that's going on. But the system is set up for you to fail. It's set up for you to fail, because that gives other people the rule over you. That gives other people some place where they feel like, oh, well, you just, you know, we were talking about this the other day. Well, if you just do everything I'm telling you to do. But at some point, you got to follow so you can see how things work. And then you can become the one that is leading others to that space. The master did it with Peter. He said, listen, when you're converted, go strengthen. But you got to get converted first. Yeah, you followed me. And now that you follow me, it goes back to the word as it pertains to children, right? This word that says, listen, when I was a child, I spake as a child, I understood as a child, but when I became a man, when I became mature, I put away the childish things. It's that process. It's that process that we must undergo to get to that place of maturity. So here's where I want to switch to, and I'm glad I still got you with me. Unfinished business. We're going to have a little bit of table talk about that before we read Torah today. There's an idiom that says everything is coming up roses. It's an optimistic and positive expression. It means that everything is going well, that circumstances or outcomes are turning out favorably. The phrase is often used to convey a sense of success or positive outcome in various aspects of life, such as personal relationships, work, or other endeavors. But it suggests a period of prosperity and smooth sailing where things are flourishing and thriving. However, it all started as a seed, and that requires dirt, right? That requires dirt. So when I woke up this morning, there was this image on Facebook, and I don't know where it came from. I don't know if somebody commented on it this morning, and that's why it popped up for me. But it was the very first thing I saw on Facebook was this image. And it was an image of myself and many other people that I was connected to in another season of my life, in my youth, in my teen years when I sung with a community choir back in the day. And so I had that picture. I put that picture up. And as I clicked on the little arrow, it took me back through a whole litany of pictures. I was like, oh my God, like, how did I get here? Right? But I kept on scrolling. Some pictures I was happy about, and some pictures I wanted to delete. Some pictures I wanted to change who I was with, or you know what I'm saying? And that wasn't possible, right? But all of these things are necessary for us to identify the path that we've taken, the way that the Father has taken us, and to understand that it was not for naught that we went the way that we went. Here's the word that he gave me. The dirt of life is the catalyst to our growth in life. The dirt of life is the catalyst to our growth in life. Do you know you can't grow nothing without dirt unless you do it with water? And all of these other elements that we do it thereby, you know, the natural way of growing is by the means of dirt. But even if you're dealing with other things like water, right, and other mediums, it still can be very messy, and it still can be very challenging, because if you don't put the right nutrients in the water system that you're using to grow, because we're talking about hydroponics now, you don't put the right nutrients in that system, you're going to kill the plants. So it still requires that you understand that some other things have to be done before you see the growth. So it's still a process of growth, right? So I'm looking at these things, and I'm like, wow, this is a lot of history here. Go ahead, Prophet.
You know, as you were talking, I could see like an orange with the seed in it, right? And you want to capture this. The seed has to be brought out of the environment that it's in, to be placed in that dirt, to eventually to become what it's destined to become. Problem is, we don't take the seed out of the fruit. We just basically leave them in the environment that they're in and place the whole thing in the dirt and say, yep, we're going to let the Lord work with that. Now, we do know that mold, mildew can, true enough, decay that fruit, that orange. I'm using an orange an example, but it also can affect the seed.
Yes.
So what could be a fully developed sprout, a fully developed seedling, a fully developed tree, and a fully developed tree bearing good fruit, now you have delayed growth because of mold, obscured growth, and as it gets to be a full tree to bear, it doesn't bear the correct fruit in its totality. So you
Right.
may have some branches that are yield good fruit, and then other branches, the fruit is what? Messed up,
Tainted. Yeah.
not good.
Mm-hmm.
When that whole tree is supposed to be full of good fruit, it is supposed to be complete and whole,
But that
well,
requires separation in order to
healed,
do that.
right. But the separation doesn't take place. We no longer separate.
Yeah.
We say we're going to take your environment, your concept, your way of living, all of these things, and we're going to bring it in, and then we're going to say, Lord, change them.
Mm.
We
Mm.
don't make a requirement for them to do their part. We don't make a requirement, hey, because of this
This is
has
the
to
way,
be
like,
different.
this is the way, follow it. This
That's
is
it.
the way, follow it. And once you follow it, you'll see that there's
And it,
something
and
different.
it doesn't take sugarcoating.
It doesn't.
Because
Mm-mm.
if you think about how many people in strange places, in peculiar places, let us say that, like prisons, and all of a sudden they over time, just from their personal searching with the rawness of change, the rawness of being circumcised, they accept it,
Yeah.
give up everything, transform, change, and now some of them even change their name,
Yeah. They do.
and they're okay with that,
Yeah.
and they were committed to that. But
But guess what
then,
it took? But guess what it took? It took that dirt of their life,
oh
took it
yeah, but
out.
the thing is, the environment that they were in
Mm-hmm.
was broken off of them.
Yeah.
The thing that they were dealing with was broken. So basically, and they also helped in assisting in that portion, because if the if the seed is not willing, the growth won't happen.
Right. But here's the thing too. So the seed has everything in it that it needs, right? So if we're referring to people as seeds, then we have to identify the person that's supposed to be seeding them
Hmm.
for them to become the seed that has everything it needs to make the growth a possibility. You understand what I'm saying? I just wanted to break that down so people would understand. We're not a seed in and of ourselves. Go ahead, Apostle Ace. I know you got something you want to say. We are a seed, but there's something that needs to be given to decide what kind of seed we are. That's what I want to say. Go ahead, Apostle.
Prophetess Malise, that's a good illustration, and
It
it
is.
expression to a truth. But seed planting, as you described, is intimacy. A seed going into
Relational. Absolutely.
its intimacy. And interesting is you use the orange, because the orange, if you put the whole orange in, what would take place if it's not circumcised? The peeling to take the
Come on
seed out,
now.
to take the
Boom.
Yep.
seed out, to go into the dirt, into the body. Because if not, what's going to take place, as you say, now it's interesting that if it's not circumcised, because the environment that it goes in will, because there is mold and mildew, because it's not circumcised, now the environment is unhealthy.
Come on.
So when it goes into the ground, yes, it's going to decay. It's just like certain meat, beef and pork. It has, in order for it to digest, it has to rot on the inside of you.
Come on.
So there's a process of certain things when this go into the body, and if it's not properly, if it's not right, then it begin to toxify in the body, in the dirt. So it's interesting that you got this orange without circumcision. And so now, but the orange is going to rot based upon now, if the seed is in an environment of germination in the dirt, this orange, and that's in a cocoon that can't come out. But when it rots, it's going to decay everything away. But yet it's going to produce. What it's going to produce is what the environment has been. What has been given to it in its environment: mold, mildew. Because now, so now absolute issues. So when the seed goes into the body, and if there's no circumcision, and if there's a man that does not a male that has not been circumcised at the time of birth, what's going to take place, that now that male, now that seed that would go in, the seed is going into the body, and yet there is toxin because there's no circumcision. So and so now what comes out of that, a lot of people don't see it, but then what comes out of that seed going in, we're going to see the results. We'll see the results. We may not see it right away, but understand it will come up. It will come up and out. And so they'll say, ooh, why is it like this? Why is it like it's deformed on the outside, but when you open it up and say, oh, wait a minute, there's some problems. And so therefore all these issues begin to show up and show out based upon the intimacy of planting a seed into the dirt.
With uncircumcision. Oh my God.
So now you bring in something that is uncircumcised in a place that is holy.
Oh, come on, there we go again. We in that space.
So let's go there with that, because here it is. We think we can command what God is supposed to do. We're gonna tell him. We're gonna bring him in. And Lord gonna heal you. We're gonna speak for him in a way that is amiss.
My God. My God.
Because it's not just him healing, it's you doing as well.
Yeah.
You having a thirst to do differently, for change, for doing what's right, to giving up the things you're not, those things that you've been doing that you should not have been doing.
Mm-hmm.
Especially coming into the knowledge, you're supposed to want to share it all.
Yeah. Yeah.
For the healing, right?
That's right. That's right. But you have to have heard something to want to walk in the healing of something.
That's the part of making disciples.
Yeah, that's the making disciples part. So look, it looks like we're going in that direction for the duration of the day. It looks like this is the direction, but I wanna express a perspective this morning in our table talk that blends spiritual and personal development. Okay. And this is what we're doing this morning. I want to emphasize the idea that our life experiences, both positive, what we see as positives and negatives, contribute to a larger divine plan, a bigger picture. Okay. So when I go back to this idea of I was sitting and seeing this whole, absolutely love you, brother. I know you got to cut out of here. We love you and we appreciate you. Blessings and shalom to you.
Yes, blessings and shalom.
So when we're looking at this, our life experiences, there's this idea that some things are positive and some things are negative. We don't understand the bigger picture though, right? It contributes to a larger plan. And so when I was looking at this picture that popped up, and I mean, it was just the picture. It was just the image. And I was like, what is this? This is different. And I was just kind of acknowledging the picture. Oh, I remember this, still trying to figure out whose baby I was holding, because it's always the children for me, always got somebody's child. And even in my sleep, I'm somebody's child, right? And so I just started clicking the arrow, and I'm going back through the history of things. And I'm like, ooh, like I said, some things I wanted to delete, some things I wanted to change who I was with, just different things. But of course, those things are aged, so you don't have the ability to do that. But what I was gathering from that was the larger divine plan of Yah. That's where this conversation about unfinished business came up. And so I was wondering yesterday, well, Father, what do you want to talk about tomorrow for Table Talk, as it pertains to the PARASHA, as it pertains to the Torah reading for the day. And he didn't say anything until this morning, till I saw that picture. And so I want to highlight the importance of maturity, okay? And how maturity lends us to this place of understanding and navigating life's challenges, as well as the idea that everything in life serves a purpose in the greater scheme of things, in the grander scheme of things, because a lot of times we like to separate things out and say, well, this is good, that's negative. Not understanding, in maturity, we understand that all things work for the good of them, right? All of those things that we dealt with, whether we deemed them positive or negative, become our slave or our tributaries in another season. They work for us. They work for our good. They work for the good of our outcomes, all of that, right? So here's the thing. Let me go back here. Here's the thing. Yah has a plan for every son, right? And the plan requires a journey. The plan requires a journey, and you have to look at things from this perspective, because to look at it any other way is going to cause a problem for you. It's going to cause a contradiction, okay? Even when we look at the story of Yaakov, we look at the story of Jacob, we look at the story of many of the sons of another era, another age, even as it pertains to the children of Israel. I remember another season where I was really agitated with Israel. I'm like, why they act like that? Why they do this? Why they do that? Because it's a journey. There's something that's a part of a journey, right? And even though that first batch did not go in, that's still a part of a journey. It still is a story. It's his story. And Joshua or Yeshua was able to give his story to the children that came out of them, and they were able to enter, although they were not able to maintain it. Okay, so there are all of these dynamics that are for our learning. So we've got to learn from those things, because he has a plan for the life of every son. That journey is according to when we were born and the family we were naturally born into. It's all a part of the purpose. It all has purpose. You may not feel that way based on what your situations were and about, how you were dealt with and whatever traumas you have as a child, but it was all divinely purposeful. And divine purpose does not often match the religious indoctrination of men, because we were talking about how things look in the religious or church industrial complex. And you are aware only of what's been told you, not what you intimately know. Even when people read the scripture, they read what they were told to know and not getting revelation. They're not taught to be relational with Yah and allow the Holy Spirit to give them revelation. So when they hear revelation, they often cast it off as heresy, because what they've heard or what they've been told to believe, that's what they've been practicing for so long. Okay. So, life doesn't always line up with those indoctrinations that we had. So much of the indoctrination that men have been given is absolutely opposite of how Yah actually does things, right? And we talked about this when we talked about the story of Yaakov. We talked about Rahab. We talked about various different things, and what the indoctrination of the industrial complex of religion overall details is they say that this is a lie. This is a lie, and this is a lie. Okay, well, Rahab became a part of the lineage of the Mashiach based on what they call a lie. So that cannot be the way that the Father views things, but he gives definition to how he views a thing. And he says this in the scripture as it pertains to sons of Yah. He says, lie not one to another. That means we have a responsibility to identify other sons. That's why we know people by the Spirit and not by their natural physical outsides. You know, we got to know them by spirit, because I have to be able to identify you as a brother or an enemy or a friend or a foe, whatever it is. I need to be able to identify you. And sometimes that only happens by connecting or getting into these relationships. So people think that it's some kind of magic or woo-woo, you know, oh, well, I automatically discern. No, because you're relational, you're going to step into situations to relate. And you're going to learn from those situations. So you're not going to say, well, I ain't never just going to step into. No, there are going to be things that the Father says, no, you're going to need to step into that to see it. You don't see everything from the outside. You know, some things you have to step into to realize what's going on. And once you realize it, then you know it. You know it by the spirit of it, not just by what it says, but by the spirit of what it is. You understand what I'm saying? So this is important. We're going to go on this journey about unfinished business. There is so much of the indoctrination that men have been given, and it's absolutely opposite of how Yah does things. So man, under this brainwashing of the religious and church industrial complex, sees life often, they want to see life as honey and daffodils. Yet life is more like what looks like tar and stones, or maybe tar and timbers, you know. But here's the beauty of the secondary view. In maturity, we understand the use of and the place of all of the above. In maturity, I understand the reason for the fall preserves me for the absolute timing of Yah that he has in mind for a thing to be accomplished in me and in the earth. Daniel said it like this: some of the wise will fall, but it's for a time of them rising. I'm going to pull it up real quick. I want to read this scripture to you. I want to read it to you because I think it's such a powerful verse. Such a powerful verse.
Apostle.
Yes.
Now, you know, a lot of what takes place now as it pertains to, you know, the circumcision, the education,
Yes.
the rendering of knowledge. We want it to be convenient
There you go.
for our timeline.
Mm-hmm.
That is one of the reasons why uh, Jesus told the rich man to sell what he had.
You got to sell it because you got to follow me so you can learn something. You don't know
That's
nothing.
why the one that was used to being a part of the cliques and the groups, he said, follow me. He said, no, but I have to first allow me to bury my family. And he
Oh,
said, let the dead bury their dead.
yeah.
That I got to be included with everybody. I got to be, you know, associated with this, or I got to have friends over here.
Oh, my.
I can't just abruptly leave because I got to let them know something.
Mm-mm.
Well, they have a department. Oh, I know I ain't supposed to be doing that, but hey, let me go do this real quick.
Mm-mm.
We allow them to hold on. The Lord tells us, hey, listen, choose life. But we don't tell people to choose life and
Yeah.
show them what that is. What we
Yeah.
say is, the Lord will change you. Just give it to the Lord.
All of these one-offs that don't mean
Hold
anything.
on, you give it to the Lord.
Okay. How do you even do that?
Hold on, why are we giving it to the Lord? We're gonna place it at His feet. Yeah, I know the scripture that says this: "Come unto me, all ye that are heavy laden, and I give you rest." Right, Lord, you give me the peace. But now the thing about it is, you first got to want the peace,
Come on. Come on. And how do we get
and
to
you have to
peace?
search it. You have to
How do
search it
we get
out.
to peace? Isaiah 26, I believe it says, I will keep him in perfect peace whose mind is stayed on me
Stayed. That's
because
it.
he trusts in me.
Me. There you go.
Okay.
So now, so these are the things, and we got people talking about, well, you know, she my peace or he my peace. He completes me. Who really? And
Mhm.
we allow those things to be said, and that's world ideology.
Listen, immaturity, I understand the reason for the fall, right? We have clarity, prophet. We have understanding of things, and we're not just rattling off things. We're not just saying things because that's what we've been indoctrinated to say, right? Here's what Daniel said. Some of the wise will fall. Some of them of understanding shall fall, to try them and to purge and to make them white, even to the time of the end, because it is yet for a time appointed. Do you know that the twists and turns of life are all about you getting to an appointed time? If you saw that way, you would think about life a little differently, right? Because in maturity, I understand the reason for the fall now, and it preserves me for the absolute timing of Yah. He has a time in mind. Remember, we were talking about the circumcision, and the timing of Yah says 8 days, and he has a reason for why he says 8 days, right? In that timing of Yah, in his mind, in that particular timing, something is going to be accomplished in me and in the earth. And when I understand the use of tar or pitch and the stones or the timber, I can prophetically see that Yah is building something. These are building materials. You see this? After the building of the thing, that garden can actually come. But the first order of business is the framework, the building, the structure of something. See the Father in the beginning and then see the garden, because he began to declare some things and put some things in order. He began to frame the work before he began to put more work into it. He put the garden in after he framed everything. See the garden and then look at your life. The thing that I love the most about this experience called life in Yah is that he doesn't waste anything. None of our experience, whether desirable or undesirable, are wasted. It all at some point becomes a slave to our divine purpose. That is how it works for sons, at least. Yah even takes us back to people, places, and things, whether naturally or in our minds, to retrieve our inheritance from those places. Because too often we've left places in haste. We needed to leave in that moment. In maturity, we understand who we are, Siyako, and the truth is people knew or know who we are, yet they didn't choose to honor it, just reaping the benefits without any thought of giving honor. And that's a lot of times how people work. They give honor to whom they want to give honor to. They'll shortchange you or dilute you. And you know what? When you're humble, it doesn't matter, because the Father has the last say in those matters. But my thing is, if you give honor in these places, that means you think of honor as needing to be given. But why would you not give honor in all of the places where honor is due? You would pick and choose. Why? Because that's the thought of people. That's how they work. And this is how Laban worked, right? All of the things that were being done in his space, because Yaakov showed up. Now things are being blessed, things are flourishing, and you're still not going to give no honor to that. You want to still make this thing subservient or a slave to you because it's in your space, right? So here we go. People know, but why Abba makes us go back to things and through things is not always because we've done something wrong. There is simply unfinished business. Somebody put unfinished business.
Come on now.
In the chat section. Yah's purposes will always be fulfilled. And he has these spaces and places and people and things he takes us back to for the sake of reminding us that he's ready to finish something. There is unfinished business. You've got to retrieve some things. You've got to gather some things. You've got to go back and take your piece, and you've got to get your inheritance. It is what it is. Okay? And I love that he used that metaphorical use of the tar and the stones or the timber as building materials to suggest that even seemingly difficult or challenging experiences are crucial components in constructing something meaningful. The concept of going back to retrieve peace and unfinished business resonates with the idea that closure and resolution are important aspects of personal growth. And when I say closure, a lot of people take that and run with it into another direction. I'm not saying you got to get them to apologize. You need closure. And if they don't apologize, you don't have closure. No, I'm saying it's something in you that he's working on. There's a closure that's happening in you with or without external influences. Okay? He's taking you back to that so you can close a chapter. So you can see it in maturity as he saw it from the beginning and accept what it is, the way that it is, and say, this is what's going to be my slave. to help me get to the place that I'm going. Now these were stumbling blocks. Now they're stepping stones. You understand what I'm saying? Prophet, you can share. Unfinished business.
Unfinished business.
Unfinished business. We're going to see that in the Torah portion today.
You know, a lot of people pause what they're supposed to do just to be a part of something, to be accepted. And, you know, while we were talking about the planting, you know, the nursing is what happens on the inside after the seed is taken out of the environment, after the circumcision. But if the house is not right, the seed still can't grow correctly. If the house don't have the nourishment, and I'm gonna say it like, if the ground and the soil don't have nourishment, the proper nourishment, that seed may not never grow, or it may grow a little, but then it'll die off. The roots may not be strong enough. The tree may have defects because of being malnutritioned or not nurtured in the way it's supposed. Or matter of fact, it can be plucked up by a crow or another bird if it's not deep enough.
That's it.
If there is no covering, no full covering or protection.
Yes.
The house serves a purpose, but the house has to be what? Right.
It has to be uncontaminated. It has to be pure. Yeah.
So we still have to understand that in order to bring people in or to accept, the house still has to be right. There should be a relationship so great that if one entered in wrong, wrong has to fall off immediately.
But the point is, they're not supposed to be entering in like that.
I understand. But if one tried to, and I'm saying not by invitation, you have folks that just wander in. You know what I'm talking about.
But the wandering in is a result of how things are established.
I understand.
Yeah, it's a result of how things are set up. So the wandering in or the creeping in is actually more so an identifying the breach of a situation.
Exactly. But even if there is a minor breach, and I'm gonna say minor, and I'm giving benefit, minor breach, that what's further in the house will propel that. It will repel it. It will push it back. It will subdue it.
Yeah.
It will start to be circumcised immediately because that is illegally trespassing.
But it's going to hurt if it's circumcised immediately. And we just built a whole case for that.
I understand. I know we just did. But you got to, sometimes the enemy that travels with, sometimes you have a seed that has another seed on it, but the other seed ain't fully grown, you can cut that off. Or a seed that's been cut when opening the orange. I'm going to go back to the orange. You can take that seed and it still can grow. You have to do it a little differently, but it will grow. Even though the seed has been split in half. Because there's still a heart there. The heart of the seed. There's still part, as long as it's still a part of the heart of the seed can go, it can propagate, it can grow. In the right environment. So let's say, it could be taken off. Yeah, because certain spirits should not be able to enter into the place of worship. The relationship with Yah is supposed to be so great among the masses that it doesn't or it cannot enter in.
Amongst the believer?
Yes.
The body of believers?
Yes.
Mhm. Yes, Lord. I just want you guys to take an introspective journey, because a lot of times when things are being brought up from the past, people want to kind of shake it, you know, or they want to kind of cast it off. They don't want to. They don't want to deal with it because there's a level of trauma that's happened there that they don't want to reopen. But the purpose of the reopening of that thing, or the revisiting of that thing, is for the purpose of handling unfinished business. You know, being circumcised in the matter, being purified in the matter, and uh, recognizing what a thing actually was and the purpose of it now. How is the Father going to use this to cause me to flourish? This is that dirt I was talking about in the beginning. You know, those things that we've endured in life is the dirt of life. That's the catalyst to the growth in life. You understand? So this is important as we go into the Torah portion today, because there are things that are unfolding in the Torah portion today that if we're not careful, our perspective will be what our perspective is, just because we were told that that was our perspective, but not because we have the revelation of what's actually written. Because again, we go back to triggers, these trigger words. If you hear deception, you automatically, oh, it's bad. No, but I can deceive an enemy. Okay? Does that make it bad because I deceived my enemy? No, my enemy needs to stay deceived. You want the adversary to know all of your ins and outs, all of your business. If the adversary was in real time, right? Like Wile E. Coyote, I often refer to the enemy as Wile E. Coyote. You want him to know all your whereabouts? You want him to know the systems, the secrets of your systems? No, you're going to deceive him. He's going to be deceived by your movement. He thinks he can catch you, but he doesn't understand the system of your movement. So because he doesn't have the secret of that system, he can't catch you. He's deceived. We hear these kinds of words and we automatically think, oh, that's bad. That's not good. No, but there's a need to deceive an enemy. There's a need to keep your adversary in the dark. And the word tell us, don't let your left hand know what your right hand is doing. There are times when you don't say all, Prophet Marlies, you'll understand this. We were dealing with something maybe the other day, and you were like, wait, let's exit from here and go over here, because why? Because you something's gonna be secret. You're not gonna lay everything out for your adversary. You understand? You're gonna cover some things, and not giving full disclosure is a form of deception. But disclosure is not for everybody. Full disclosure is relational. How I relate with you is going to determine what I share with you. You understand what I'm saying? So we're going to look at some perspectives on life, like shifting beyond conventional viewpoints. How to recognize the subtle cues and divine guidance in life's experiences. This is going to definitely challenge religious indoctrinations, because questioning established doctrines is going to be necessary in order for you to get to the revelation that the Father is giving you. If you only read what you've been told, then you'll never read what's written. Embracing a more personalized and experiential connection with Yah. That's got to be something that you long for. The role that maturity plays in how we view things. Understanding that maturity as a lens for deeper comprehension is necessary. Recognizing life's experience as building blocks for personal and spiritual growth instead of issues or objections. And being able to see it from the bigger picture and understanding that the Father desires a thing to be finished. We've got to be finishers, because divine purpose is ever unfolding. There was another phrase that came up to me this morning, Prophet Marlies, And I guess you guys are probably aware, anybody that's old enough to know this knows this. Okay. There's an idiom that was given like early. This was way before I was born, but the idiom's phrase expressed this. Well, I've dealt with the everything is coming up roses. That's one thing. But then there was another thing, and it was more like a poem. Mary, Mary, quite contrary. How does your garden grow? Anybody remember that?
Yes.
Yeah, there are all these things. You know, it's a lot of things in life that express different viewpoints of Yah. And if you're aware or familiar with things, then you can begin to put things together, because the Father speaks through all kinds of things. We've been talking about those spiritual special purpose vehicles, right? Those ways that Yah that communicates things to us, right? But this thing, Mary, Mary, quite contrary, gives us the twists and the turns of life. Her name is called twice for making a point. How I saw, you know how you say, like if I talked about my grandson, if I would name one of my grandsons, I would say Carter. You know, like it's almost like a shaking of the head, almost as in a, I'm not quite fully convinced of how you're moving right now. I might even be disappointed. Then it is noticed the contrariness or the contradiction in the growing process and what she's growing. It expresses the need for her to make up her mind about something. The contrary is a need to make up one's mind. How are you going to grow this thing? What is it going to look like? But only in maturity are we able to identify the contradictions. Prophet, you familiar with that?
Yes. You know, the contrariness, indecisiveness, or a matter of fact, decision of compromise.
Mm.
Oh yeah, I could tolerate that. Yeah, I'll marry him. I can tolerate that. That's not so bad.
That's not a deal breaker.
That's not a deal breaker, even though it goes against some of the things that we deal with or that I believe. But you know what? That's not a deal breaker. The Lord going to convert him.
Mm. When you really need to be converted, so that you don't choose that, so that you don't
Hmm.
accept that.
Yeah, same
Okay.
thing for the male. Well, she got a little issues of problem, but now you want to be Superman. You want to be, you know, superhero because you feel like you could mold and make and change it, which should be some as far as teaching. But if they're comfortable where they at,
They're comfortable in compromise. How you accept
there
the
you go. You
to
can't compromise yourself.
mm-mm.
Oh, they butt head with my mom and dad, but my mom and dad don't understand them. I know them better.
Mm.
No,
Mm.
you see in the truth, but you don't want to accept it.
My God.
Or better yet, I always get interrupted. They know it's my prayer time, but they always want to interrupt me. And all of a sudden, I'll say, tell folks, hold on, because they knocking on the door. I'll stop in mid-prayer to pacify what is sent to be a distraction.
My God. My God. Listen, if this is those contradictions, those things, we have to have some things established in areas in order to overturn the contradictions or the contrariness. Going back to this Mary Mary thing, I want to kind of just expound upon it a little bit more, because the quite contrary, the Mary Mary quite contrary, adds a layer of complexity. It also introduces the idea of twists and turns in life, and it's an area that most people don't want to deal with. We don't like the twists and the turns. It's because we don't understand. But these are things that should be taught to our children while they're young. And how do we teach those kind of things? Not giving them everything they want and helping them identify with things that it takes maturity for these areas. I used to talk about these devices all the time. People that are on here that have been with me for some time. I used to talk about them all the time, especially when it became a thing for people buying their children all these devices, right? And I used to say all the time, you got to take those devices out of their hands. Well, what am I dealing with? They need to be aware of the device, but how you introduce the device and the maturity level that they're on in the introduction of the device matters. Because what I would give a child in maturity, the space and time I would give them in maturity is not what I would give them in immaturity. So you are actually allowing them to form their own ideas and their own opinions about devices. Instead of teaching them, okay, you have this much time on this device. Let's sit down and let's learn our alphabet. You're showing them that this is a part of the age that we live in. Technology is a part of the age that we live in. You understand? But I'm going to show you, just like television is a part of the age that we live in, but I'm going to show you how to utilize these things. I'm going to show you how not to become a consumer, okay, of this thing. I'm going to show you how to be a contractor. Matter of fact, I might even give you some things that teach you how to code at a young age so that you become more interested in creating apps or creating games than just playing them, because you see a different perspective. But people weren't doing that. They were just handing children devices, right? And just walking away. Like this was now the new babysitter. Not understanding it's all kinds of stuff on those devices. I remember certain seasons that we went through where the enemy was presenting certain things. I wish I could find the face of that thing, but he was putting images out there for the young people that were conveying a message. He did it several times. These specific images, specific faces, specific, creatures, or, that he put on the internet, and these things would pop up on the screens and the children would be horrified. Why were they popping up? Because it was to incite a message of fear. It was to release a power or a spiritual seed. And you didn't know it because you weren't watching. You were on the phone or doing whatever it was you felt like you needed to do, and they were sitting there with this device in their hand. Right? Because in immaturity, we're not able to process the things that we need to process, and we don't need to be left to ourselves to make determination as an immature person about what things are. We need to be given definitions. And so this is why the word discusses that we should train up a child in the way that he should go, and when he's old, he won't depart. A lot of people think that absolutely he was prompting the youth to commit suicide. He absolutely was. So even in this unfinished business, there are some things that the Father's reminding many of the parents about today. I hadn't planned to go this way in this conversation, but there's some things that he's reminding parents of in this season, and you're going to have to go back and you're going to have to make some of those things right. You're going to have to correct those things. You're going to have to apologize to your children and say, there's an area or season in my ignorance where I did not understand what I had handed you. And because I handed you this device without supervision, now you form some ideologies and some concepts that are actually not true. And I want to go back, and I want to go back through these things and deal with these things individually. Because you know what you're doing? You're going back and you're dealing with the unfinished business. You're going back and you're taking back the territory. You're going back and you're retrieving inheritance. So this thing goes in a whole lot of different directions. So praise y'all for taking me that way, because I hadn't considered that. I'm like, where are we going? Why are we talking about this? But that makes sense. Okay. So in the Mary, quite contrary, there's a disappointment that suggests a sense of reflection or contemplation on the contradictory nature of life's journey. And it can look contradictory, but understand the Father has a plan for every single thing. I told you I'm going back through those pictures. Some things I wanted to delete, some things I wanted to take out who I was with. You understand? All of these different things, but the Father said, don't touch nothing. No, it's not about you changing it on here. It's about you recalling it to retrieve yourself, your inheritance from that thing. Okay? It's about you going back to that thing and retrieving what rightfully belongs to you. You understand what I'm saying? So the phrase make up her mind implies a need, because I said she didn't have a thing there. It's a thing there where she wasn't making up her mind. There's a contradiction, implies a need for resolution and decision making amidst the twists and turns. And this is when we get into this place of maturity. Like I'm saying, I'm looking at these pictures. There are resolutions that we come to. There are decisions that we have to make right in the midst of those twists and turns. Just looking back at it, we got to make decisions about it. You know, I share this with young people all the time, especially young women, because they get into this space about, oh, that person broke my heart. No, you broke your own heart. You saw all those red flags. You just didn't know what to do with them. And this goes back to that teaching situation, Prophet Marlise, because until I have learned what I'm supposed to do concerning relationships, I don't know the decisions I should make when I'm approached with that.
There you go.
Doesn't matter how old you are, what your age is. If you've not been trained to make relational decisions, you're going to make the wrong ones. Just understand that the Father knows how to make all of that a slave in your future to work out for your good, right? But you've got to take your peace back from those situations. You got to come out of the mindset of I failed. No, it was purposeful because you didn't know. So the purpose of that thing was for the purpose of a future engagement, future conversations, even with your children or your children's children or other people's children. Somebody has to stand up and begin to have the conversation so that generations don't continue down the same path. You understand what I'm saying? Unfinished business.
Unfinished business.
We got to deal with these things. We have to. Prophet, you can share on that.
You know, a lot of times we want to do just enough to get by. Huh. You know, it's funny. I the song "Living Just Enough for the City."
Yes, yes.
A lot of us are doing just enough, and we don't understand that we can't risk our salvation by the hair of our chinny chin chin.
Oh my God.
We want to have that little hair to squeeze in just to get by. When we know we can do better. That's just like somebody say, I graduated. And they graduated, but they didn't put in the work the right way. Where they could have graduated valedictorian. Instead, they graduated with being the low 5% or 10%, you know, the low end of the graduating class.
Graduating class, yeah.
Yeah. With the lower scores, with the lowest grade. I got it, or I did it. And we compromise. We say, oh, yeah, because it's good that it's got the victory of it. But now, let us see where we could have did this differently. Because we're not the tail.
Well, based on life's experiences, if I eke by in those lowest possible percentages, then that's what I'm going to do. And that's what I do in life.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So as long as I'm going to attribute that to every area of my life now. As long as I just eke by in this situation, then I'm going to do that in relationships. I'm going to do that in business. I'm going to do that in every area.
Okay.
Because how you start a thing is how you end a thing.
Exactly.
Okay. My God.
Exactly. Unless you got intervention, if you're going in the wrong direction.
Yeah. And an intervention could come in that moment, or it could have come by your training, you know, because when we go back to the train up a child piece, it doesn't mean that they won't stray, which is where people get lost. Parents get lost in that place. When children go off the Richter scales, they, oh my God.
My Lord.
What did you give them? Well, did you give them something? Okay, so if you gave them what they needed, to the best of your ability, right? To the best of your knowledge at that time, you gave them something that was a worthy path. Then when they get mature enough, they will come back to that path. I promise you they will. Because they'll realize you were right. You don't have to fight for, I was right. I'm right. I'm the parent. No. Keep them in prayer. Let them do what they need to do as adults. You know, let them do what they need to do, because baby, they will return. I promise you. When I tell you my value has gone through the roof in this season, all right? My children are adults and they arguing over where I'm gonna be, who I'm gonna be with, because who need help the most, and you know what I'm saying? We're in another season, you know, people were just doing their thing. They acknowledge some things. Yeah, Ma, you right, but you know, but now it's like, no, this is a priority. One of my daughters will tell you, Mom is never wrong about relationships. Never. I listen to Mom when it comes to relationships. I don't care what nobody else doing. Y'all can play the fool if you want to, but I'm gonna tell you right now, if it came out of Mom's mouth, it's manifested. It is what it is. She's not gonna just say something. But you know what that comes from? It comes from my experience. It comes from those twists and turns that I now have revelation about, that now I can prevent future generations from having to go through that same. I've already been through it. You don't have to do it. You know? You don't have to do it. Absolutely. It's just your presence in their life and setting the example, right? So even with me, there were things I had to go back to and say, listen, I don't think that I showed you the right thing on this. You know what I'm saying? I was telling you the right thing, but how my life was set up, it was undergoing processes or different twists and turns based on my knowledge at the time, based on my lack of knowledge at the time. You understand? So why I'm presenting what I'm presenting to you is because you have what I didn't have. And that's a voice that could tell you, or that was willing to tell you and willing to have the conversations regarding the elephants in the room and all of that. You know?
Yeah.
Because now business has to be finished.
That's it.
You know? And it happens in that time when maturity is coming around, you know, and you say, okay, let's go back to this. Now let's relook at this, because I want to show you where I was and how I was. Okay. And so now you can measure up. You can look at your life and begin to weigh some things. I've seen it happen in my oldest daughter, and I've seen it happen in my children, period. I've seen it. They're weighing things. They're like, oh my God, Mom. Okay. So when I said this, excuse me, I apologize, because I was ignorant of the fact of what you was actually dealing with. Now I'm dealing with what you was dealing with. And I'm like, whoa, okay, this is different. I could see how this could affect some outcomes. I could see how this could affect decision making. I could see that. Like, no trip, my bad, Mom. Apologies. I'm sorry. I felt some kind of way, but now I'm really feeling some kind of way. How I'm feeling right now is that I'm ignorant, you know, because I said all of that in ignorance. I had no clue of what this really was in reality. I was simply I was simply believing what I was told to believe about things, not believing what I saw, not believing what it was. Right? So, Prophet, you got anything else you want to share in that way? I just wanted to bring those two things to you guys' attention, because I believe it's going to prime you and make you ready for what we're about to read today. And I think it's going to help you see things a little differently, because the scripture is so practical. You know, it's not just for story time. You know, it's a practical word for everyday life. It really is. And so I'm using everyday scenarios for you to see that the Father has communicated a lot of things. There's a lot of things you can see and connect the dots with so many things just because you have a word in your belly. You've read the word, and it gives Holy Spirit something to work with, because inspiration doesn't just come and knock you upside the head. It comes because you're well read. It comes because you have delved into some subjects. Okay, you're aware of culture. You're aware of a lot of different things, and so that's what makes revelation even more fortified in the Son, because they're well read. They've seen and heard some things, and they've experienced some things that make the word very alive, and not just something that's just on a page. It's just literary, you know, words. Okay. Prophet, you want to share something before we dive into Torah this morning?
No, go ahead on.
Okay.
Go ahead on. We can proceed. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Y'all okay in the chat? Y'all okay in the chat? Give me a 5. Give me a 5 if you're okay in the chat. Blessings to all those that are coming in. I see a 7, but I only see a few conversations here. But I appreciate you being here with me this morning. And if you have not liked the video on YouTube, go ahead and like the video as we're shifting over into our Torah portion for the day. Table Talk was amazing this morning, wasn't it? Did we enjoy Table Talk?
Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Ah, my God. Did we enjoy the Table Talk? Come on now. Table Talk was amazing. Yes, it was. Torah today is a time of mysteries being revealed, revelations, being told, answers received, and progress and elevation. I really, what promotion and elevation over progress. Promotion and elevation, I think, is the key here. And it is a place where these things are granted to sons. And I believe this is why the Father calls us to this space, because he wants to release a seed to us, a seed of his word that will position us, for our future. And so I love Torah. I love the first 5 books of the Bible. I love the Psalms and the prophets. This is scripture. Pseudegraphe, that's what scripture actually is. So when I say we're reading the scripture, then that's what we are reading, the first 5 books of the Bible, the Psalms or the prophets. That's what's considered scripture, because that's what they had in the New Testament. They didn't have what we have now, right? What we have now is a culmination of all of the writings that were a part of what came out of that era and what was before, And then we have all of these other books that were like the New Testament, expressions and stories that were given for our reflection. When I say stories, I don't mean something that was made up, because you do have parables. I'm not dealing with that. I'm dealing with conversations from people's life experience that give us something to look at. So we're going to delve into Torah today and identify the revelations and the mysteries. And I love it because it even allows us to decode supernal equations in the layers of what the Father is talking about. And that's one of the reasons why you see the layer, this overlay, like it is. You see those equations and all that thing, because Torah has secrets in it. There's secrets to life. There are equations in life. And the Father uses our willingness to step into the dimension of Torah to unveil the mysteries and decode the secrets and give us the answers to the supernal equations. So that's why I don't know if anybody, people don't usually ask me questions. And so I really should have asked y'all, what do y'all think all these things on the screen mean? I think sometimes people just take it for what it is because they have an identity on who I am. I don't know. And so they just accept some of the things. But I love questions. I love the questions, okay? But that's why those equations are on the screen in the overlay. That's why they're there. And then the rainbow there to the right of Prophet Marlise is the promise to reveal in the relationship. The promise that the Father makes is going to be fulfilled. It's going to be fulfilled. So let's look at some things this morning. You guys ready for Torah? I am ready for Torah. Let me pull it up here. Pull this down.
So they're ready for the Torah, the reading of the Torah, right? They ready? Go on ahead and type that in the chat.
Yeah.
Ready.
Ready. Ready.
Because you can't go if you ain't ready.
Can't go if you ain't ready. Okay. I'm closing up some stuff so that I don't have a bunch of things on the screen, and so that I am able to navigate a lot better. That's going to be important. Navigation. We're going to travel light. So I had to close my 1,000 windows that I have open all the time.
That's your ready, set.
Ready, set, go.
And we getting ready to go. We getting ready to go through and read out.
Yes, Lord. Ready. All right. So, Torah portion for today is Vayishlach, and it means and he sent. And the PARASHA portion is Genesis 32. You guys can put this in the chat window for me. Genesis 32, verse 4 through 36, verse 43. So we're reading from Genesis chapter 32, verse 4 to Genesis 36, 43. Okay? Jump on in. And Facebook is funny because, you know, when I share on Facebook lately, it's like almost like Facebook is blocking the, like there's some kind of blockage. Now, while they're blocking me, they're also telling me I could monetize and all this other stuff. Okay. Anywho, such contradiction. Genesis 32. So we're going to go there, pull it up so I can put it on the screen for you guys. Yep. Genesis 32. And he sent. So we're going to talk about Yaakov today. Yep. We're going to talk about Yaakov. See what the Father will reveal to us today for practicality's sake, for a life of success and prosperity. What does the Father want to reveal to us that we can practically put into practice? Put the whole thing up, y'all, so I don't forget and keep reading. 32 verse 4 through 36 verse 43. You can copy it from the description section if you need to, and that way you don't have to type all of it. Blessings to those that are coming on the live in Facebook. We're in the Torah portion. You're going to have to go back to the table talk because we have done that, and it was amazing. So the 8th reading from the book of Genesis is Vayishlach, which means and he sent, and this title comes from the first verse of the reading, which declares, then Yaakov sent messengers before him to his brother Esau in the land of Seir, the country of Edom. That's found in Genesis chapter 32, verse 3. And we're going to see some things in the way of reconciling, wrestling, and walking out purpose. Can you put that in the chat room? Reconciling, wrestling, and walking out purpose. So let's look into the portion with a hunger to see and to grow and to know so that we receive the reset that we need to keep moving forward. Blessings to all those that are coming in the room. Genesis chapter 32. I know it's a delay, so I'm going to put it in. Genesis. And I could actually, on Torah days, put the verses, put these inside. Let me do this way so that people are aware of where we are as I'm moving forward, okay? Now give me just a moment. Prophet Marlies, you can share really quickly, you know, just kind of do an overview of what we talked about in the upper portion of the conversation. And if you wanted to hit on anything specific, you can, while I put this in the section where they'll be able to see in the banner section.
You know, and all that we were talking about earlier, one scripture comes to mind in 1 Corinthians 10, 12. It says, let he that thinketh he standeth take heed lest he fall.
My God. So good.
And I hear that a lot when I see certain things. And then, of course, our conversation today, that comes up. And even down to, of course, what we were talking about on yesterday. You know, take fast hold of instructions. Do not let her go. Keep her, for she is your life. Because the instructions that Yah gives you, please follow them.
Please.
That's about as good as I can put it. Please follow them. As humbly and as nice. Please follow them.
Yeah.
It's imperative.
It is. I'm still typing.
And I think that is about as plain as it can get.
Yeah. It's a real place. It's a advantage that we have as sons, and we've been talking about that prophetic cognition. And every day, I'm more and more convinced of that system as a system that the Father uses to bring people in. And even as we were talking about the circumcision and dealing with what enters the holy place and all of that stuff, it is by prophetic cognition, the word of Yah that's released aforetime, that's pre-released, that's a foresight and insight into a matter before the matter becomes a matter, that the Father allows us to identify certain things. We're identifying those things so that so that the environment is protected. When I think about that, I think about how the Father dealt with Adam, the first Adam in the garden. And he said to him, dress and keep, which means protect and cultivate. The first thing he gave him to do was to protect what he gave him. And so I see that even as we look at the construct or the construct now of what they are saying is church. This is a body of people. It's a body of believers. It's the ecclesia, the called out ones. And the only reason they're being called into a space or are assembling is for the purpose of intimately spending the time together that they need to receive what they need to receive, to go out and do the work that's being given. This is why we spend so many hours on the day of TORAH. On the Sabbath. This is why we spend the time that we spend, because this is the time we're supposed to spend. These are the conversations we're supposed to have. And I do remember saying this to you guys last week, but we're going to make it a thing. So I'm going to send you guys the link when it's time for the Torah portion on the Torah days, on Sabbath, because I want to have these conversations with you. And I know that might make the time longer. It might. But guess what? This is the time questions are supposed to be answered. This is the time you're supposed to be fortified and all of that, so that when you have understanding and clarity on what you're called to do as a reconciler, as a son of Yah, as a minister of this kingdom that you're carrying, because we're all ministers, right, of a kingdom, all ambassadors, right? And we have to identify our rightful positions and places in that and what we're supposed to be doing. And as you are converted, you understand that you need to go and strengthen. So that's what these times are about. It's time to answer questions. It's time for things to come up, It's time for us to engage. Why? Because we have work to do the rest of this time. We got work to do. Now, that doesn't mean that I won't put up other things and I won't have other times and, but our focus is the Sabbath. Our focus is Torah, because how a thing begins, the Father declares the end from the beginning. It's how a thing ends. You hear what I'm saying? And so this is why this is so important to me to share these things. Okay, so I got those, and now I just need to put up Matthew. Okay. Thank you guys for sharing that in the section. And you guys see it scrolling at the bottom there. You see that? I'll do that for us that way. And you can still post it when we're having these times. I just want to make sure that certain things I kind of have set up, All right, so we got our PARASHA for today, which is Genesis 32, and I pulled that up, and it is scrolling. Okay, and we're starting with verse 4, so let me share my screen. Separate this from that. This is always the tedious part, and I've got to, it's something I got to do that's just going to make this process a lot easier, even more so than just pre-posting the scriptures. It's something I got to do. Y'all pray with me that I handle unfinished business. Pray with me for the finishing of some things. Some things I got to do, because it's going to make life simpler. Okay.
Well, one good thing is unfinished business means you still got time to grow.
Come on now.
We still growing. Unfinished business.
Still growing.
Still growing.
Yes, Lord.
So we still good for something and for ourselves and for God.
Yes. Absolutely. I'm about to share this screen. Y'all ready?
So we're going to thank him for the unfinished business, and we're going to thank him for allowing us to finish it, to start something anew.
Yes, Lord. Yes. We thank him for the opportunity to finish It's an amazing thing
Yes.
to be able to finish, to be given the time and the space to finish. He's a mighty God. Genesis 32, verse 4. And he commanded them, saying, Thus shall ye speak unto my lord Esau, thy servant Jacob saith thus, I have sojourned with Laban and stayed there until now. And I have oxen and asses and flocks and men servants and women servants. And I have sent to tell my Lord that I might find grace in thy sight. And the messengers returned to Jacob, saying, We came to thy brother Esau, and also he cometh to meet thee, and 400 men with him. Then Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed, and he divided the people that was with him, and the flocks and the herds and the camels into 2 bands. Y'all remember that word, 2 bands. And said, If Esau come to the one company and smite it, then the other company which is left shall escape. And Jacob said, O God of my father Abraham and God of my father Yitzchak, the Lord which saidest unto me, Return unto thy country and to thy kindred, and I will deal well with thee. I am not worthy of the least of all the mercies and of all the truth which thou hast showed unto thy servant. For with my staff I passed over this Jordan, and now I am become 2 bands. Deliver me, I pray thee, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau, for I fear him, lest he will come and smite me, and the mother with me. And so, and the mother with the children. And thou saidest, I will surely do thee good, and make thy seed as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude. And he lodged there that same night, and took of that which came to his hand at present for Esau his brother 200 she-goats, and 20 he-goats, 200 ewes, and 20 rams, 30 milch camels, with their colts, 40 kine, and 10 bulls, 20 she-asses, and 10 foals. And he delivered them into the hand of his servants, every drove by themselves, and said unto his servants, Pass over before me, and put a space betwixt drove and drove. And he commanded the foremost, saying, When Esau my brother meeteth thee, and asketh thee, saying, Whose art thou, and whither goest thou, and whose are these before thee? Then thou shalt say, They be thy servant Jacob's or Jacob's. It is a present sent unto my lord Esau, and behold, also he is behind us. And so commanded he the second and the third, and all that followed the drove, saying, On this matter shall ye speak unto Esau when you find him. Oh, there's so much meat in this. I'm just going to read it first, then we're going to go back through it. And say ye moreover, Behold, thy servant Jacob is behind us. For he said, I will appease him with the present that goeth before me, and afterward I will see his face. Peradventure he will accept me. So went the present over before him. Verse 21. So went the present over before him, and himself lodged that night in the company. And he rose up that night and took his 2 wives and his 2 women servants and his 11 sons, and passed over the ford Jabbok. And he took them and sent them over the brook, and sent over that he had. And Jacob was left alone. Are y'all able to see this? He was left alone, and there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of day. And when he saw that he prevailed not against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh, and the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint as he wrestled with him. And he said, Let me go, for the day breaketh. And he said, I will not let thee go, except thou bless me. And he said unto him, What is thy name? And he said, Jacob. And he said, Thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel. For as a prince hast thou power with Yah and with men, and hast prevailed. And Jacob asked him and said, Tell me, I pray thee, thy name. And he said, Wherefore is it that thou dost ask after my name? And he blessed him there. And Yaakov called the name of the place Peniel, Peniel, for I have seen Yah face to face, and my life is preserved. And as he passed over Peniel, you see that they changed. Okay. The sun rose upon him, and he halted upon his thigh. Therefore the children of Israel eat not of the sinew which shrank, which is upon the hollow of the thigh unto this day, because he touched the hollow of Jacob's thigh, and the sinew that shrank. There's so much in this. That's the first chapter that we're reading in Torah. Now let's go back up to the top, because there's some really important things that we got to identify in this chapter. The first thing says, Jacob went on his way, and the angels of Yah met him. Now understand, the way that he took, we've been talking about unfinished business. We've been talking about the Father taking us back to spaces and back to places so that we can identify with some things. And this is one of those things. If you remember what happened with Jacob when he was first leaving his parents' house and going on this journey to get to his uncle Laban's house, he found himself in a place that, of course, had already been realized by his forefathers, and altars had already been established. And y'all know what happens where there are altars, divine altars established. Angelic agencies are represented. There's angelic representation in that space, because angels only go where there is an environment that resembles the heavens. So, you know, you got people talking about, well, we want to have experiences with angels, and they're trying to give you the 12 steps to get your angels to show themselves to you and all of these things. But angelic agencies don't always have, see, for me, let me tell you, I'm just going to say for me, I've never had the need to see my angels. That's just, I've experienced their presence. I felt them brush up against me, and a number of other things have occurred based on their presence in my environment. But I've never had a need to be like, just show me them. I want to see my angels. I want to have, you know, no. I understood that they were prodding me in directions. I've had that. I've seen that and experienced that, but I've never had the need to see them. And in Jacob going his way, it says, and angels of Yah met him, doesn't necessarily mean that he visualized angels or angelic agencies. Now, he wrestled with an angel. He wrestled with the Lord, and this conversation is going to get a little big. But we got to understand that the word Lord, every time we see it in scripture, is not Yah, it's a representative. Okay? It's somebody that's been given authorization to be in that realm to do some very specific things pertaining to the person that they're dealing with. So they might be a Lord over that particular land, or a Lord over a particular scenario. Like we see here that Jacob's name was changed. They were the Lord that brought that message to Jacob, that your name is no longer Jacob. In the heavens, your name has been changed to Israel. Therefore, that's what you're going to represent in the earth. And there's going to be people and nations that come out of you that is a representation and a manifestation of the thing that your name has been changed to. Does that make sense? So it says here, and when Jacob saw them, he said, now he did see them in this case, this is God's host. This is Yah's host. And he called the name of that place Mahanaim. Now let's go here and see what the name of the place was called. See, even Torah is about study, right? It says that he did see them. Now, but when we see this conversation about angelic agencies, we often see, like when I say angels, most people go to wings and all of that. And you'll notice that that's not the representation. Okay. When we deal with seraphim, that's a whole nother thing. That's a creature. That's a divine creature. That's a creature that the Father created. But the angelic agencies often show up as man, right? We see the angel of Yah, the angels of Yah going to Abraham's or Abram's tent, right? To talk to him about this baby that's supposed to be born in his wife, Sarah, right? They look like men. When they went into Sodom and Gomorrah, these men, these vile men, these perverted men, thought that they were human, and they wanted to sleep with them. They wanted to bring them into the butlerhood, you know. Anyway, Mahanaim, Mahanaim, okay, deals with two camps. And so this is why I told you to put two bands there, because he named that place two camps, two bands. Okay, it was the place of separation. It was the place of him separating the camps in order to get back into the space for this unfinished business that he had to deal with. He had unfinished business. So you see that Mahanaim deals with two camps. And I said this the other day. We can look at it from that perspective, or we can also look at it from this perspective, that you got the human camp and then you got the angelic camp. Okay, so we got two camps because he referred to them as the hosts of heaven. We do see that there is a separation in the camp physically, but there's also a separation of camps by location. Heavenly realm, earthly realm. Okay, got that? All right, so let's go back. Let's look back through here. Everybody with me? Prophet Marlies, you have anything you want to share on anything yet?
You know,
Okay.
in this particular passage, there was a dual mindset, because Jacob was confident enough to fight with God, with the angels, and win, but was fearful of his brother.
Come on now. Yeah, we're gonna step into that conversation for sure. Okay,
I mean,
we on our way there, prophets. You
mm-hmm,
prophesied. Okay.
mm-hmm.
Okay.
And we live by things. We say, "Oh, by faith," but the church industrial complex don't believe that the Lord really will work things out for them, even in their setup and their structure and all of these other things, because they rely on methodology that's not even God'sology.
Come on now.
You know, they say if it look like a duck, if it cluck like a duck, if it's walk like a duck, then it's a what?
It's a duck.
So in these day and times, our church look like them, walk like them, talk like them, dance like them.
Mm,
So, well, who are we?
right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Look, I'm going to take y'all to something, and this is why what Prophet Marlies is saying is so important, because I want you to see this really quickly. Genesis chapter 28, verse 18. It says, and Jacob rose up early in the morning. Now, this is before he went to Laban's house, his family's house, okay? When he had the experience of the ladder, the ascending and the descending. Of course, we know that he's very familiar with angelic agencies because of those altars, those spaces that were established before he got there that allowed him an entry or passage into these divine realms, right? He doesn't know where he is, but he finds out where he is. And so this is at the end of that. It says, and Jacob rose up early in the morning and took the stone that he had put for his pillows and set it up for a pillar and poured oil on top of it. And he called the name of that place Bethel, which is the house of God. But the name of the city was called Luz at the first. And Jacob vowed a vow saying, here we go. If Yah will be with me, okay, here we go. He's making a vow, and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and raiment to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace. Then shall Yah be my God. So what's he doing when he gets back into that environment? He's trying to identify, he's testing the temperature of the space that he's going back into, because he's made his vow and the Father has, shown him some things, right? So now it's time for the Father to show where he is on the matter. He said, so that I come to my Father's house in peace, then shall Yah be my God. And this stone which I have set for a pillar shall be Yah's house. And of all that thou shalt give me, I will surely give the tenth unto thee. So we see that there was a conversation that was being had, okay, before he got here. So we could identify that as a precognitive place prophetically, that he's making this vow, and now he's coming back into this space, and now he has a little intrepidation. He's not sure of what's going on. So we can identify with this because there are times the Father tells us to do a thing, and I don't know if it's as much a lack of faith as it is we're finding out something. We believe, that's why we step back into the environment, because we had some level of faith, but now the faith is going to be tested because we're now in the midst of the environment and we don't know all that this is going to look like, right? But we have stepped back into the environment. It says here that Jacob sent messengers before him to Esau, his brother, unto the land of Seir. Now, this is interesting. The transition here for me this morning is a bit interesting. I don't know if you guys are identifying this transition, but it talks first about the angelic agencies that met him, and then it begins to say that Jacob acknowledged them and said, this is the Father's, this is Yah's host, and he called the name of the place Mahanaim, which means two camps. Okay, so we got that. But then it says, and Jacob sent messengers before him to Esau, his brother, unto the land of Seir, the country of Edom. Okay, wait, we need to look at something here because something is yeah, I'm being triggered right now in the Holy Ghost. Let's look at this for a moment because here we go. Oh, it is what it is. Okay. Malak. Okay. He sent angelic messengers. He sent the word of Yah via angelic messengers before he even separated the camps and sent the gifts. Because if we're not careful, we will think, right, that the messengers that he sent was also representation of the camp, how he divided up the camp or the gifts with those representatives that were attached to each gift. This is not what this says. So he is very aware of some things here, and he's setting up a thing. He's establishing something, okay? This is an angelic agency that he's sending. He's not sending. Malak is an angel, okay? Are y'all seeing this? It says, and Jacob sent messengers before him to Esau, his brother, unto the land of Seir, the country of Edom. He sent angels. He sent his word to his brother before he sent the gifts to his brother. And he commanded them, saying, commanding the angels, saying, thus shall you speak unto my lord Esau. Thy servant Jacob saith thus, I have sojourned with Laban and stayed there until now, and I have oxen and asses and flocks and men servants and women servants, and I have sent to tell my Lord that I might find grace in thy sight. And the messengers returned to Jacob, saying, we came to thy brother Esau, and also he cometh to meet thee, and 400 men with him. Wow, this shows a whole different expression of things for me. I don't know if this is what is this doing for you, Prophet Marlise? The realization that he didn't send men, he sent angelic agencies to talk to his brother.
The thing is, the request of angelic assistance is real.
This is serious. He understood the reason why they had come. He understood the use of his angelic backup. He understood, because the word says, remember, and the angels of Yah met him. Now, this is that same space that he left out of before, where the angels were ascending and descending. And now he's in this place where he's being confronted again with these same angelic agencies in their descent and ascent. I'm sorry, their ascent and descent. That means they operate in this space. Oh my God. They operate in this space because the space is primed. It has altars in it that have been established by forefathers. Not diabolic altars, but divine altars. And this space is fortified and it's rich with divine assistance. Ooh-wee. This is the same land that is given to them later on. Now, this is another part of the land. It's not quite in Bethel yet. But this is the land where his brother was given. Okay? But he's headed back into that space. And there have been altars established here. And he commands his angels. He gives them conversation and what to communicate in situations. Are y'all getting this?
Oh, yeah. With you.
And here comes the kicker. He said, and the messengers returned to Yaakov, saying, he didn't just send them, they came back and gave him the play-by-play. Oh my God. Saying, we came to thy brother Esau, and also he cometh to meet thee, and 400 men with him. He's coming. He didn't say, I don't want to hear about him. I don't want to talk about that crook, because that's what most people see Yaakov as. And of course, you know, if you don't see the worth or the value of something when you lose it, you always feel like you've been slighted, right? That's just how it works. Just how it works. But we understand that there was a prophetic word, and the order of that prophetic word was followed. It was fulfilled. Okay? This is why we don't see the father all upset about what Yaakov did. Neither do we see his father pissed off about what he did, because there's a clarity here. Sometimes people are not following the clarity of the prophetic cognition. Sometimes we forget even what the Father said to us in another season. And this is why we're in this place where the Father's recalling some things in our spirit. That's a constant remembrance of a lot of different things, because the Father will bring you back to a place just so that the business can be finished. Now, we saw the vow, and now we see him coming back into this space, and we see him utilizing his defense system to get back into the space. So when you are called back into a space, less worry about what is this going to look like and all of that, and more attention being given to sending the word that you need to send in that environment, into that situation, so that you can see the manifestation as you're going in to retrieve the inheritance, as you're going in to fulfill or to finish the business. It says now, when he heard this part, and this is the part that Prophet Marlise was bringing up, said, we came to thy brother, and he also cometh to meet thee. Now he's coming. He's also, and 400 men with him. Now they didn't make a big deal out of it. They didn't say, oh my God, he's coming, but he bringing 400 men with him. That's not how it reads. It says, and also he cometh to meet thee, and 400 men with him. This is where Yaakov starts stressing out. Okay, now understand. We talked about the fight or flight thing, right? That's a real thing. Do you have to make plans or strategize? Yes, you do, because when you don't know what you're dealing with, you need to have a strategy. He executed the first part of the strategy, which is sending angelic agencies. Now word has come back that he's going to show up, and he's got 400 with him. And now he has to, okay, now I'm not just going to fall into this thing without the knowledge of what I need to do, because Yah always leads me to do what I need to do as I need to do it. So it's deeper than just the fear of the thing, but there's something deeply entrenched in this whole concept of what he's doing that he's probably not aware of. But I love how the Father works. Remember, we talked about this. Some things happen because there's a purpose. These things that happen with us and to us happen for purpose that we're not aware of until we come into maturity. So it says, Yaakov was greatly afraid and distressed, and he divided the people that was with him and the flocks and the herds and the camels into two bands. and said, if Esau come to the one company and smite, and I don't know what Esau got on his mind. So if he smite one company, then the other company is going to be left to escape. Okay? And Jacob said, O Yah of my father Abraham and of my father Yitzchak. Now look at the difference here. I want you to see something here. The Lord which saidest unto me. I want you to see the transition, because I told you that when we see these words, a lot of times we're triggered, and so we automatically merge every word into one. And because it's capitalized, we automatically make that Yah, right? Not always the case. It says, O God of my father Abraham, Yah of my father Yitzchak, the Lord which saidest unto me, return unto thy country and to thy kindred, and I will deal well with thee. Now, what is this Lord? Let's look at this for a minute here. Let's look at this. We see Elohim where God is, of course. We understand that in this case, it is singularity there. But let's look at Lord. Okay, now we gotta dig, because when you're dealing with things that are translated, yes, this is teaching today. When you're dealing with things that are translated, then you have to dig. If you don't dig, you'll get stuck in the complex. Okay? You'll get stuck in the complex. So we're just clarifying whether this Lord is Yah or whether this Lord is another, because you'll notice the capital and a lowercase in the conversation in the reading that we already did. So I know, first off, that I know where this is going, and I know this is Yah because we see the Yod, Hey, Vav, Hey. But let's look further, because this is what they gave us to believe his name is, right? Jehovah, no. Hey, y'all, no. Hey, y'all, no. We're going to go back further. Hava, no. Okay, we're going to go back. We're going to keep going back. Oh, okay, let's go back here. Okay. To be, to come to pass. All right, so now this is showing something different. So I don't know if they have Hava. I don't know if they have updated some things in this system but I know usually when I get to that word Jehovah, I usually trace that back to Yah. It always comes up with that Yod Hey Vav Hey. And I'm looking at it here, but this is not actually okay. So this is saying here that it is the proper name. Okay, so we're going to deal with that as if it is. Oh, here it is. See, this is why you got to study. Because if you don't dig, you won't find. You'll just believe what's being shown, and you won't see the root of things. See, the Yod, Hey, Vav, Hey. Here we go. But up there in the things that they wanted me to trace it back to, they were tracing me back to the nature of the thing and not the actual name of who's being dealt with. So we see that this word Lord deals with Yah. Yod, Hey, Vav, Hey. You see it? All right, so now we can go back. Now we can go back to what we're reading with the understanding of what we're reading. Okay, I'm going to close this window really quickly because we got what we need there. So it says, and Jacob said, O Yah of my father Abraham and my father Yitzchak, the Lord which saidest unto me, return unto thy country and to thy kindred, and I will deal well with thee. Now he goes into this space. I am not worthy of the least of all these mercies and of all the truth which thou hast showed unto thy servant. He recognizes, listen, in and of myself, there's nothing in me that deserves what you're giving me. But I'm humble regarding what you're giving. I'm humble by what you're showing me, by all the things that you've showed me, all the truth that you've given. For with my staff, I passed over this Jordan. Now we need to look at something, because from what I understand, let's look at the nature of the Jordan so we can understand, because the Jordan we've seen being crossed several times. So I can automatically tell you, based on former study, we're going to look at it anyway, that the Jordan fills up. It overflows. And so how Elisha passed over the Jordan was the same way Elijah passed over the Jordan, which was the striking the waters with the mantle. And the waters opened up. And we'll see that even in Yahushua's case, same thing happened there. The priest had to step into the water with the Ark of the Covenant, with the promise intact in tow, and they stepped into the water all the way up to their knees, and the waters parted. So understand what's taking place here. There's a lot of angelic activity, and I want to spend a little bit of time in 32 so we can do this building of a case, because we got to go all the way to 36, right? But we got time. He said, for with my staff I passed over this Jordan, and now I am become two bands. So he's got a staff. Now, how many times have we seen this staff? Huh? How many times have we seen this staff? Makel, a rod, a stick. Okay? In the case of a witch, it would be a wand. Okay? But this goes to this thing that I'm often talking to the sons about, that the difference between the actions and the activity of sons of Yah and sons of Belial is the spirit behind the operations. Did you get that? This rod, this staff, I love the meaning to germinate. Something that has in it the ability to germinate. Or you know what happens when a seed is germinated? It's beginning a process. It's a process of blooming, and we see this with Aaron's rod, right? It shoots off stuff. You know, it creates things. And so, listen, this is serious. This is serious. These are serious areas, and we have to take serious care of these areas to understand the spirit of a thing. The spirit of a thing is so necessary to identify, because if you don't understand the spirit of a thing, you'll wind up in places with people that are actually operating in witchcraft. And if not that, then you'll deal with people that are actually divinely authorized to have conversations with you about specific things that you think are working in something that they're not. It's a fine line in the spirit realm. Can you put that? It's a fine line. Prophet, I'm going to open up the line and let you talk for a minute.
All right. You say it's a fine line.
Fine line.
Now, the world has a song that says a thin line between love and hate.
Absolutely.
And we hear this, you can't serve God and mammon at the same time.
Yeah.
You love one, hate the other.
Mm-hmm.
The fine line. But you got to decide on what side of that line you're going to be on.
Period.
Hands down.
Hands down.
If you're going to have a chance of something,
Uh,
or something, you're going to either have to choose hot or cold.
yes.
Lukewarm won't do. See, all these different quotes we got, and I'm saying these for a reason. Because as we say them, we don't really think about the cost of what they actually mean.
Mm.
We don't think about the true use of those words,
Mm-hmm.
the activation of those words.
Mm-hmm.
Reason why so many are close to teeter-tottering.
Mm-hmm.
They lose the balance.
That's a fine
They
line.
get off. They do something else they ain't supposed to do. Or they start considering the world's way of doing things.
Mm-hmm.
We have to have the true rod, the true staff, the rod of authority,
Mm.
the staff
My
of
God.
guidance.
Anybody else recognize another place that the Jordan was mentioned in Scripture? A very crucial place that the Jordan was mentioned. Anybody identify that for me real quick? Was another very crucial place that the Jordan River was mentioned? I'll wait because we in class, so. Come on, I know y'all know this. What is the most famous conversation about the Jordan River?
They're typing it in.
Okay, I see coming out of Egypt. Okay. Come on, that's a first mention, but it's a more famous mention of the Jordan. Come on. I'm waiting. I'm gonna give y'all a few seconds. This is gonna be my break for me to get water. Because I definitely need some. Yep, this is gonna be my break. Jordan River. Where is the most famous mention? Okay, there's another good one. What river was Moshe pulled out of the Jordan? Where's another mention? Most famous. Because I think Moshe was the Nile. Yeah, I think Moshe was the Nile, Pastor. Jordan River, come on, y'all.
Well, we do know is the lowest river.
Right, but I'm saying what's the most famous mention regarding the Jordan River? Because Moses was the Nile.
Which one? We talking about the dipping in the Jordan? We talking about the
You can talk
baptismal
about
in the Jordan?
hello,
We got a whole
here
lot
we
of
go.
them.
No, that's one of the most famous mentions. That's the place where the Messiah was baptized. Thank you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the same river of baptism. Okay. So we also see, there you go, the baptism of appointment.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the appointment of the Messiah. Absolutely. All right. You can say something for a minute, and then we're gonna take about a 5-minute break and come back because we gotta forge forward in the rest of 32, so we can go ahead and forge forward. Because we don't have a whole lot of reading today, so we're gonna actually be finished in less than 8 hours today. I am so amazed by the fact that we spend 6 and 7 and 8 hours to get this thing called the Sabbath in play, but it's a beautiful thing, and I really love this time with the sun. So we're going to take just a few minutes. I think I'm going to play something. I think we can do that. Let me see if I can find something. Oh, no, we're going to keep it on this. We're going to keep it quiet. Let's just keep it quiet today. Yeah, that's what I was looking for, was the Mashiach. Now, from what we understand now, the Jordan is drying up. Hello?
Yes,
the Jordan.
it is starting to shrink.
Oh my.
Decrease in its mass.
Listen. So we got how these waters run is from this lake called Lake Hule to the Sea of Galilee, which is the Sea of Galilee, which is branches off from that Sea of Galilee into a Yarmuk River, which comes down, and we got the Jordan River, and then we got the Ford Jabbok, right, or Yavok River, that also continues into the Dead Sea, which branches off into the Arnon River. Okay, so these bodies feed bodies, Let's just think about that for a moment while we're on our break. I'm going to take about 5 minutes. The bodies of waters that feed the bodies of water, and just kind of mull over that as we think about how the body supplies. the body that's fitly joined, how it supplies. I'm going to take a break. Y'all go get you some water, some tea, some coffee, some something, whatever you do. Go get it, and we'll be right back. All right. All right. So let's jump back into this because I just saw something else as I was sitting here. Let's go back to verse 9 of 32 because I want to make a point here. It's kind of falling from a point that I already began to make, but this is a finishing thought of a point that I initiated. That is, Jacob said, he's talking to the father, oh, Yah, my father, Abraham, Isaac. The Lord which says to me, return unto thy country and to thy kindred, and I will deal well with thee. It's one thing to know that the outcome is going to be spectacular because Yah is involved. It's another thing to identify what others are going to do in that process. That's what he was unaware of. He wasn't afraid of the fact or not in faith regarding the fact that the father was going to keep his word or that he was going to do well in that space that he was coming back into. But he wasn't aware of the journey because understand, he's been in Laban's house. And the father told him, his parents sent him to Laban's house. He had to deal there in order to run away from this situation with his brother. But look at how Laban handled him. So now, because of how Laban has handled him, he comes back into this space with strategy. I bet if he had to go back to Laban, if he could go back to Laban's house, knowing or having done a reverse engineer or having complete and total prophetic information on what was going to be done, he would have went in with strategy, right? But he had to deal with strategy on the spot. So he's coming into an area where he doesn't know how his brother is going to respond to him. He does know that the father promised him that he was going to deal well with him, right? But he doesn't know his brother's response. But this is why strategy is important, right? Sending the word. When we see this happening from the very beginning, this is actually a prophetic picture of what the father did from the beginning. There was a situation, things were out of sort. The father allows his spirit to hover over the water. And then he says something. Same thing. Prophet Marlise?
Yes. Yes. I have to go back to something that I was seeing first. When we talk about the rod and the staff, and how earlier we were talking about the types of breaches and not being circumcised. There is a white glove that inspects everything.
Ooh-wee.
The white glove inspection. Military has it, but God does it also. In his way. But that white glove inspection, I kept seeing the white glove, and it rubbed the pole, it rubbed the staff. Because we have those rods and those staffs that are in our life, in our thinking, in our concepts. And that white glove going down. But be prepared for examination. I had to get that out.
Yeah, that's good. And that's a good point because it also goes back to the dynamic about the fine line.
The fine line, yes.
It goes back to that point as well. There is an examination. There is a testing of things to see if things are pure. There is also a white glove society.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's a whole nother side of things. And also,
A whole nother.
you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Also, secret societies wear white gloves.
Gloves, yeah.
And they have a staff in their hand.
Or a scepter, yeah.
So I'm just trying to help you understand and identify the fine line. However, there are things that the Father has given to sons that many times we don't operate from this place because we've not been taught We've not been taught how. You understand what I'm saying? So we're operating when we're, and a lot of times people are seeing things and they're doing things, but they don't know why they're doing them. That's not a thing to do. You know, you need to have understanding. You need to have clarity about how you're moving and how you're operating. Okay? And you got to pay attention to things. Because something just came up in my spirit just now. Something just came up in my spirit. I don't know if I'm supposed to share it online or not, but it's funny to me. Sometimes people will confront you with things. That's how I'm going to say that. And you've got to be able to identify what you're being confronted with. Right? Jacob got into the environment and he understood what he was being confronted. He understood the confrontation. He understood, and confrontation doesn't mean something negative. He understood the situation. I guess that's a better word to use. He understood the situation he was walking into. And that's an area that is necessary, because confrontation does mean hostile and that kind of thing. But you got to understand that, well, I guess in some ways there was he was expecting or preparing for confrontation. You know, when you step into environments, you got to be aware of what you're stepping into and the space that you're stepping into, because things will arise and you got to know how to deal with the things that arise. But that's where precognitive, prophetic precognition comes in, because this is where the Father begins to either lead you into spaces and you're doing things, or give you a heads up about something. You know what I'm saying? So either way it works, it still works. I love his humility, and that's going to be ultimate no matter what we're dealing with, no matter what the Father's given us to do. That humility is going to work, because a broken spirit and a broken and a contrite heart, the Father cannot resist. So his prayer to the Father is, deliver me from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau. For I'm really afraid. I fear him. I don't know what I don't know what he'll do. I don't want him to come and smite me and the mother with the children. I don't want that to happen. I want you to prevent that. I'm asking you to assist me in this area, because you said, see, this is that place of prayer. This is not a begging prayer. He said, you said, I will surely do thee good, and make thy seed as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude. So here's the thing. You gave me a word, and if by chance he has something in his spirit that's going to try to deal with me differently than according to your word, then that's going to be a problem, because that's going to leave your word unfulfilled. You hear what I'm saying to you? That's different than saying, do this, do that. He's asking for the Father to work on his behalf, but he's more so dealing with, listen, show me this. I need you to deal with me and how I'm going to do this thing. And I need you to show me, because the potentiality of him killing me is big, because he was really pissed off when I left. So the potentiality of him wiping us all out. You said he on his way with 400 men. That could be a whole situation. Show me your strength, because you showed yourself to my forefathers. Now I need you to show me your strength, because you have a word over my life. So when the word says, put me in remembrance, doesn't mean that the Father forgot his word. It means when we approach the throne, do we remember what he said, that we can say, because of this that you have said, this is my expectation. Hello, prophet?
Yes. We have a say on how our staff is. Like you said, we have a say. We have a say. We have a say in how we choose to obey and follow. Yeah, we have a say. Just like Jacob had a say when, after wrestling with the angels of God, he had now the authority of command to send the angels on his behalf. We have the command based on what we choose to do, how we choose to live. And here it is. We can't be, as we see in this in 32, the double-mindedness. To be courageous and fearful at the same time. They can't operate in the same place. That fine line. But also we have to know how to approach.
We talked
They can
about
know how to approach
we talked about
the
that
matter.
earlier within the prayer place. How do we approach?
How do we approach?
Yeah. Yeah.
And we have to know how to approach the matters, the situations, or even the training and the teaching, the guide, giving guidance and teaching. How do we approach it?
Mm-hmm.
So the life will be long on the land.
Mm-hmm.
That we can accomplish what we're designed to accomplish.
Mm-hmm.
To be able to have great things in our hand. Now, it also, Jacob did something that I see as an example in another scripture.
Yes.
He practiced silence. He tended to his business. He worked with his hands.
Mm-hmm.
Now that he's traveling abroad, he's well equipped, right?
Yep.
He can assist. So we see the examples of enterprise here. We see the example of wisdom.
Yes.
We see the examples of having what is needed when he gets to meet Esau, but we also see the double-mindedness and the kid in him.
Mm-hmm.
Kid issues become kid
Adult.
problems become adult issues.
Absolutely.
You know, we see it because now he's fretful about what will take place with Esau because he's crossing through the land, coming to the land. So much so he's willing to risk everything else, including the manservants and the maid servants and cattle and even
Listen,
the wives and children.
if something gotta go, it's gotta be.
Even the wives and children.
Mm-hmm.
People don't like to believe that. No, he wasn't. Yeah, he did.
He had to deliver things up because he understood also that
He
if
did.
he was going to be a great nation, then he was going to have to at least survive this thing. I mean, he put them at the back so that the first band that went over with the gifts, they would run. He already had a plan.
Yeah.
So his plan wasn't to kill everything. His plan
No,
was to kill it all.
it wasn't.
But if Esau go crazy on the gift side of things, then we out.
At least be able to get, yeah.
Yeah,
But
me and
now,
mine out.
because we don't know what they got planned. We don't know what he's dealing with. But at the same time, because the angels didn't get him full disclosure.
No.
What is Esau's heart like? The thing is that the rest of it was on Jacob.
Yes.
How he approached Esau determined how Esau responded.
And that is such a good point to make. That's a powerful point to make because I wanted to say this next, that he takes all of these things into consideration. He creates the strategy, right? And then in the strategy, what does he do? He puts forth reconciliation matters.
That's it.
I don't know what you're dealing with, but I want to be reconciled. I don't want to be at odds with you. So I'm going to come bearing gifts. But like you said, Prophet, he got all these things in that space where it looked like it was a bad space. You know, he was built up in a space that was challenging him.
He got wise.
Okay.
He started dealing with strategy.
He got strategy in that space. And this is why the adversary, even though you already, this is a situation, even though you're walking through areas of challenge already, why the adversary interrupts those places of challenges, because he don't want you to have the time to get a strategy in the challenge. You got to understand why the enemy does things the way he does them. You thinking, oh, I'm just bouncing around. No, you gotta put your foot down. Once you recognize the adversary that you're dealing with, then you put your foot down and you say, you're not moving me no more. I'm gonna get what I need first. You're not gonna keep bouncing me around trying to keep me from getting a strategy. No, I see the strategy. I'm getting ready. I'm about to execute this strategy. The Father's getting ready to allow this thing to come through. You were excited about that. I remember being in spaces in my own, in my space, and launching the baby, my grandchildren's businesses, preparing for that launch, ordering all the product that I needed for their businesses, right? And then boom, here comes something knocking me out of my space. Why? Because it don't want me to go there. It don't want me to deal with the generations like that. It want me to come up empty. But guess what? That's not how this is going to work. You knock me off the space for a minute, but you won't be able to continue to knock me off my space because strategy has now been implemented. It's now been executed. And now we're just sitting in the countdown. But the reason that you felt bounced around in another season, whether it was issues or situations or relationships, was because the enemy was trying to keep you from getting still enough in your challenge to allow the Holy Spirit to give you strategy. Because see, most people just run from the challenge, right? Remember, I was talking about that. Running from the challenge. And oftentimes we leave the inheritance because we ran from the challenge. Now, there are times you need to run. So don't confuse the time you need to run with the time that you need to be still, because strategy is being released to you for your implementation. Again, Prophet Marley said this, and this is a crucial area. The Father didn't give the angelic agencies all of the details to give to Yaakov. He had to, as a son of Yah, begin to implement what he knew to implement. A lot of people are saying they're waiting on Yah, but they're not implementing anything that they know to implement. You understand what I'm saying? You've got to implement the things that you know. He's not going to give you a play-by-play all the time. It's not going to happen. Now, he gave Moshe some things, but he still didn't give him the absolute details of every nuance of that situation. He told him to go back. He told him how to handle the staff. He told him, he showed him, don't be afraid of the serpent. He showed him a bunch of things. He put his hand in his coat. He took it out. It was leprous. He put it back. It was not. Okay, he showed him some things. Gave him a word. Sent him back. But he didn't tell him that Pharaoh was going to say, hell no. He didn't tell him that. He didn't give him that part. So guess what he had to do? He said, oh, okay. He goes back to the Father. He said, now why you didn't tell me? As if he thought he was just going to go in there and be like, yo, let the people go and we just out. No. When we're going through these different twists and turns in life, it's about the Father strategizing. It's about him setting up some things. It's a strategy on his half of things. And we only realize the strategy of Yah when we stop trying to identify it as a problem. When we stop trying to identify what's going on in our life as a problem, we begin to see the strategy of Yah and what he desires to do and what he is doing right in the midst of us. You understand what I'm saying, Prophet Marlise? Are y'all
Yes,
here?
I do. Yeah, I'm here.
I see 6 people. Y'all good?
I put myself on mute.
Yes, ma'am. So he began to prepare the gifts for reconciliation. And what I love about this is the fact that he is not afraid to reconcile. You got people that have done you wrong and they won't do this. He didn't necessarily do his brother wrong because the prophetic word had to be finished. It had to come to pass. It wasn't his construction, okay? And even when it came to the pot of lentils, Esau the one said, I don't give a darn about this birthright. You can have it. I just want something to eat. Esau said that.
That's true.
But we make Yaakov the bad guy here. Yaakov just had his sight on the greater things. He said, no, that's valuable. Okay, this food is valuable to you. Okay, give me your birthright for it. Let's see how valuable it is. Esau said, I don't give a darn about that. What good is a birthright for me and I'm hungry? Whoa, bro. Really?
Because he said he was about ready to die. You know, I'm at death.
Right, I'm about to
You
die.
know,
That's
over
exactly what he
exaggerating. You know, we
said.
got those. We got
I'm
those over
about
exaggerators.
to die out here. And you talking about a birthright. That birthright don't mean nothing to me. Oh, okay, then give it to me then. Okay, here you go. Now give me this lentils. Thank you.
That
He
was a
moving on with life
transaction.
right. He moving on with life like this not a big deal. He gonna eat something that's gonna pass out his behind, and he didn't trade his future for something that's getting ready to pass out his behind. That's what he thought of the birthright. But we make Yaakov the bad guy. No. He's a heel grabber. He said, you know what? What you won't seize, I will. What you're not meant to take, I will. That's why I'm on your heel. Because even though you came out first, this thing should be in the reverse. This is a prophetic sign that I was supposed to be in that place, but you came forward first. But the prophetic word covered all of that. It covered all of that. So he sends the gift of reconciliation. And it's Negroes that'll do you wrong and will never apologize. Never give meat for repentance.
Well, you know what? I'm going to say this, Apostle. You laughing. You know. But the other thing is, not only did he send the gifts of reconciliation, but he knew how to approach even in the status portion, because he knows that he obtained the birthright. He knows these things. So some would have did, yeah, that's right, I got your stuff, and they would come, you know, with this thing, entitlement. He did what the scripture said you're supposed to do.
His
When you're
humility is
when you
every. It's
when you're
every.
at an event, you sit at the lesser table
Come on now.
and let
Come
them
on.
move you up.
Come on.
We have people who, because of their titles and their this and their that, they don't know how to take the lesser
Come on now.
to be moved up in somebody's life.
Come on.
Because I have the position, I automatically am supposed to be this to you
Come on.
without proving myself, without gifting, without coming to you in the manner that I should. You're just supposed to do it automatically
Come on.
based on my title, based on my anointing, based on these things.
Come on.
Even Abraham with Melchizedek, he spent a little time with him to see who he was before he gave him the offering or the tithe.
And Melchizedek also gave first.
Exactly.
Abraham gave anything.
Exactly. But nevertheless, Melchizedek wasn't pretentious. He wasn't puffed up.
No, he
He wasn't hardy.
He was humble. He even approached him, and he is the king of righteousness, the king of Salem. He's the king of righteousness. He says, Abraham, possessor of heaven and earth.
Mm-hmm. And it wasn't mockery. It was not the mockery. You understand? Because now we have people do it as mockery.
Yep. Yep.
Jacob knew how to approach Esau in the land that actually he's supposed to possess.
Come on now.
He could have came through and, hey, I'm coming to claim my land. But that's not how he did.
That's it.
He listed himself as his servant.
And called him his Lord. Why? Because he was giving deference to his elder brother.
That's it. And who was actually overseeing the land.
Even though they were twins.
Yeah. But one was overseeing the land too. He's an overseer. Esau.
Yeah. So good.
We have to be wise in our approach on how we approach even individuals, people, be it high or low, status or no status. We have to be mindful of how we approach.
Because the treasure is hid in the what? Earthen vessels.
In the earthen vessels. But also with that is we go simple. We can go cliche it. What you do to the least of these, you also do unto me.
Period. So there is no.
And a lot of folks don't remember that part.
Yeah, no small or big, because the treasure is absolutely in the earthen vessels.
Earthen vessels. That's it.
Yeah. That's good. Verse 16 says, and he delivered them into the hand of his servants. So now we see him giving to his servants. And there is a difference being made between the top of this conversation and now, because what he sent, who he sent, was the angelic agencies. And now he's delivering these things that he's divided out of what he possesses to his servants, every drove by themselves. So not only am I going to bring you gifts, I'm not going to give it to you all at once. I want you to realize every single thing that I'm giving you.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to be able to take in every individual nuance of what I'm releasing to you.
Gift 1, gift 2, gift 3, gift 4.
This is something.
And that how it is? That's how it is when they celebrate Christmas, huh?
Listen. He delivered them into the hand of his servants, every drove by themselves, and said unto his servants, pass over before me. Now, y'all go on now and put a space. I want y'all. So, you know what had to be the case here? Not only did he get strategy in the place of his forefather or his foremother, but he also got administration that is out of this world, because in order for them to understand how to put space betwixt drove and drove, that had to mean that he commanded his house well.
Yeah.
He commanded his space well. He told them, put a space between you. Don't be right up on each other. You know, leave, you know, however much space. It didn't detail the space. But I can imagine like a wave, you know, like, okay, this coming and you don't see nothing else. And then all of a sudden, by the time you done took in all of this, here comes something else. Ooh-wee. And I believe that this, as I'm saying this, I'm seeing how the Father is doing what he's doing in this season. And it's like I see how he's moving as reconciliation on, you know, to our life. It's a reconciliation that's coming into our life, reconciling the issues and the areas and all of these different things. And it's coming drove by drove. You know, once one thing comes, we think that's it. We like, oh, I'm glorifying for this. Boom, here come another thing. We thinking, okay, that was wonderful. And boom, here come another thing. What did the scripture say? They'll be like them that dream. I'm telling you, this is where we are. They will be like them that dream. He commanded the foremost, saying, when Esau, my brother, meeteth thee and asketh thee, saying, whose art thou? Now he's giving them what to say. Now he did commanded the angels. Now he's commanding his house. And he told him what to say. Your bro is behind us, okay? And he said, now see, this is ballsy right here. Verse 20, for he said, I will appease him with the present that goeth before me. And afterward I will see his face. Peradventure he will accept me.
Apostle?
Yes.
Okay. So you know, I see quite a bit in this one too.
Yes, absolutely.
He said he would appease.
Yes.
Now with that, it brought to mind the strategy of the king just before they wage war.
Yep. Absolutely.
The same as it was with Esther. Let me go before the king. If it appeases you, my king. If it pleases you. Risking her life. Jacob, same thing.
Yeah.
Because that 400 could have easily took him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But here, and what is the other gentleman who appeased the king? He was a king, but he appeased another king for passage through. So he sent gifts also. Like Jacob. I can't think of the name right now, but the Lord will bring it back to mind.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, we're going to keep going because we got to get out. Go ahead, Prophet.
Go ahead. No. You're good. You're good.
Okay. We got to get out of chapter 32 for real.
Okay. It's packed.
Listen. So he lodged in the place that he was in again that night and rose up, took his 2 wives, his 2 women servants, 11 sons, passed over the ford Jabbok. So now understand, they were crossing, they had crossed the Jordan. Now they're crossing the Ford Jabbok. Now, I really want to show y'all something, but let me see if I can pull it back up. Because, let me see. Let me see if I can find it. If I can find it, I'll share it. If I don't find it, then I'll keep going. But I wanted to show you an image of the Jordan River. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Hold on, guys. I want to show images. Okay, here we go. I want to show you a map that shows the connections of the rivers. Here we go. Let me see. Okay, so they were coming. I'm trying to see what direction they were traveling. Lebanon. Okay. All right, I'll put this up so you can see. Let me open it up so you can see it better. And we'll have to verify this. Come on, clear up, picture. Oh, you're not going to clear up? If you don't get out of here. See how this enemy works? So the Jordan is here, and then the Ford Jabbok is here. So they must be coming from this direction. They must be coming from this direction, because in order to cross the Jordan, you had to be on this side of the Jordan in order to get to the Ford Jabbok, which is here. You know what? Listen, we ain't got time for the nonsensical stuff today, okay? Did y'all see that?
Yes.
No, you got a virus. I don't have no virus, okay? You
Talking about deception again, huh?
Yeah, because see, it wants you to press all of those things. And see, these are the things that the adversary does. You got a virus. You got to call the number. You got to press some buttons. I ain't doing none of that, okay? Apples are more intuitive of those kinds of things anyway. So anyway, so see, we see here a lot of different dynamics. So I wanted to get down to the part of the wrestling, because he was left alone. That meant he sent everything away from him. And I think you and I had this conversation the other day, Prophet Marlise, when we were reading this. He sent everything away from him. That meant he was by himself. In his wrestle, he wasn't flying off the handle at nobody. He wasn't dealing with nothing else. He wasn't trying to put everybody in the middle of his wrestling. He wrestled by himself. Do you hear me? And it caused
Separated.
a little bit of an issue in his hip, but he was willing to fight because he had a promise over his head. He had a promise. The promise was, I'm going to bring you back into this space, and I'm going to bless you, right? He said, there's something that was promised. There's a conversation. I made a vow. There's a conversation that we had, and I'm not going to let you go until I receive the promise, the blessing, the thing that's assigned to me. Until I receive it, I'm not letting go. I'm going to wrestle with this thing until I get to that place. And this kind of reminds me of what happened in the garden, in the Garden of Gethsemane with the Messiah. He wrestled with that thing until he got to breakthrough. He wrestled with it until he said, you know what? Not my will. Till things switched, till gears switched, he wrestled with it. You hear what I'm saying? And that's important, that we understand where the wrestle is necessary, because if you don't choose your battles, you'll be wrestling with people. And I love that you brought this up, Prophet Marlise, because he didn't go back in there talking about, I'm the one with the birthright and the promises that you're going to serve me. And, okay, no. But he wrestled in the space he needed to wrestle in, and it wasn't with the people. He wrestled in that thing until he got breakthrough, until his name was changed, till he was able to be seen in a different light, until he came into the perfection of that promise. Y'all hear what I'm saying? You got to be willing to wrestle. Not enough people are willing to wrestle. They get a word, but they don't know how to wrestle for it. They don't know how to wrestle with it. And Jacob lifted up his eyes. We're in 33 finally. And looked, and behold, Esau came, and with him 400 men. And he divided the children unto Leah, and unto Rachel, and unto the two handmaids. And he put the handmaids and their children foremost, and Leah and her children after, and Rachel and Joseph hindermost. He passed over before them and bowed himself to the ground 7 times until he came near to his brother. This had to be some kind of caravan. You coming, as you're coming, you're bowing. Lord have mercy. When truth comes, one of my children is texting me and I'm like, my God, say something, prophet, so I can text her back and let her know I'm online.
You know, you talk about what a wave, what it must look like. Now think about it. You send them in waves, and Esau has 400 men. So no telling how many more are left behind, right? But here you are in waves. So if what your brother have is larger in number, me sending in waves will look even larger.
Come on now. Come on.
Or at least equal to. So when I enter the space, I can gauge and I won't lose everything, sending it all at one time. But on the other hand, he sees this. He knows that first group is part of his gift.
Now he about to send a wave of reverence.
There you go.
And bowing.
Exactly. That's what I was getting ready to go into.
Oh my God.
So now here it is. Now we bow. So and bowing is another form, like we know, of submission, but also another form of surrender and apology.
Absolutely.
He don't have to say it by his mouth, but that, brother, here's a gift. Back then, this is what it would be.
Yeah.
Now it's going to multiply you because my cattle is strong. My cattle is unique. So as they produce, you will know the fruit of what I give you.
My God. Come on. Come on. I got
so if you take it, if you accept this gift, please accept this gift.
You're not going to find this nowhere else, what I'm giving you.
You're not going to find it. It is precious.
This is not a common gift that's been given to anybody.
So they're not speckled and swirly. And listen, trust me, you got to understand and identifier. You know where it comes from. You know it comes from our bloodline.
Come on now.
Not even from our uncle's camp will you find one such as this.
Come on now. In this strength and this
beauty. And in this strength and in this good health.
And beauty.
Okay, come on now.
Uniqueness and creativity.
And then I'm giving you my maid servants and my and male servants to see after the cattle, to maintain them, that they be strong. Think about this now. Because he's giving up some of his workforce.
My Lord.
Because either way it go, they're still going to do what? Multiply.
Come on now. After their own
kind.
Hey, Shama. Yes, Lord. I love it. I love it. And it says that he ran.
So now the real payment for the inheritance got delivered, really.
Come on now. That's a fact.
Because that would take them through years after year after years after years after generation after generation. Because every time an animal breeds in the right grouping, they become stronger, fortified.
That's it. That's it.
They become less susceptible to diseases and things. So here, this is what Jacob did. his strategy, his wisdom. And I'm going to be honest with you. He had wisdom like Solomon had. The only difference is it was in how to negotiate, how to acquire, and how to distribute and delegate. He had similar wisdom, but even better wisdom because he was able to clean out the high place, the secret place of the idols.
Come on now.
He was wise for full life and for generations to come.
My.
But they talk about King Solomon, but I know somebody even better. Because he was better at war than David, because David didn't even wrestle with God.
Come on now.
Come on. See, these are things we put in. We like to see the numbers of stuff, but here it is. This is what he did.
Yeah.
He wrestled with the authority of all authorities.
Yeah.
And the only thing he came out with damage is a dislocated hip.
A little hip situation.
He could have slid it back in. Pop back in, bro. Pop it back in.
Probably.
Okay.
Probably.
You can still limp on a dislocated hip. You're not comfortable, but you can.
Oh, yeah.
Especially if you're not slip jointed. Slip jointed don't matter. It won't hurt.
Facts.
But here it is. He survived. Holding on to. Listen now. Holding on to. Wrestling with. Commanding.
Come on. Commanding angelic agencies and commanding his household.
Hold on.
Wrestling with
wrestling with God. Now they could have took him out. But you understand me?
But look at what all of that took in order to become the nation.
He had to fight, push.
Come on now.
He had to do his time. He had to have that grunt work. He had to have that servitude in order for him to have leadership. Come on.
My God.
Ain't nothing wrong with serving. It's about how you serve. Come on, what you obtain when you serve.
Every aspect of what it meant to be a leader.
Yeah.
Every aspect. My God. That's amazing. It says
that is something that.
Okay, go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
No, what were you getting ready to say?
I said that comes to show that even he had something that Esau didn't have.
That's it. Well, that was why
knowing how to humble.
That was why he received what he received in the first place. And this is why his mother, which most people give a bad rap, right? She had favorites, and she was. What is somebody?
Well, both of them had favorites.
Wait, but
they opposed each other.
But understand, she didn't disown him. She still loved both her sons, but she did recognize, and it's an area that a lot of people are not willing to take this approach. You have to recognize who you're dealing with. All of your children are not the same. All of your grandchildren are not the same. You have to recognize what you're dealing with so you'll know what to cultivate and what to kill. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So this was not about, what did somebody say the other day? They were trying to be really intelligent about it. And well, they had, what was the word that they used? Come on, prophet, you know this word. Nepotism.
No, nepotism.
Yeah, it was nepotism. That's what it was. No, this wasn't about that. This was not about nepotism. This was about a true realization of some stuff. When you look at Yitzchak, you see him loving Esau because he has an appetite, and Esau feeds his appetite. Let's just deal with it for what it is. Yitzchak is dealing with appetite in his older age. He's not dealing with things from a spiritual perspective as much as he's dealing with them from. What I see in Yitzchak is that he went from a spiritual man to a natural man. Hello? In his older age, he became more and more flesh than he was spiritual.
My Lord.
But Rachel, she identified both of those children and she said, no, I remember the prophetic word that was given to me. And this is how this is supposed to go. So if I have to take the rap for this, if I have to be the bad guy, this word of the Lord will not fall to the ground. Because Yaakov said, if I do that like that, then a curse going to be on me. She said, no, let the curse come on me. Hey, listen. If it's going to be some curses dealt out, it's going to be on me. It ain't going to be on you because the word of the Lord is going to stand. The word of Yah is going to be it's going to be fulfilled. It's going to be finished.
Mm-hmm. My Lord.
This is where this kind of fight came from in Yaakov. Think about this. His mother fought like that over the prophetic. So now he's a fighter concerning the prophetic. But he also handles it with grace. He executes it with grace and humility. And he sends everybody away so he can wrestle with the things he needs to wrestle with in order to come into the space that he needs to come into. I love it, love it. I pray y'all are being blessed by this because it's blessing me.
It's good. This is good.
Yes. Okay, so I can read. He said, we'll go back up here and read. Then the handmaidens came near and then their children and bowed themselves. So he again commands his house because they follow what they see him doing. That's the thing that we cannot get away from. That's why my relational space in this season is so important to me. Let me tell you why, because I've got children that are watching me. They've seen what I've already endured. They've seen what I've already gone through. And why would I present to them another space where I'm doing a thing from a place of ignorance, where I'm acting out of ignorance, where I'm stepping into something out of my feelings, why would I do that? That's affecting my generations. I've got to look at a thing and say, now, how does this, okay, so if you approach me, that's great, you approach, but now I got to look at you and say, how does this impact my generations? Hello? How does this influence my grandchildren?
Mm-hmm.
What that you're carrying is so amazing that I need this to be passed to the lineage. Or am I seeing, I don't know about that. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Apostle.
My children are watching me. My daughters are watching me. And the thing that I do is still going to visit them.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to be in the space of wisdom to make the right decision. And that requires relationship. That may even mean at times that you have to say, you know what, I can't do this. This doesn't fit.
Mm-hmm.
This doesn't fit for my future. I don't see this as a fit. I just don't. He had command over his house. And Leah also with her children came near and bowed themselves. And after came Joseph and Rachel, and they bowed themselves. Notice who he kept behind, what he wanted in the first place. Okay. And he said, what meanest thou by all this drove which I met? And he said, these are to find grace in thy sight, in the sight of my Lord. And Esau said, I have enough, my brother. Keep that thou hast unto thyself. And Yaakov said, nay, I pray thee, if now I have found grace in thy sight. In other words, if you are grace, if I found grace in your sight, then you're going to receive what I'm giving you. That's going to be the proof that I found grace. That's going to be the proof that everything is well. That's going to be the proof that we have reconciled. Then receive my present at my hand, for therefore I have seen thy face as though I have seen the face of Yah, and thou was pleased with me. Take, I pray thee, my blessing that is brought to thee, because Yah hath dealt graciously with me, and because I have enough. And he urged him, and he took it.
Who? Apostle.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. That passage is so clear and vivid. We talk about when people come to a person and says, forgive me, and they present, because there's steps to an apology. It's not just I'm sorry or I apologize. There's other things. What would you require of me?
Come on now.
Well, he didn't have the conversation. Do you require? But he provided what would be of necessity, which is a requirement for their
Yeah.
living.
He brought
But then
me for repentance.
that's it. And then he was willing to give up that which was his personally. But see now, the other thing on the flip side of that, we have a person who said, "No, I don't need it. You good." But he knew principle, protocol in the forgiveness.
Yeah.
If you don't accept my gift, then you'll say, "Yeah, I let him through, but shoot," and he tried to bribe me with it. No,
Right. I don't accept you. If you don't accept my gift, you're saying that you
I'm.
don't.
I don't. I didn't agree. Yeah, you're not. So that
Yeah.
means you can come back for me.
Yeah.
That means that. But if I give you and you break it and come for me, now I have a leg to stand on in defense.
Yeah. Yeah. Because
But
I've
we have
done
people
right
like
by
that.
you. I've done right by you.
I've done right by you. Honor the covenant. Honor this gesture of humbleness.
Mm-hmm.
But we have people who will still come for you even after you have exhausted everything, given up everything to make the apology well and beyond well. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll still come for you.
You know what's funny that you mentioned that? Because this is how the Father does with his servants. He will break his servants to humble them, to send them to places that people don't receive. And what they don't understand is that he's exhausted all kinds of resources, broken them in all kinds of places and in all kinds of fragmentations just to say, I want to reconcile you. So that's why
Mm-hmm.
he said, when you've done it unto the least of them, you did it to me.
Yep.
Because what you thought was least was something that I presented to you from that perspective so that it would be easy for you to receive, but you still rejected it.
Mm-hmm.
You still rejected it. Mm-mm.
And see, that's interesting. Esau came with men, and Jacob came with cattle, herd, wealth, and women with children of lineage and generation.
Mm-hmm. He came with the gift.
Mm-hmm.
It says here, and he said, let us take our journey and let us go, and I will go before thee. In other words, listen to this. This is Esau talking. I will go before thee. And he said unto him, my Lord knoweth that the children are tender, and the flocks and the herds with young are with me. And the men should overdrive them one day, all the flock will die. Let my Lord, I pray thee, pass over before his servant, and I will lead on softly, according as the cattle that go before me, and the children be able to endure until I come unto my Lord, unto Seir. He said, okay, that sounds good, but we're going to do it this way because this is going to be easier. This is going to be the right thing to do. And Esau said, let me now leave with thee some of the folk that are with me. See, now there's one side of the thing where I'm going to reconcile by bringing what's meet for repentance or meet for reconciliation to you, because he didn't really have nothing to repent for. But I'm using that because they're synonymous in the conversation, okay? Or they're connected or akin to one another in this conversation. But now that I've received your gift, now let me give you something. Let me give you security on your journey. I'm going to give you some of the folk that are with me. I'm going to give you some of what I have. And he said, what needeth it? Let me find grace in the sight of my Lord. In other words, I'm in your land. Why would I need it? So Esau returned that day on his way to Seir, which we said was, let me see that picture again.
Be serious.
Yeah. I want to go back to that picture. Go ahead and say something because I'm going to go back to that picture. I want to
Okay, because I'm gonna give a flip side of that. Today has been option one, option two, example one, example two. But on the flip side of that, when Esau gave, he said, I'm gonna send my men with you. That wasn't for that. That was so that men could keep an account. What is they doing? Because now you got to understand, he still know that Jacob was what we would consider to be the duper, the slickster, the con artist, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even though Esau is accepting, he may not fully trust.
Mm-hmm. That's potential.
So let me give you my men. So because my thing is for men, for your journey, to make sure you don't divert from what you say. Sometimes people will place their lookouts in the mist to keep a tab of your whereabouts
Mm-hmm.
if you let them.
Mm-hmm.
Now he may be showing it as a gift, but now here is the mama coming out in Esau
Mm-hmm.
because the men that came with him wasn't just men.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah.
they came prepared if they had the battle.
Mm-hmm.
You understand me?
Mm-hmm.
So guess what? He didn't just say, okay, here it is for this and that only. No, that's also they can watch and report the whereabouts, the going ons, to make sure there was no underhanded trickery. That's the reason why he was so afraid or hesitant. I'm saying not gonna say afraid, but hesitant to
To say,
accept the
yeah.
gift.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because
So
some
now what
people
else
don't
are
even
you coming
play
with?
along with it.
There
Mm-hmm.
you go.
Mm-hmm. That's good. That's good. And even though that might not have been in the forefront of anybody's mind, it could have potentially been in his subconscious. I'm not sure how this is going to work. That's a
Because
good
now
point.
he got to understand, he still knows his brother from back then. He's just meeting his brother after over 14 plus years,
20.
20 years. So
Because
now,
he worked with Laban for 20 years.
okay, so they worked for labor for 20 years. And so here it is. He
So
don't know what this man is about. Is he still operating in the same manner? Does he, what is he looking to get now? Why is he coming now after 20 years? And why do I have to face this person? He's been gone however long.
mm-hmm.
And when he left running for his life because I was trying to kill him. You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
when there's no closure to certain things, though that thought and those things will arise in
right.
the next meeting. So that's why it says completion of stuff.
Yeah, unfinished business.
That unfinished business.
Yeah, yeah. So here we go. That's good. And Jacob journeyed after Esau returned that day on his way to Seir. Jacob journeyed to Sukkot. Now, where we heard this word Sukkot. What is this about? And built him a house and made booths for his cattle. Therefore, the name of that place is called Sukkot. You know, that's also a festival, right? Temporary booths.
Yeah.
The end of the year, we had an amazing time at Sukkot this year, 5783. And Jacob came to Shalem, a city of Shechem. Remember Shechem?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which is in the land of Canaan, when he came from Padan Aram and pitched his tent before the city. And he bought a parcel of a field where he had spread his tent at the hand of the children of Hamor, Shechem's father, for 100 pieces of money. Mm-hmm. And he erected there an altar and called it Elohi Israel. Okay, let's look and see what Elohi Israel means. Now I need you to make sure you remember
God of, I looked it up the other day.
okay, that he erected an altar.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
But
but
it
it
was
deals with
God Almighty, the mighty God, I think, or something to that effect.
I'm gonna pull it up. It deals
Mm-hmm.
with Elohim, but it deals with strength and it deals with judges and rulers.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The God is my judge. I think
Okay.
that's it. Judges me or something to that effect. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But judgment coming to the land.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Magistrates. So
Mm-hmm.
he dealt with it from the place of magistrates. Hey, boo. I see my daughter is in the room. Awesome. I see you, Pastor. I see you. That's awesome. Okay, so let's go here. And y'all gonna have to, if you just coming in, you have to go back and listen to the whole thing. That's why I pray that y'all really honor the Sabbath the way you should, because then you'll be in on the conversation and you can go back. Now, what I've got to learn how to do is put the marker, which is not, it's not hard, between the conversation of Table Talk and Torah, so you'll be able to go to both. You know what I'm saying? Be able to separate it without having to find it. All right, so let's close this tool and go back to the reading. Where were we? Okay. All right, so it says here
where he paid him 100 for the land.
Okay, yeah, he paid for it, and he erected an altar there. Now we see that those altars are so important. You know, what we leave a mark, where we leave a mark. And so how I would deem the altar in this season. Let me tell you what the Holy Spirit just gave me. This is why we know that the altar is our heart. We got that. But how we build an external altar is by following the instructions that the Father's given us in the marketplace. Did you hear what I just said? Following the instructions that Yah has given us in the marketplace. So when I buy a business or build a business or take territory or build a community or whatever that is, it's a space of an altar. Because every city, every building, every structure has a spirit of the building behind it. You understand what I'm saying? That's why this is important, that we understand how the Father is moving in this season and what he's doing in this season and how he wants to get the wealth over into the hands of his sons. Because when we obey him, we're actually building an altar. It says here, and Dinah, the daughter of Leah, which she bare unto Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. Make a mark of that, because you'll see in another chapter, or at the end of this chapter, what Jacob begins to say to them about idolatry, right? And about their idols, okay? So Dinah, the daughter of Leah, went out to see what the daughters of the land were doing. She went out to see them. And when Shechem, the son of Hamor, the Hivite prince of the country, saw her, he took her and lay with her and defiled her. The defiling is not that he lay with her. The defiling is the fact that he didn't have permission to lay with her, that he didn't go through the necessary channels or the necessary process to get to that place. And his soul clave unto Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, and he loved the damsel and spake kindly unto the damsel. So do y'all know that even if something is kindly speaking to you or wants you so badly, it doesn't mean that it's for you, because it could be a defiled place or place of perversion, right? Because sometimes you would think, oh, well, if it's an enemy, it just abused her, it raped her, and it didn't want else to do with her. No, he wanted to keep her. He was struck, okay? It says that his soul clave to her, and he spake kindly to her. And Shechem spake unto his father Hamor, saying, get me this damsel to wife. So now he can put his father in on this.
Talk about a soul tie.
Come on now. And Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah, his daughter. Now his sons were with his cattle in the field, and Jacob held his peace until they were come. And Hamor, now I want to stop for a minute and just rewind for a second. Because now we see the family business being perpetuated. And you know what? It's a problem for a lot of people, because a lot of people don't understand the necessity to have a family business. Since we're talking about marketplace, a lot of people don't see the purpose of that. They don't understand the necessity of that. And even if you go off and do different various aspects, get the education or the information or the research or the revelation of different aspects, they should all zone into the family business. You know why? Because that is inheritance. That is legacy. May you build other things? Absolutely. But family business is a real way to wealth. You know, the inheritance is not just, or the blessing is not just for the one, it's for the many. The blessing is for the seed. The blessing is for the generations. It's not just for one person. And a lot of people are ignorant in the area of inheritance and ignorant in the way of building and being able to honor and to respect what's being built and get behind what's being built, because they don't see it like they need to see it. So they're off doing everything else but building the family legacy. This is what the prodigal son did. Legacy was being built, had already been built. And here he is. He want to take something. Now just give me my stuff so I can go. Total misunderstanding, like Esau, of the value of where he was and what he had at his disposal. His eyes were not clear to see that what he had at his disposal was what had protected him all along. It was his defense. The word declares that money is a defense. He took what that little bit was that his father gave him. It wasn't the whole thing. He took a portion of it and gave it to him, and he ran off and wasted it. And had to wind up coming back. Now, when he came back, he was humble. Because remember when I tell you, when you train up a child in the way that they should go, when they're old, they don't depart. That means they don't stay gone. They're going to come back because they're going to realize, you know what, you were right. You're right. It says here, and Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out unto Jacob or Jacob to commune with him. And the sons of Jacob came out of the field when they heard it. And the men were grieved, and they were very wroth because he had wrought folly in Israel, lying with Jacob's daughter, which thing ought not to be done. You know what I want to see in this season? And I'm believing y'all for this, because we have prayed for this in other seasons. Elder Vicky, when we have had those moments of where we broke into this place of interception regarding the men. We've had those seasons where it was just like a pending threat. It was a pending threat against them, and the Father just kind of pushed us into a space of intercession concerning the men. And he began to talk about, what's this word? It's a word that's on the tip of my tongue. A quagmire.
Quagmire.
Oh my God. He began to talk about the quagmire of things, how men get into the quagmire of life and are unable to get unstuck from the quagmire of life. And we've got to pray these things concerning our sons, concerning our grandchildren, concerning the boys, because boys are easily stuck in situations, and those situations that they get stuck in can carry for years. You hear what I'm saying?
Pass through the generations too.
I know people right now that created situations for themselves in their ignorance, and 20 years later are still dealing with the remnant or the residue of those situations where they haven't been able to break out of that. This is a serious place.
Mm-hmm.
And it has to be a place that we make mandatory to converse with our boys. And here's the other part of that. This is a solution for somebody. Breakthrough for men often comes from them realizing their error and sharing it to keep other people from going into that same era of bondage. But the reason why it would take 20 years to come out of something is because you're so stuck on what you got into and putting the blame on everything else but us, right?
Mm-hmm.
That we're not able to break through. So how do you break through? You start telling people, don't do that. Don't do that. Let me help you with that. Son, let me tell you something. Wait a minute. Let me go over here. Let me share my experience to prevent others from having to face the same charge in life.
Let me tell you about the cave experience I had, so you don't go into that same cave.
And in that, I believe, is where the blessing is. That's where the breakthrough begins. Because now, not only did you go through and learn something, but the only proof that you learned it is the fact that you're going to tell it to somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Hello? That's the only proof that you've actually learned something from that experience. Learn something more than, oh, I'll never do that again. Oh, that was a big mistake. Oh, that put me in a place. Okay, those are obvious things, right?
But why was it a mistake? What did you do to get yourself caught into that mistake?
Obviously. And who are you going to prevent from going into that?
Into it, yep.
You know, we just want what we want for ourselves. You know what I'm saying? This is why parents, so many things were taboo, because they didn't want you to know they were hoes. They didn't want you to know they were whoremongers and wine bibbers. They didn't want you to know that about their lives. But if they had told you that, then you would have been able to have a gauge on the enemies that would approach you in a later season to keep you from having to go through those same situations. They didn't tell you that the family had addiction issues. You thought it was just you. No, it wasn't. Somebody before you created this pattern. You're following the lineage. You're following the pattern, the iniquity of a family line. Remember I read to you guys the other day, and the prophetic word comes to break you out of it, right? So even like that simple thing that I just said about one breaking out of that captivity by beginning to set up things to go into spaces and talk to young men or young women about these situations that we've encountered, right? To break, that's how you break out of those spaces. But something simple like that, people be like, well, I'm not a speaker. Okay, we'll stay there then. Because I just gave you the solution.
Mm-hmm.
I just told you what you have to do to break out of here, because you don't realize that you learned anything until you want to teach it. What you learn, you teach.
That's it.
You haven't learned it until you're teaching it. And you don't get more until you release what you've received.
Mm-hmm.
To whom? To the one that has, more shall be given. What does that mean? It means when you do what you're supposed to do with what you have, you get more. But if you have it and you ain't doing nothing with it, even what you have is taken away. Look at this. Came out in the field when he heard it, and they were grieved. My prayer is that people understand, men particularly, that's what I'm going to talk about, that they have, how do I want to say this? That they have a revelation of the things that are of value. Because these boys felt some kind of way, just like David felt some kind of way with Goliath, talking crazy to the armies of Yahweh.
Mm-hmm.
For them, this was a thing. They were like, you know what? No, he didn't sleep with our sister. I know that ain't what he did.
Mm-hmm.
Now that grieved them.
Yep.
They had a value for their sister's purity and her virginity, and it grieved them to know that somebody took from her what was hers without going through the right channel. It grieved them. Now people don't care about nothing. Men don't care about a whole lot. It could be your brother, your uncle, whatever. They don't care about a whole lot. They don't have a position where things grieve them about the women in the household, the women in the family. They don't grieve men now.
They don't appreciate the gift.
They don't understand women as a gift. They only see them as a form.
Or tool.
They don't see them as a force. They don't see them as valuable. They see them as a form that they can just use. This is the mindset of men in this age is skewed. The view is skewed because they don't see women as they should see them. Because if they did, they would be grieved about a great many things. It's some things they wouldn't even participate in. You know what? Porn wouldn't even be an issue in this age if real men were grieved about the nature of the woman as a force. What force is she releasing? Because her form, we see the form, but she's a force. And if you just look at her as a shape, as a form, then that's going to be abused. But if you look at it from the right perspective and you see the woman as a gift of Yah to the earth, a gift that bears something. The seed is released from the man, but the woman takes the seed and multiplies it. And that's whether you're in an intimate relationship or not. I'm dealing with seed as, you know, it could be a business partnership. It could be a number of different things. But when men see women as the womb that has a force to multiply what's in the mind of a man, then they'll deal with them differently. These boys were grieved. And they were very wroth because he had wrought folly in Israel, lying with their sister. They said, which thing ought not to be done. And Hamor communed with them, saying, the soul of my son Shechem longeth for your daughter. I pray you give him to wife, and make ye marriages with us. Oh, here we go. Make marriages with us, and give your daughters unto us, and take our daughters unto you. You go. We got to mix now. We want to mix things up. We want to merge our nations. and ye shall dwell with us, and the land shall be before you. Dwell and trade ye therein, and get you possessions therein. You know what? If I get possessions, they don't belong to me anyway, because we merging. That means your daughters become inheritors, and your seed becomes inheritors of the possession. And Shechem said unto her father and unto her brethren, let me find grace in your eyes. Nigga, you just slept with my sister. You just defiled my sister. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Let me just find favor. Let me find grace in your eyes. Grace is a word that deals with ability. Let me have the ability in your eyes to do what I'm requesting of you. And what ye shall say unto me, I will give. Ask me whatever you want to see. We still see this reconciliation thing. We still see this giving. But again, we see here that you want to give me something because you done something wrong. And instead of dealing with what you did wrong, now you want to ask me, what can I give you? How can I buy you off in this situation? See, if you look at the headings, and I tell people all the time, don't look at the headings in the Bibles that are translated, because people have their mind set on what they see. And if you read the headings of the scripture that you're reading, or the Bible that you're reading, then you're being told what you should believe about the passage instead of what's being said in the passage. This says the treachery of Jacob's sons. Guess what I see here? I see the treachery of Shechem. I see the treachery of Hamor against the sons of Yaakov. You hear me? Look at here. And Shechem said unto her father and unto her brethren, let me find grace in your eyes, and what ye shall say unto me, I will give. Ask me never so much dowry, and give, and I will give according as ye shall say unto me, but give me the damsel to wife. In other words, whatever you ask me for, I'm going to give it to you, because she's worth that to me. I want it so bad, I'll give you whatever you're asking for. And the sons of Yaakov answered Shechem and Hamor, his father, deceitfully. Now see, when you see that word deceitfully, you automatically think, oh, they follow in the footsteps of Jacob because he was a deceiver. Ignorant. Wrong answer. This man has defiled this man has defiled his sister, their sister. Okay? They're like, you know what? Bet. Let's talk about what you're going to give. Because from what I see, here's my perspective. Okay, you've already said you want to marry into our lineage and you want us to marry into yours. That means everything is going to be equal. That means the portions of land and anything else that would be achieved are also still in the family. Okay, so what you're saying is I did something that I shouldn't have done, and so I'm not going to apologize or try to make right what I've done. I just want to cover it up by continuing to merge our families. Thankfully, she wasn't pregnant. That would have been a whole nother situation. But Yaakov's son answered Shechem and Hamor and said, because he had defiled Dinah, their sister, they said unto him, we can't do this thing to give our sister to one that is uncircumcised, for that were a reproach unto us. They didn't lie. They didn't. That wasn't deceitful. It's true that you're not of us. You're not circumcised. So the only way that we would be able, because any of the strangers that came into Israel had to be circumcised to become Israel. But they saw the intention of the other side and said, okay, this is how we going to roll. Let me tell you how we work. Let me tell you how this would look if that's what we were going to enter into. This is how this would look. But in this we will consent unto you. They said, but in this, if you will be as we be, that every male of you being circumcised, then we will give you our daughters. We will give our daughters unto you, and we will take your daughters to us, and we will dwell with you, and we will become one people. That's the only way we would be able to do this. But if you will not hearken unto us to be circumcised, then we will take our daughter and we will be gone. And their words pleased Hamor and Shechem, Hamor's son, because they wanted what they wanted. And they thought that the thing that they had perpetuated upon the ears of the hearers was so appetizing to them that they would accept it. And the young man deferred not to do the thing, because he had delight in Yaakov's daughter, and he was more honorable than all the house of his father. Now, he was honorable more honorable than the house of his father, which meant that they were even more wicked than what he was, to take her and to devour her, which is one of the reasons why both Abraham and Yitzchak went into territory saying, she's my sister. See, people get that messed up too. And that's why we started off with this whole ideology. The religious and the church industrial complex presents these things that we think are solid, that they're not bendable or movable. But the word of Yah says to us, lie not one to another. Now, whoever else you are, if you're not in my space, in my camp, I'm not going to give away the location of my people. I'm not going to, oh, well, I can't lie. They're over there. No, I'm going to send you the other direction. Do you hear what I'm saying? I'm not going to send you to where the camp of Yah is. I'm going to send you opposite. Because it's not given to me to give to you the information or the mysteries of the kingdom, the location of the kingdom. You know, even with the master, he said this to the children, to his disciples, to those that he was fathering. They said, why do you speak to them in parables? And what does this even mean? He said, it's given to you to know the mysteries of the kingdom. It's not given to them. There are some things that are not for them, but it's for us. You understand? So they're dealing with a nation that is uncircumcised. They're dealing with a nation, just like David was dealing with the uncircumcised Philistine. Okay? So understand what comes with uncircumcision. If you get that picture, then you'll understand why they were dealt with the way they were dealt with. Okay? It says here, and Hamor and Shechem, his son, came unto the gate of their city. That's the place of judgment. That's the place of government. That's the place where verdicts go forth. That's the place where the magistration happens. And commune with the men of their city, saying, these men are peaceable with us. Therefore, let them dwell in the land. So they also appeased them to give them the impression that they were not their enemy, so that they could be in the space and trade therein for the land. Behold, it is a large enough for them. Let us take their daughters to us for wives, and let us give them our daughters. This is what Shechem is talking about. Only herein will the men consent unto us, for to dwell with us, to be one people. If every male among us be circumcised as they are circumcised. So they're breaking down, this is what we got to do to get to this place, this plan, this strategy that we've created to step into their inheritance, to absolutely become a part of their legacy. Let's do this. Shall not their cattle, here we go. Here are these indicators. Shall not their cattle and their substance and every beast of theirs be ours? Only let us consent unto them, and they will dwell with us. And unto Hamor and unto Shechem his son hearkened all they that went out of the gate of the city, of his city, and every male was circumcised, all that went out of the gate of his city. And it came to pass on the third day when they were sore, that two of the sons of Yaakov, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brethren, took each man his sword. They both pulled their sword out and came upon the city boldly and slew all the males. Okay, y'all done got circumcised. Y'all a little tender, ain't you? Third day, you're tender, right? Can't do much. You're dead. And they slew Hamor and Shechem his son with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house and went out. Now here's something that you need to see. Because this, if you don't see this, then you'll have a problem with what was done. They never returned Dinah to her family. He didn't just take her virginity and send her out. He took her virginity and kept her. So while he was having a conversation, it was almost like a hostage negotiation. Did you hear what I said? It was almost akin to a hostage negotiation. Prophet, I know you want to say something about that.
There we go. I
didn't see you out of the room. I had to put you back in. So it was akin to a hostage negotiation. They never gave her back. He slept with her and he kept her. And now I'm about to have some conversations with you about give her to me. You already got her and you ain't returned.
Hold on. Didn't even come humble with it.
Come on now.
It really technically is an arrogance.
It was.
The approach, remember? How you approach it.
It was their city.
And then they plot and play. Regardless of the city, you're wrong.
Yeah, wrong. They thought they could do
Regardless, and the thing is, his father, the prince of this country, right? He that takes Jacob's daughter, but the father of
cosign.
Chechem,
Shechem.
Harmor, he co-signed it, and then on top of that, well, let us do this. We're gonna make it look like this, and so so we can benefit from it. Isn't that how we get it like that? Well, however you do it, just make sure I'm not gonna support it, but you're gonna put my name on it.
Mm.
I ain't gonna help you, but give me some accolades.
Oh my.
Okay, I'm not gonna invest in you, but I want you to mention, you know,
Yeah,
that
we
I
want to
gave
make
you a
sure
ride
we get
down the
the
street.
benefit at the end of this thing.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
but we do know the Lord always have a different way of seeing it. Now, mind you, Jacob's experience has taught him something, but his sons got it more viciously. His son has
His son.
the history of the mother and the uncle
Yeah.
and of Esau.
Mm-hmm.
They have the anger, the cunningness of mother, the anger of Esau, and also the trickery of Laban. They got that
Here's
hustle.
what the scripture says: be wise as serpents. So
Hmm.
again, when you say these kind of things, everything is not a negative.
Correct.
Wise as serpents, harmless as doves. So when I need to be wise as a serpent, that means I'm ready to strike. But there are opportunities and times when I need to be harmless as a dove. Sometimes people make those things intertwined, and they're not. They're not
Okay.
always intertwined. When I need to have the nature of a serpent, meaning I'm cunning, I'm strategic,
Hmm.
that ain't got nothing to do with me being harmless. I'm about to strike. You understand what I'm saying? I've got a strategy that's got to be executed. But I'm not doing it maliciously. It's just, it has to be done. But my focus is the strike.
Hmm.
Who I am is why I'm doing it. Who I am is where it's coming from. So the spirit behind who I am is inside of or embedded in the strike. And the Father sees that I'm not doing this from a position that is wicked or evil, but I still got to strike. I'm defending the government of Yah. This is what his boys were doing. They were defending the government. They said this thing ought not to be. It ought not to be so. They have defiled our sister, and they kept her, and now they're trying to negotiate with us. Something's wrong with this. And they slew Hamor and Shechem, his son, with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house, and went out. The sons of Yaakov came upon the slain and spoiled the city because they had defiled their sister. They took their sheep, their oxen, their asses, and that which was in the city, and that which was in the field, and all their wealth, and all their little ones, and their wives took they captive and spoiled even all that was in the house. They didn't kill everything. This was not a situation to kill everything. They were merciful. They were not mercenaries. They killed the thing that was the problem in the land. The men's minds. Remember, we were just talking about the men's minds? Just talking about the mind of the men in this age. No sensitivity. No concern for the thing that is grieving or that they should be feeling some kind of grief about. They should be vexed over the condition of the woman. Vexed enough to get in proper position to bring her back into alignment.
Hmm.
But they're not. Because you know why? They want what they want out of situations. And that's all they want. And Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, ye have troubled me to make me stink among the inhabitants of the land. So when we read that, we feel like they did something wrong. No. He's feeling some kind of way, just like he felt about his brother. I don't know how bro gonna handle this. That's how he's thinking. Now we in this land, and we gonna stink in their nostrils. Not just talking about Shechem. He dealing with now the Canaanites and the Perizzites. He said, listen, it ain't but a few of us.
That's it.
If you do stuff like that, they might pounce on us. But didn't you just face your brother with 400 men?
Yep.
Face your brother with 400 men, right? And you overcame. Now your sons are defending what's right. And your fear is that you're going to stink in the land among the inhabitants. But this is the land that the Father is giving you in the first place. So you got to go back to the original conversation.
Mm-hmm.
He said, they shall gather themselves together against me and slay me, and I shall be destroyed, and I and my house. And they said, should he deal? Okay, so Dad, let me get this straight. So you saying don't do nothing about it, so you don't stink in the land, and they should just deal with our sister like she a whore, and we should be okay with that.
Compromise for appearances.
Okay, absolutely. So now let's look and see what the Father had to say, because this is how you gauge whether things were inappropriate or not. And Yah said unto Jacob, or Yaakov, arise and go up to Bethel. Go up to where the spot was that you created that altar. Go to that spot where you saw the angels ascending and descending. Go, arise and go up to Bethel and dwell there and make there an altar unto Yah that appeared unto thee when thou fleddest from the face of Esau thy brother. Then Jacob said unto his household and to all that were with him. Now, this is what I was telling you about. This is going to make sense, because when you see Dinah going out to see the women of the city, right? It is fabled that they were out there dancing, that they were doing, their pagan rituals or whatever, right? So she went there to see them. And while she's out there, she's taken because she's concerned with what they got going on. So she's in the wrong place at the wrong time, which didn't give him a right to take her for himself and to defile her. Unfortunately, when we're in the wrong place at the wrong time, openings and breaches happen. This is the same place that Yaakov created an altar. And now there are breaches. And a place where angelic agencies freely flow, there are breaches. Because people are becoming more concerned with the diabolic thing than the divine thing. Look at what he tells them. Jacob said unto his household and to all that were with him, put away the strange gods that are among you and be clean and change your garments. Did you hear that? And let us arise.
Come on.
There you go. And let us arise and go up to Bethel, and I will make there an altar unto Yah, who answered me in the day of my distress. Now, this is a teachable moment for him. He didn't beat them up about the gods. He didn't do all that. He just gave them an order. Because remember, I told you, he manages his house. This is not a question. It's not a suggestion. He said, put them away. Get rid of that. Now, let me tell you, I'm going to do this. This is where we're going. We're going to Bethel. I'm going to make an altar there to Yah. And I want you to know who he is. He answered me in the day of my distress and was with me in the way which I went. So he gave them the picture, the image that they needed to have that drew them away from their idolatry. And it says, and they gave unto Jacob all the strange gods which were in their hand, and all their earrings which were in their ears. And Jacob hid them under the oak which was by Shechem. So he left a memorial of idolatry in the place where he slayed, where his sons slayed the wicked thing that defiled their sister. But see, they were defiled first by this idolatry, which is what opened up that avenue. But just like Father Yah, his sons dealt with a nation just like the Father deals with them. He said, okay, go ahead and take the nation. Go ahead and take my nation because they don't want to do right. Okay, now I'm about to whip your butt. So I can deliver them, and now I'm about to whip the butt of this nation that took my nation. You hear what I'm saying? So they really are embodying a picture, a prophetic picture of the expression of the image of Yah. And they journeyed, and the terror of Yah was upon the cities that were round about them, and they did not pursue after the sons of Yaakov. You see this? They set a standard in Shechem. This like back in the day when we were growing up, if a bully was trying to bully you, right? If you kick the bully's butt, don't nobody else bother you. Hello? You kick the bully's butt, nobody else about to mess with you. It says that they did not pursue after the sons of Yaakov because the terror of Yah, not the terror of the sons of Yaakov, but the terror of Yah. That means Yah put the terror of the sons of Yaakov on the people that were round about. So Yaakov came to Luz, which is in the land of Canaan. That is Bethel. That's an interesting note, isn't it? Interesting note that the land of Canaan is Bethel. Keep a note of that because you're going to need it. He and all the people that were with him, and he built there an altar and called the place El Bethel. Elohim Bethel, the God of Bethel. Because there Yah appeared unto him when he fled from the face of his brother. But Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died, and she was buried beneath Bethel under an oak, and the name of it was called Alan Becca. And Yah appeared unto Jacob again when he came out of Padan Aram and blessed him. So there's a continual encounter here. I don't know if you're catching this, but once you step into that place where you have the experiences, you go through all of these processes. I was talking about the twists and the turns of life and how they serve us in a later season, right? How they become our slaves, the slaves for our success, the slaves that take us to the divine destination. How we look at him is important because now after he strives in life for all of these things and he's mishandled and mistreated, he has to run for his life. He goes through this process. Now he gets to the place where he's coming back into the space that he had the conversation about in the vow, and the Father, made some promises there. And so now he has to strive with the angel, the angelic agency, because he's now in the place where he realizes it's something that I'm supposed to get here, and I'm not going to let you go until I get it. When he gets it, after that, there's a perpetuation. And this is after he steps into that divine space, because the angelic agency tells him how to come from behind to the front, which is what happened from the very beginning of his life as he's holding on to the heel of his brother. It was his rightful place, not to be behind, but to be in front. And so when we hear the word that declares the last shall be first and the first shall be last, this should give you some prophetic and revelational clarity on the mind of Yah concerning your life. Prophet Marlise?
There we go. Okay, I was on mute.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Yes. Wow. We really need to really understand. We really got to get a grasp of this. The communication and the gaps in between communication, the forms of communication, and how to speak and when to speak and what to do and how to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's important because here we are now, and Jacob goes to Bethel to dwell therein. He has to now set his face toward somewhere else. He got to go somewhere else.
Mm-hmm. My God.
They done killed the folks, the Perizzites and the Hittites and the Canaanites. They done disturbed this place.
Well, he killed Shechem.
Shechem. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
And they're people. But he's in but now he's worried about the land of Canaanites and the Perizzites. How they gonna think? So this is how you do. You go into a place showing humbleness, and next thing you know, you go killing off the men and taking the spoil and the women
And the children.
and the children.
He was struggling with that because appearances were important to him.
But how they thought about him because he was new. Sometimes you have to be concerned about your new, who you are now in Christ Jesus. Not in the sense that you owe a person an explanation or anything in that nature, but be mindful of how you represent him. I can understand his position of wanting, that's not me no more. This is not who I am. And here it is. Everything that he was then now has come to him as a test. And it involves his children. It involves his whole entire camp. And then here it is. It says, the Lord tells it, now you got to get rid of the strange stuff that's around you, the strange gods.
But see, that came out of where he went, because Rachel was those kind of things.
Correct.
Because of Laban.
Correct.
So that is the thing that they carried away from there.
So now you got to go look. So some of us do have to go back in time and look, where did we pair up with something that wasn't right?
There we go.
And how do we circumcise it?
How do we reconcile these matters?
How we reconcile the differences? How do we make this thing divinely right?
How do we reset?
That's it.
Establish.
That's it.
Now go back to the thing that you were saying, because I was intrigued by what you were saying about now his sons are taking on the position, because I didn't catch where they were.
Okay, so now in the sons, they say, oh no, you can't do this because it's, you can't be, well, that you one of us. Cunningness. And then to come back, as they're going to be circumcised, they circumcised them so they would be defenseless, so they could kill them.
That's strategy.
That's strategy. But it is a cunningness, because one side is believing that they now have the upper hand. Because how much, he's talking about, we're going to prosper in everything that they got, because they see his cattle is different. You got to understand now, he's walking around, Jacob is walking through different territory with cows and cattle and sheep and stuff and goats that don't look like everybody else's. He's got designer on walking with him.
Right. So now in that space that you just gave, they saw him as a target. They saw him as one to try to be a prey. So the son did an unthinkable thing, defiled the sister, kept her hostage, and came to negotiate a subtle demand to make exchange.
That's a great cover-up, which a lot of people do.
And the brothers said, not only because what the brothers did not come into play until they did what they did. And this is all started out with how we see things.
Right.
Because Jacob, first of all, is not a trickster. Neither is he crafty. That was never the nature of Jacob. Jacob was never tricky. None of that. He asked for what he asked for over the lentils, and his mother overheard the conversation that his father was having with Esau and said, that cannot happen. Go in there. He said, I can't do it. This is trickery, and I'm going to receive a curse if I do this. And she said, the curse be on me. The word of the Lord has to stand. So in no part of Jacob's life was he a trickster, one that was crafty or cunning.
Well, he was cunning, because when he made the agreement with Laban, he knew what he could do with the cattle beforehand.
Okay, so let me stop you for a second, because you got to understand, once again, this was a word of Yah. That was not crafty as in a negative space, because this is why I keep bringing this up, because the way that we've been giving Yaakov is as if he was wrong for what he did.
Well, no, I didn't say wrong.
No, I'm not saying
but it's crafty.
I'm not saying you said that. I'm just clearing it up, because people have a bad impression and the wrong impression of who Yaakov was. And if they have the wrong impression of who Yaakov was, then they'll have the wrong impression of who Yah is, because he pulled a whole nation out of this man.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So Yaakov received angelic assistance. He had a dream, and the angel of Yah told him what to do. This is what happens when we're in spaces where people are taking advantage of us. But because we have been under these religious and church industrial systems, we've learned to live with abuse. You understand what I'm saying? And because we've learned to live with abuse, we don't have an expectation of the angel of Yah showing up to tell us nothing to come out from under this abuse. We think based on the teaching and the preaching that no matter what people do to you, you're just supposed to stay and you're just supposed to accept that and you're just supposed to do that. And I've heard preaching on this so many years, even down to David. You know, David didn't never dishonor, but David ran. Do you understand? David ran. And David did this from his heart perspective. Not because it was the mind of Yah not to destroy Saul, but because David had in his heart, there was a soft space in his heart for Saul. It was the same issue that Moshe dealt with when he was sent back to Egypt. He said, I can't go back there. I don't know how to even talk to that. That thing raised me. How do I bring this level of conversation to the thing that raised me? He said, okay, you got an issue. That's fine. But people made that a stuttering issue. Because if I make it a stuttering issue, then I can exonerate him from coming back and doing what he's told to do. The reason why Yah was wroth with him was not because he stuttered, but because he had a voice and he didn't want to use it because of his fear and his intrepidation speaking to the thing that raised him. You understand what I'm saying? So there is a difference in cunning and crafty from a negative perspective. And that's why I'm clarifying it. I'm not saying that's what you're saying, Prophet, but I have to clarify it because when we say that the children are acting just like their father, cunning and crafty, and we leave it open, then people still have the mindset of Yaakov like he was negatively crafty or cunning. No, strategy he does have because the Father, and I would say Holy Spirit, but it is based on the Spirit of Yah. Because how angelic agencies come is by spirit. But anyway, that angelic agency in his dream gave him the remedy for the abuse that he was undergoing. He gave him the remedy so that he would not be under that any longer. He said, okay, now the tables are turning. This is what happens when the tables turn. You understand what I'm saying? When the tables turn, the Father gives insight to one that is behind to come in front. That doesn't mean that they did something negative. That doesn't mean that they did something bad. It means that the Father has exhausted every area of that situation and said, now it's time to move you forward. Now it's time for you to come into the forefront. So strategy is one thing. Gaining the insight that gives a cunning nature, like the wisdom of the serpent. I could even go with that. Okay? I could even go with that because that is a craftiness or cunningness, but I want to specify this because if we don't, people will stay in that space where they think that Jacob means trickster. Because this is the impression that's been given because people have not exhausted the text. So even if we look at it, if we say something that relates to that, it triggers them to go back into that impression. You understand what I'm saying? It forces them back into that space. Yaakov at no time from the heart of anything less than purity did what he did for anybody that he did it for. He had a pure value for the blessing. He had a pure value for and a respect for his household. He had a pure value for the people that he went to go serve. But people in that environment took advantage of him. People in his mother's environment thought of him less than because the other one came out first, but the first one that came out was supposed to be the last one by the prophetic word. So he was positioned to come to the front on every occasion, no different than Joshua or Yeshua, right? Or no different than Joseph. Positioned to come to the front. No matter what condition they put him in, he was positioned, dealing with Joseph. Positioned to come to the front. His brothers could have said he talked too much. He always trying to have these big dreams about he gonna be in control or something. He wasn't trying to be funny. He just didn't understand the dream, but they did because they were mature enough to understand dreams. So this is why they had a problem, right? But I wanted to clarify that, because when we say that it is true that things visit the children just like they visit the parent, which we talked about a little while ago. But in no way, shape, or form was Yaakov a trickster, a scammer. In no way, shape, or form. He did exactly what he was given to do by way of revelation and prophetic word to his mother. He did exactly what he was given to do by word of revelation and prophetic sequences through the dream of the angelic agency that switched his position to bring him back into the place to become the man that he needed to be for a nation that was coming out of him. Twists and turns. Go ahead, prophet. You on mute.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, I was on mute. Sorry. The other thing too, in this instance, and I do understand exactly your position and point on this one, and it is well taken,
Yes.
and it's a knowledge that needs to be shared because it is not shared.
Yeah.
But when I was speaking about the bloodline, the genealogy of it, there still was cunning. You know, the sons acquired even without seeing the cunningness of his, or the strategicness
Yeah.
and the wisdom that Jacob had.
They picked up the
It was
strategy.
in them.
It's in the bloodline.
It was in the bloodline. That's what I was talking about. It's in the bloodline.
Absolutely.
Even down to, and you saw it, but also with that, you saw the care and the love of the mother in them.
Yes.
When it was caring for the sister.
I'm glad you brought that up because it kind of melded together. But I'm glad you had time to bring that back out. Yeah. Absolutely.
So we talk about the lineages, the bloodlines, and things, you know. And it wasn't yesterday. It was maybe the day before. And I was saying that what you do repetitionally become habit. Habit becomes a way of life. Way of life is imprinted in your DNA, and your DNA is shared through your lineage, right?
That's it.
And so people don't believe that, but yes, it's true, because great granddaddy can show up in the mannerisms of your children.
Yeah.
And you wondering, where did they get that? Where did they learn that? And it come from the great grandfather's bloodline, you know?
That's why we got to be careful who we lay with as women.
Exactly. And that was the other thing about Shechem. He immediately created a soul tie
Oh, you talking
for
about?
himself.
Oh, yeah.
He got himself bound up in a soul tie.
Well, see, he saw her with his eyes first, and I do believe with all of my heart that anything that was in this beginning, they functioned a certain way, and so the people that the Father had chosen, he beautified them in a way that was very intriguing to people. You understand what I'm saying? So he already had already tied himself to her upon sight. He had his sights on her. Now, after sleeping with her, that's a whole nother situation, because we know how that works, right? Yeah. After sleeping with her, then it was like, oh, she ain't going nowhere. Yeah, because I already feel how I feel.
Yeah.
It could have been a terrible sexual experience, but when you already feel what you feel, you know, nothing changes that.
That's it.
His captivation of her decided to make her a captive. It made her a captive. I pulled this up right here. I thank you for clarifying that, prophet. That was good. It says here that Yah appeared unto Yaakov again when he came out of Padan Aram, and I went to Padan Aram, which means the field. So when we think about the field, right, we're thinking about we can say a field of study, a field of work, right? Fields we identify with labor, right? And so when he came out of the field, he blessed him again. When he came, and we've been talking about this already, there's just another perspective, another way of looking at it. When he came out of his work, out of that toil that he underwent to become the man that he became, Yah blessed him again. And Yah said unto him, thy name is Jacob. Thy name shall not be called anymore Jacob, but Israel shall be thy name. And he called his name Israel, or Yasharal in the and Yah said unto him, I am Yah Almighty, be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall be of thee, and kings shall come out of thy loins. And notice he said kings here, but if you look at his brother Esau, which we may go over, I think there were dukes that came out of Esau, or lords. We'll see. Give me a second, because I was remembering something in that moment. Kings shall come out of thy loins, and the land which I gave Abraham and Yitzchak to thee, I will give it, and to thy seed after thee, I will give the land. Now we know that Yah only blesses people that are in his move. I talk about this all the time. We always want to do something and then have Yah bless what we're doing. And Yah is saying, I don't bless what you're doing, I bless what I've done. You understand what I'm saying? So this is crucial to the identification of whether Yaakov is right or wrong, whether Yaakov is operating under the guidelines of divine nature or whether he's operating another way, because Yah does not bless mess. You understand this? He don't. Nowhere in scripture will you find him blessing mess. He won't do it. It says here, and Yah went up from him in the place where he talked with him, and Yaakov set up a pillar in the place where he talked with him, even a pillar of stone, and he poured a drink offering thereon, and he poured oil thereon. Now we see all of these different things in the play. There's pouring the oil, pouring the water, pouring the wine, libation. All of this stuff is something that's going to be something that we realize that's a part of the law. But look at how the Father did a thing. He created sons in their season to come out of their mother's wombs into the earth with the purpose of prophetically showing forth what the Father was going to do according to his law. How people would have to function, how people would have to do what they do. It's all of these actions were embedded in the law. All of these things were things that the law either reiterated or showed this is what shouldn't happen. Right? And Jacob called the name of that place where Yah spake with him, Bethel, the house of God, right? The house of Yah. All right? And they journeyed from Bethel, and there was but a little way to come to Ephrath, and Rachel travailed, and she had hard labor. It came to pass when she was in hard labor that the midwife said unto her, fear not, thou shalt have a son also. It came to pass as her soul was in departing, for she died, that she called his name Benoni, but his father called him Benjamin. And Rachel died and was buried in the way to Ephrath, which is in Bethlehem. Okay, I want you to see this for a second, because she called him according to her condition. She called him according to her issue, sorrow, right? But his father called him something else. So let's look at the names, the name difference. Let's look at that real quick. She called his name Benoni. And this word Benoni deals with son of my sorrow. He's the son of my sorrow. Okay? I want you to look and see what Yaakov named him. He said, nope, that's not going to be his name. Hold on, prophet, I'm about to bring you back in. So that's not about to be his name. No. This is what he named him. Said his father called him Benjamin. And Benjamin means son of the right hand. This is a son of strength. The right hand is a hand of strength. See that? And I'm not, oh yeah, that's Dan. Let's look at the roots and the etymology of this word here. Bane, which deals with lineage, a class of people, a builder of the family name. So he created something to build upon. So you're not going to name him son of my sorrow, because we don't want to build on the sorrow of the situation. We want to build on something else. Right hand, we want to build on strength. strong. Want a strong foundation. Got that? Prophet?
Yes, got that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're not getting ready to build on that. I know you're going through and I know you're about to die. But you're not about to call my boy that. You're not getting ready to name my son something that's going to perpetuate what's already been.
That's it.
Yeah. This thing going to die with you is not going to be carried out throughout the generations. The idolatry, all of the stuff. You know?
Now, Apostle, now the thing is, come to mind,
Yes.
if they paired up, it would have been a curse for lineage because the bloodlines would have been blended and they would have gotten a hodgepodge or whatever.
Yeah.
And sometimes we can't blend with everybody.
Cannot.
We have to be concerned about the bloodline. You know what pedigree you are.
Come on now.
Sometimes I don't care how much a person may have in luxury. If their pedigree ain't right,
that's gonna bring you to poverty. Wrong
bring you to
pedigree
poverty. Bring you to poverty, or there'll still be that which their bloodline is, regardless of the appearance, regardless of the accumulation of stuff.
Yeah.
Your pedigree will show.
Mm-hmm.
And if they had blended that pedigree, then guess what would have happened? It would not have been the way the Lord ordained it.
That's right. That's why the sons had to kill them. Said no, because see how y'all roll. Remember I was telling you about how Abraham and Yitzchak did that, this my sister thing? That a lot of people have preached, oh, that they lied and no, y'all don't understand territory. You don't understand when you're stepping through things that you have to have a strategy to go through it. You don't understand that. That wasn't about that. It was about the protection of the lineage. Father made a promise. So I said we got to identify things from more than just what we were told. Because then when we read stuff, if you're told what to see, if it's wrong, then that's what you see, regardless of what it says. You understand what I'm saying? So irregardless to what it says, you're going to just see what you see. This is just how it happens. We talked about this yesterday when we talked about, what were we talking about yesterday? We talked about this yesterday when we were talking about brainwashing, right? And repetition. Because those things are necessary for learning. But now you got to identify what is washing your mind, your brain, and what is being repeated. Because you're going to have faith for it at some point.
Exactly.
Which is why I went so hard on the Yaakov thing, because for a long time people have been saying that, but it's a lie. It's not true. But because we don't have the mentality to step into the dimension of success, the dimension of, what do I want to say here? We don't have the mentality, or we haven't been given the mentality. We haven't been taught the mentality to step into our rightful position as sons. These things don't mean, we don't see it like that. You know what I'm saying? We see backseat just whine, oh Lord, bring me out, oh Lord, bring me out, without any strategy on how to come out. Because I'm telling you right now, I've said this before and I'll say it again. When you get in the marketplace, if you get on that shelf, that's because somebody else was pulled off. The marketplace is a place of war. You understand? When my product hits the shelves, that means somebody else's whole stuff about to come off that shelf. That means the company gonna say this ain't as valuable as this. Hello?
Yeah. Or you take it, or you take the space. You're taking the space.
Taking the space of something that was there before me. You understand? Okay. It says here, and Rachel died and was buried in the way to Ephrath, which is Bethlehem. And Yaakov set a pillar upon her grave, that is the pillar of Rachel's grave unto this day. And Israel journeyed and spread his tent beyond the tower of Edar. Came to pass when Israel dwelt in the land that Reuben went and lay with Bilhah, his father's concubine, and Israel heard it. Now the sons of Yaakov were 12. Interesting.
You know what? I'm going to go back just a little bit. It just come to mind. Not only did he take down the idols that was hiding in the midst of his camp, but
Mm-hmm.
he stopped the idols from entering into the bloodline, the idolatry from entering into the bloodline.
Come on. Whereas Ahab married into it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yep. So let's read this lineage. The sons of Leah, Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, Simeon and Levi, Yehuda and Issachar and Zebulun. Sons of Rachel, Joseph and Benjamin. And the sons of Bilhah, Rachel's handmaid, Dan and Naphtali. Huh. And the sons of Zilpah, Leah's handmaid, Gad and Asher. These are the sons of Jacob, which were born to him in Padanaram, in the field, right? And Jacob came unto Yitzchak, his father, unto Mamre, unto the city of Arba, which is in Hebron, where Abraham and Yitzchak sojourned. And the days of Yitzchak were 180 years. We know score is 20, so 80 is 80. So he was 180 years old. And Yitzchak gave up the ghost and died and was gathered unto his people, being old and full of days. And his sons Esau and Jacob buried him. We in chapter 36, y'all. And we on our way. We still under that 8-hour mark and that 7-hour mark. Let's go. Now, these are the generations of Esau, who is Edom. And y'all notice I stopped at that other verse, but I'm going to go back and look at it because something intrigued me about the 12, right? What came out of Bilhah. So I got to go back and look at something to see how many babies Bilhah had before, and then see if this sleeping with the father's concubine was the result of the 12th one. You know, you gotta study, you gotta read, you gotta see how things fit. So I'm not making no big deal about it right now, but I'm gonna read it again. Now, these are the generations of Esau, who is Edom. The Edomites come out of Esau. Esau is the father of the Edomites. Esau took his wives of the daughters of Canaan. What? Ada, the daughter of Elon, the Hittite, and Aholibama, the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Zibeon, the Hivite. And holy don't mean she was holy. Aholibama. And she wasn't related to Obama either. And Bashman, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Nabaho, or Nabaho. And Ada bare to Esau Eliphaz. And Basma bare Reuel. And Aholibama bare Yeush, and Yala, or Yeush, and Yaalam, and Korah. Uh-oh. We're seeing something here. Y'all ready for this? Because Moshe ain't come on the scene yet, but we see these formulations of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
What came out of Edom, what came out of Esau was Korah.
Mm-hmm.
And what did Korah do? In Moshe's camp, what did Korah do? Always contending, because I want a greater position.
Mm-hmm.
And these are the sons of Esau, which were born unto him in the land of Canaan. So he's in the land of promise. He is, but he's creating a people in this land that is going to, in a later time, become an enemy or an adversary. The reason why the land is creating mildew, and that the people have to make them get out of there in order to take their inheritance. And Esau took his wives and his sons and his daughters, all the persons of his house and his cattle and all his beasts, and all his substance which he had got in the land of Canaan, and went into the country from the face of his brother Jacob. For their riches were more than they might dwell together. We see this often, right? Don't we see this all the time? How many times have we seen this so far? We saw this with who? Abraham and Abraham and who? Lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Their riches were more than they might dwell together. And the land wherein they were strangers could not bear them because of their cattle. So how did Esau become greater? His brother gave him what? Okay. Okay. So they had so much between them, they couldn't stay in the same land because their riches were more than they could dwell together. Thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom. And these are the generations of Esau, the father of the Edomites in Mount Seir. Okay, here we go. More generations. These are the names of Esau's sons. Eliphaz, the son of Adah, the wife of Esau. Reuel, the son of Bashmath, the wife of Esau. Did I read this already? No.
No.
These are the names of Esau's sons. Eliphaz, the son of Adah, the wife of Esau. Reuel, the son of Bashmath, the wife of Esau. And the sons of Eliphaz were Teman, Omar. Okay, so now we're extending the lineage because now children are grown and they're having babies as well. Sons of Eliphaz were Teman, Omar, Zepho, Gatam, and Kenaz. And Timnah was concubine to Eliphaz, Esau's son, and she bare Eliphaz Amalek. Y'all seeing all of this? Because I told y'all that Esau was the father of a lot of the ites that were enemies, right? Remember I told you that in another season?
Yep.
These were the sons of Adah, Esau's wife. So what is Amalek? Amaleki, or what we call Amalekites. And these are the sons of Reuel, Nahath, and Zerah, Shammah, and Mizah. These are the sons of Bashmath, Esau's wife. And these were the sons of Aholibamah, the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Zibeon, Esau's wife. And she bare to Esau Yehush, Yalaam, and Korah. These were the dukes. Here we go. That's what it was, dukes. These were the dukes of the sons of Esau, the sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn son Esau, son of Esau. Duke Teman, Duke Omar, Duke Zepho, Duke Kenaz, Duke Korah, Duke Gatam, and Duke Amalek. These are the dukes that came of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. These were the sons of Adah. And these are the sons of Reuel, Esau's son, Duke Nathan, Duke Zerah, Duke Shammah, Duke Mizah. These are the dukes that came of Reuel in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Bashmath, Esau's wife. And these are the sons of Aholibamah, Esau's wife. Duke Jeush, Duke Yalaam, Duke Korah. These were the dukes that came out of Aholibamah, the daughter of Anna, Esau's wife. These are the sons of Esau, who is Edom, and these are their dukes. Okay, let's look at and see what a duke is. It's necessary, right?
Mm-hmm.
Necessary when you're studying. Okay? Oh, we're reaching that 5 hour. We done got to that 5 hour mark. We gonna make it. We're gonna make it. Listen. Okay, let's look. Come on here. Okay. That's not what I was trying to do. Let's go back. Okay. Dukes. Oh, that's what happened. Okay. All right. Aluf. Aluf is the Hebrew word. Ooh, let's look at this. Oh, we never seen chiliarch. What is a chiliarch? So could this be as being tame, applied, although masculine, to a cow? Ooh, you see this, prophet? A chieftain, as notable like neat cattle, captain, duke, chief, friend, governor, one who is a governor of sorts, a guide, an ox. But I'm finding it interesting that this bullock or this cow is coming up, because we know that a lot of those nations circulate around the worship of the Apis bull. You got that, prophet?
Yes.
So that's
Mhm.
interesting that would come up. The tame, the docile. A duke is one that governs a certain way. A chief, somebody that is chief governor of something, right? A
Mhm.
chiliarch. What is a chiliarch? What is that? I don't remember that word.
Chiliart.
I'm pulling it up now. A
Okay.
commander of 1,000 men. Mm. Dating back to antiquity, denoting the commander of a unit of about 1,000 men. Okay, got you. Interesting.
That's the unsung uh title that you
Chiliarch. Okay,
Chiliart.
yeah. Okay. This is why we have to study, and this is what today is about, right? Let's see if there are any etymological connections or roots to this word. Let's see what we got. Aloof, alof, which deals with what? To learn. Oh, to teach. Oh my, it gets deeper, doesn't it? Because who I have command over is who follows me, is who I teach. And if I'm connected to um, this ox, this bull, then I'm teaching a certain way of doing things. And I'm uttering something very specific, which is why we see in Moshe's day this apis bull that shows up, this golden calf.
Mm-hmm.
Hello? Okay. So you got to put it all together, y'all. Got to put it all together. Interesting. Are y'all picking what up what's being put down? How y'all doing in the comment section? I see it's just a couple of y'all left. How are you doing? Are you learning something? Are you seeing something? Is something being revealed to you? Are you identifying the twists and turns of your life and the purposes of those twists and turns? And my prayer is that you're seeing things differently. These are the sons of Seir, the Horites, who inhabited the land, Lotan and Shobal and Zibeon and Anna and Dishan and Ezer and Dishan. These are, and see, we got Dishan, I'm sorry. So we got Dishan, we got Ezer and Dishan. These are the dukes of the Horites and the children of Seir in the land of Edom. They couldn't find nothing different. They just changed the letter, right? And the children of Lotan were Hori and Hemim, and Lotan's sister was Timnah. The children of Shobal were these, Alvin and Manahath and Ebal and Shepho and An and Onan. And these are the children of Zibeon, both Ayah and Anna. This was that Anna that found the mules in the wilderness as he fed the asses in Zibeon, his father. Oh, that's something to mark and go find what that is. Somebody mark Genesis 36:24 in the comment section for me. And the children of Anna were these, Dishan and Aholibama, the daughter of Anna. And these are the children of Dishan, Hemdan and Eshban and Ithran and Sharon. The children of Ezer are these, Bilhan and Zaavan and Akin. Children of Dishan, we went from Dishan to Dishan. Children of Dishan are these, Uz and Aaron. These are the dukes that came of the Horites, Duke Lotan, Duke Shobal, Duke Zibeon, Duke Anna, Duke Dishan, Duke Ezer, Duke Dishan. These are the dukes that came of Hori among their dukes in the land of Seir. All of these lording over 1,000. And these are the kings that reigned in the land of Edom before there reigned any king over the children of Israel. And Bela the son of Beor reigned in Edom, and the name of the city was Dinhabah, son of Beor, who we see as the son of Beor. We've seen this line before, son of Beor. I'm gonna pull that up. See, when you read through things enough, you begin to see connections. Balaam is the son of Beor. Wow. So now the question is, we're wondering, yeah, that's not the same person, but they are sons of Beor. And Bela, the son of Beor, reigned in Edom. The name of his city was Dinhabah. And Bela died, and Jobab, and the son of Zerah of Basra, reigned in his stead. So are you seeing the connections here? Thank you, Elder. We're almost there. We're almost finished with Torah, the Torah portion, and now we're going to go to the prophetic portion, which is really short today, which is a blessing. And Bela died. I read that a couple times, but the son of Beor. So Bela's related to Balaam. Balaam came out of the lineage of Esau. Are y'all listening to this? But it's not hard to understand or hard to identify with, because all mankind that lived in the earth is related on one side or the other. Okay? On one side or the other. Because the king that called him in, Balak, was also related. Okay, I'm not going to go into that right now. I'm going to keep going. And Jobab died, and Husham of the land of Temani reigned in his stead. And Husham died, and Hadad, the son of Bedad, who smote Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his stead. And the name of his city was Abed. And Hadad died, and Samlah of Mesrekah reigned in his stead. And Samlah died, and Saul of Rehoboth by the river reigned in his stead. And Saul died, and Baal-Hanan, the son of Akbor, reigned in his stead. And Baal-Hanan, the son of Akbor, died, and Hadar reigned in his stead. The name of the city was Pau, and his wife's name was Mehetabel, the daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mezahab. Now that's got to be important. So when you start naming the names of parents, that means something. Mark that one too, Elder. 36-39. And these are the names of the dukes that came of Esau according to their families after their places by their names: Duke Timnah, Duke Alba, Duke Yethes, Duke Aholibama, Duke Elah, Duke Pinon, Duke Kenaz, Duke Timon, Duke Mibzar, Duke Magdiel, Duke Aram. These be the dukes of Edom according to their habitations in the land of their possession. He is Esau, the father of the Edomites. How about that? All right. So now we're going to go to our prophetic portion. That was the lineage. So we could see connections in there. When you get to the lineage parts of things, don't skip over them. You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Because there's something in there. Now we're changing to the prophetic portion, or the HAFTARA. Let's go there. We're looking at Obadiah 1, verses 1 through 21. All right. Let's get there. Let's get there. Did I spell it wrong? Obed. Oh, Obad. Yeah, I put it there. Got it. Obadiah 1. Yeah, we'll never find Obadiah. Obadiah. Okay, Obadiah 1. The vision of Obadiah. Thus saith Yah, God concerning Edom. We have heard a rumor from Yah, and an ambassador is sent among the heathen. Arise ye, and let us rise up against her in battle. See this? Behold, I have made thee small among the heathen. Thou art greatly despised. Pride of thine heart hath deceived thee. Thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock, whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground? Remember, they were in the mounts of Seir. Remember that. So this is what we're talking about. See, so when you're reading things, location and context is everything, right? Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou, ooh, that's weird. And though thou set thy nest among the stars, Thence will I bring thee down, saith Yah. If thieves came to thee, if robbers by night, how art thou cut off? Would they not have stolen till they had enough? If the great grape gatherers came to thee, would they not leave some grapes? He's talking about the character now. How are the things of Esau searched out? How are his hidden things sought up? All the men of thy confederacy have brought thee even to the border. The men that were at peace with thee have deceived thee and prevailed against thee, that they eat thy bread, have laid a wound under thee. There is none understanding in him. Shall I not in that day, saith Yah, even destroy the wise men out of Edom, and understanding out of the mount of Esau? And thy mighty men, O Teman, shall be dismayed to the end that every one of the mount of Esau may be cut off by slaughter. For thy violence against thy brother Jacob, shame shall cover thee, and thou shalt be cut off forever. Now we see Yah talking about something here. This again gives you the indication of some things and brings back to bear something that Prophet Marley said about let me send some men with you, right? But we see that there is a contending,
Yep.
right, in a space because somebody's still in their feelings. Somebody's seed is still in their feelings.
Yep.
In the day that thou stoodest on the other side, in the day that the strangers carried away captives, his forces and foreigners entered into his gates and cast lots upon Jerusalem, even thou was as one of them. Oh, but thou shouldest not have looked on the day of thy brother in that day, in the day that he became a stranger. Neither shouldest thou have rejoiced over the children of Yehudah in the day of their destruction. Neither shouldest thou have spoken proudly in the day of distress. Now we know that this is far removed from the place that we're reading in the HAFTARA, but this gives us an indication and the impression. And we know because we've read several of these passages where we see the ites contending with Yasharel. We see the ites contending with Yehudah, right? All right. It says here that Esau or Edom thought, this is good. Like, they were excited about the failure. As we saw Balaam, didn't he come out of Beor? Excited about the failure. Now, he couldn't say beyond what the Father gave him to say to Balak, but then he turns around because he loves the reward of divination so much that he gives him insight in how to make Israel fall. Okay? Thou shouldest not have entered into the gate of my people in the day of their calamity. Yea, thou shouldest not have looked on their affliction in the day of their calamity, nor have laid hands on their substance in the day of their calamity. Neither shouldest thou have stood in the crossway to cut off those of his that did escape. Neither shouldest thou have delivered up those of his that did remain in the day of distress. Oh, this is a lot of stuff that they did, right? For the day of Yah is near upon all the heathen. As thou hast done, it shall be done unto thee. Thy reward shall return upon thy own head. This is a place that the Father is very serious about and very adamant about. So when you're dealing with people in this season who are not honorable, who don't seek to honor what is on your life, they don't seek to be honorable about how they deal with you, understand they're sowing a seed for themselves. They're not sowing it for you. They're sowing it for themselves. For as ye have drunk upon my holy mountain, so shall all the heathen drink continually. Yea, they shall drink and they shall swallow down, and they shall be as though they had not been. That means they're going to be increased over the stuff that you collected. But upon Mount Zion shall be deliverance, and there shall be holiness, and the house of Jacob shall possess their possessions. I love this verse. Oh my God. Upon Mount Zion. So I tell you all the time that all the other mountains, as they're building what they're building, we hear these teachings about the 7 mountains and people try to get really, really deep, try to make it really, really spiritual or divine. And it's not, because the children of Yah operate from Mount Zion. They don't operate from the other mountains, although operations, or should I say, our animations may look the same, because I might be a singer and you might be a singer, in Edom or in Mount Seir, right? That's a mountain. But I don't I don't do what you do because I don't serve the same God that you serve. So I do what I do from Mount Zion because I know deliverance is in that mount. I know holiness is in that mount. Okay? And the house of Yaakov possesses their possessions in that mount. But I'm not trying to step over into your mountain to do what you do, or from that perspective, right? And the house of Jacob shall be a fire, and the house of Joseph a flame, and the house of Esau for stubble, and they shall kindle in them and devour them, and there shall not be any remaining of the house of Esau, for Yah has spoken it. Listen, we ain't got to worry about these multinational corporations and these giants in this season, because the Father has already spoken a prophetic word over the house of Jacob, and he's spoken a word over the house of Esau. And they of the south shall possess the mount of Esau, and they have the plain the Philistines, and they shall possess the fields of Ephraim. I'm gonna read that again. And they of the south shall possess the mount of Esau, and they of the plain the Philistines, and they shall possess the fields of Ephraim, and the fields of Samaria, and Benjamin shall possess Gilead, and the captivity of the host of the children of Israel shall possess that of the Canaanites, even unto Zarephath, and the captivity of Jerusalem, which is in Zapharad, shall possess the cities of the south. And Savior shall come up on Mount Zion to judge the mount of Esau, and the kingdom shall be the Lord's. My God. Prophet, you got anything you want to say about Obadiah? I've said all I'm going to say about that this morning. This plays right into the hand that the Father is dealing the sons concerning the marketplace.
Because here we are now. We have the proclamation in 18, designation of Jacob shall be, the fire, and the house of Joseph shall be the flame,
and Esau's gonna be the stubble,
and he will be the stubble that kindle it all.
I love this. What I love.
So you're gonna be consumed by the fire and the flame.
Listen, this is what I love about Yah. He don't waste nothing. You hear me? He said, "I'm gonna use you." Oh yeah, but you're gonna be the stubble for this situation.
See, now even with that, now his nephew,
yes,
is above him.
Who you talking? Whose nephew?
Esau. His nephew.
Yeah,
is above him now.
Yeah. Yeah, ain't that something?
Because his nephew is going to be the flame. And Joseph is the fire.
My God.
Because flame produces the fire. Flame is what keeps it popping and burning.
But the kindling is what gets it started, honey.
And the kindling is what gets it started.
My Lord. Okay, we in Matthew, coming in for the home stretch, and we are under 6 hours. Glory to Yah.
Amen.
I don't make no bones about it, because we're going to do what we do on this day, because this is the Sabbath, okay? So we're going to enjoy the Sabbath. That's what we're going to do. Matthew chapter 2, verses 13 through 23. When they were departed, behold, the angel of Yah appeared unto Joseph in a dream. Here we go. Saying, arise and take the young child and his mother and flee into Egypt, and be thou there until I bring thee word, for Herod will seek the young child to destroy him. What do we see with Yaakov? What do we see with him? The father understood, and you see this in Yaakov's conversation with his wives. He said, now the Father has done all that he's done concerning us. He's done all these things concerning us. And had he not done what he did the way that he did it, your father would have also destroyed me. He's the one that kept your father from destroying me. Yeah. The tables had to turn. Somebody put it in the comment section. The tables must turn.
The tables must turn.
The tables must turn, honey. I promise you, it's a beautiful thing when the tables turn. When the tables turn. All right. Y'all still here? Let's go ahead and knock this out. Tables must turn. My Lord. All right, let's keep going. It says that Herod will seek the young child to destroy him. When he arose, he took the young child and his mother by night and departed into Egypt. So we see coming through the darkness, we see this, what we would call this subtlety of a thing, right? This strategy, this wise as a serpent, right? Because I have to set up something in order to walk through it so I can get to where I'm going. I don't want to be in the daylight, in the broad daylight doing this. I'm going to do it at night. And was there until the death of Herod, that it might be fulfilled that which was spoken by Yah by the prophet, saying, out of Egypt have I called my son. And we see that multiple times, right? Because Israel was the son of Yah. The nation that was called by his name was also called out of Egypt. And so here it is, the prophetic picture was painted before the son showed up to be called out of Egypt. Right? See all these prophetic pictures. Right? Then Herod, when he saw that he was mocked of the wise men, was exceeding wroth, and sent forth and slew all the children that were in Bethlehem, and all the coast thereof from 2 years old and under, according to the time which he had diligently inquired of the wise men. Then was fulfilled that which was spoken by Jeremy, the prophet, saying, in Ramah was there a voice heard, lamentation and weeping and great mourning, Rachel weeping for her children, and would not be comforted because they are not. But when Herod was dead, behold, an angel of Yah appeared in a dream to Joseph in Egypt, saying, arise and take the young child and his mother, and go into the land of Israel, for they are dead which sought the young child's life. And he arose and took the young child and his mother, came into the land of Israel. But when he heard that Archelaus did reign in Yehuda, in the room of his father Herod, he was afraid to go thither, notwithstanding being warned of Yah in a dream. He turned aside into the parts of Galilee. Okay? And he came and dwelt in the city called Nazareth, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the prophets, he shall be called a Nazarene. So look at how this process works. This is why we got to be flexible. And we are at the end. This is why we have to be flexible. This is why we have to be pliable, because understand, the angel of Yah told him where to go, but on the journey to where to go, there was another bend in the road. Okay? He said, arise, take the child and his mother and go into the land of Israel, for they are dead which sought the young child's life. But look at what happens. He came into the land of Israel, but when he heard that Archelaus reigned in Yehuda, then he was like, I can't go no further. And the angel of Yah warned him in a dream and turned him into the parts of Galilee. So sometimes, it's what I was saying earlier, we got to step into spaces. We're given a specific instruction. We got to step into the space to be rerouted to the next space, right? This was powerful. I enjoyed this morning. Prophet Marlies, you have anything you want to say about this particular passage? Powerful. That pliability is everything. Prophet Marlies?
Yes. There we go. Yes, ma'am. I'm clicking on the mute and it's not coming off quick enough. Sorry about that.
That's all right. I knew it was a mute situation.
You know, I put myself on mute. Praise the Lord. But you know, here we are. Another lineage.
Yep.
With one trying to seek to devour the lineage.
Constant.
And running. They're running again for their what? Life. We see the next instance of this. And not for just 1 year, a little short time, but till Yeshua's up to a certain age.
Yeah, till time is fulfilled that the next
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were on guard.
There's a
But
season.
wisdom kicks in. There is a flee. There's a fear to flee. But also with that, there is wisdom in the midst. Because what could have been an informant never became an informant. They went the opposite direction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were not identified.
And then they had to follow the instructions, right?
Yeah, flexibility,
Follow the
pliability.
instructions.
Yeah. Oh yes, those
These are things
instructions
that you see
matter.
in the lineage.
Yeah, those instructions matter, prophet. And this is
They
why
do.
the adversary wants to keep people in such confusion in the industrial complexes of things, because if I keep you in that confusion, you never arrive at the space you're supposed to arrive at.
Hmm.
If I keep you in confusion, you're always doing things for a place and not from a place. And there's a big difference in working from a place and for a place. You understand? Big difference.
Yep.
You trying to get to heaven. You trying to do all. No, you working from a place, not for a place. You're already seated in heavenly places. Now your operations, this is your base of operations while you're seated in the heavenly place. But if you're trying to work to get to a place, you already haven't attained it. But that's the confusion of the adversary.
Uh-huh.
It's the confusion. I was listening to something yesterday, and when I heard it, it was blowing my mind. This is why I don't listen to a whole lot of stuff. I'm really excited about what the Father desires to do in the earth in this season as it pertains to music as a whole. Okay, because He's got something on His mind. Okay,
Mhm.
and I don't listen to a whole lot of stuff, especially not church music. That stuff irritates my soul. Okay, but I was listening to something, overheard something yesterday, and the people were saying, "How long will you leave me abandoned?" I was like, "What are they saying?" I'm trying to remember the phrases. How long will you leave me abandoned? And the other thing was, oh, somebody probably knows this song that I'm talking about. It's a popular, I guess, Christian song now. I'm gonna see if I can find it because I want to read you the phrase before it. But this is all this stuff that we listen to. We got to be mindful because this stuff is feeding us. You understand what I'm saying? It's feeding us. It's feeding us something. And this is why we wind up empty. Because we're worshiping on the premise of things that we don't have no knowledge of. We don't what are they saying? You know what I'm saying? What are they even talking about? I'm sitting there like, wow. How long will you leave me abandoned? What was this other phrase? Golly, I wish I could remember it. Anybody know what this song is? I'm trying to recall it in my mind. But the music sounds so wonderful, you know. It might be this. Let me see. Are the Newsboys Christian group, right? Huh? No.
I guess I don't know because see, I'm not. I'm not there with that, so
I think that's them.
I'm not familiar with them.
Hmm.
Because see, what I see is, let me say this: when the Lord gave me the term, people looked at me crazy,
What's
but
that?
it's true. Glorified victim.
Oh, absolutely.
We worship victim being victimized. We worship it. It's glorified victimization. Most people walk around being glorified victims because we praise and we give honor to the tragedy of a person's life. not necessarily not necessarily the victory of the person's life.
Mm-hmm.
The victory is an afterthought
Mm-hmm.
and not the first thought.
Not a forethought, but an
That's
afterthought.
it. As an afterthought. Because oh, you went through all and oh, woo, how did you ever and woo, they get it like that. Oh my God, I would have been upset. They've been all, they go through all this stuff. They post you up as a poster child for victimization.
Keep talking. I'm gonna see if I can remember this lyric because I want to read it.
Hmm.
I get off here because I want you to.
Hmm. And so here we are. We have things like you say, you like the phrase that you were speaking of, you left me abandoned, or you left me out there in the wilderness, and or I didn't hear from you in so many days, and all this other stuff. Everything that says victim, victim, victim. And they're glorifying it. Whether they realize it or not, they worship victimization. And you get it in the media. You see it in social media. We laugh at someone else's downfall. Or we say, okay, I'm having this issue, that issue. We put it online to get likes and views. So we have to be mindful of that glorified victim. That woe is me, and all my life I had to fight. Because none of those things holds true to the word of God, really. Because he still says we're victorious, not victims.
But that's that twisting that the enemy does, right? Vict is the
Uh-huh.
beginning of victim, just like it's the beginning of victorious.
Mm-hmm.
The twisting. Listen, I love y'all. We've had an amazing time. We made it under 6 hours today. We're at 5:50. Exciting. But I look forward to talking with you guys in the morning on 111 Days of Kinetic Prayer at 5 a.m. I pray that the rest of the Sabbath enjoys you. And, a lot of what I thought about when we were talking throughout the day was, remember I asked you guys, have you introduced yourself to the earth? Have you introduced yourself to the creation of Yah? Because this is so important. One of the things that I noticed that was an ongoing theme was Yah's creation communicating with Yah's creation to facilitate movements. Whether it was man to angelic agency or angelic agency to man, there's this communication that has to be there in order to see the manifestation of what Yah prophetically released over a people, over a nation, over a person, to bring forth that nation that he's calling for. And so I'm excited about what the Father is doing. I declare the blessing of Yah, the favor of Yah over the house of the sons of Yah. And if you guys have not stepped into this space of Torah, I'm encouraging you to do so, because systems have everything to do with the mark. That's what I'm going to say to you. The system that you align with, the system that you're in allegiance to. I think Prophet Marlise said this today as well. It depends. There's a fine line, but it depends on what side of the line you're on.
Yeah.
The question
That's
is,
line.
what side of the line?
What side of the line? You're gonna be hot or cold.
Come on now. Come on now.
You can't walk. You can't tightrope the fence. I'm sorry.
No, it's not gonna work. Not gonna work.
We don't need no acrobats and no stunt doubles, and
absolutely not. Okay.
we just need you to be authentically you and choose a side. Amen.
Authentically you. Absolutely. We love you guys. We'll see you in the morning at 5 a.m. and we'll say it together. The body is not a me.
But it's not a me thing. It is a we thing.
We bless Apostle Ace for being here with us as well this morning.
Yes.
Pray for him as he's doing his assignment for the day. Love y'all. See you in the morning.
Love you.
Shalom,
Peace. Shalom, shalom.